What's up? We're back. CromCon 8, Part 2, Day 2, whatever, however that is. We're here right now with Kurt Zauer. He's going to go ahead and introduce himself and give you all a little bit of rundown what's going on with him while I go ahead and share out this feed.
Fantastic. First of all, Pops, definitely thank you for having me. I did CromCon 7 earlier, and that was a good time. And thanks for having me back again. I definitely appreciate that. I'm Kurt Zauer. I'm pretty much a new writer. I've been doing it for about 5 years or so. Still gaining traction. Still doing the Kickstarter thing. I am live right now, but I'll get more into that later. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm an Army veteran. I live in the Chicago area. Like I said, I've been doing comics. I was really into comics when I was in high school, and then I kind of fell out of it for a while. And then just in the past 10 years or so, I've been really getting back into it again. There's just some great titles out there that kind of pulled me back in, Right. So I write a kind of a supernatural horror hero kind of story called Spectress and Sabanian. The main hero of this story is a ghost from ancient Egyptian times, and she has lived into the modern era. She's kind of learned to rejoin the world of the living, so she wants to create a life for herself as an archaeologist. So that's the Spectress half. The Sabanian half is kind of the monkey wrench in the works, so to speak. Sabanian's a demon. He's like a fiery, whirling engine of destruction, and the two of them are bound by an ancient curse. Their fates are intertwined, so one can't really exist without the other. So it's been something I've been having. I'm a gamer. I'm a role-playing gamer that I've been, since 5th grade. I've been playing D&D and just a variety of other games, and I just always had a head full of. What's that?
Typical nerd.
Yeah, exactly, totally. So I've always had a head full of stories, and now I'm just finally, you know what? Let's pull the trigger. Let's find an artist and let's write the script and make it happen. And it's really just been a blast since then. I hit the convention scene probably really hard for the first time last year. Year before that I was deployed. It's been I really miss conventions. I can't wait for that to get back again. I think they just announced Emerald City and C2E2 for December of next year. Right. So hopefully
December 2021. Is that what you're?
Yep. They're going to be on like consecutive weekends too. Emerald City is going to be, I think, first weekend of December, and then C2E2 will follow that. So, that's, I would hope that by, a year from now, we'll have some semblance of normalcy again. We'll get back to where we were. We'll see.
I so want everything to be back sooner than that, because I'd like to go to doing like Kickstarter launch parties and Kickstarter countdowns and stuff like that for people, and maybe not have to do the conventions. I want the conventions to come back. I want you guys setting your tables up again.
Yeah.
And that way I can focus on the crowdfunders and on helping everybody get funded. Because now it's like I spend a lot of time working on the con and organizing, scheduling and all that does take away from the time that I could just be straight promoting.
Yeah.
Even though we get out here and we do promote, at the end of the day, like I said, there's a lot of time that I'm spending on scheduling and all this that could be spent just straight on me out there promoting people's stuff.
Well, I definitely appreciate you helping me out here. But for me, the whole, this is my second Kickstarter. The first one was successful. I had a great time with it. They're a bit stressful, you know. They always are. I got about 12 days left, and I'm 81% funded. So
I gotta send my boy Doc to.
oh, hey, Doc.
He's supposed to be my co-host right now, and I'm just totally out of it. I'm forgetting everything. Sorry, Doc. I'll get you the link in a minute. Because he's probably got questions. See, this is the whole thing. The reason I have co-host Kurt is because I'm not an interviewer. I'm not any of this that these guys that all do these podcasts are used to doing and do with some level of professionalism.
Oh, come on. You don't have, well, we're just talking here. So,
well, yeah, but I mean, you understand what I'm saying. It's like some of these guys actually might ask questions that people care about. And sometimes I'm just like, riding along, having fun.
That's cool too. I mean, hey, I'm here. I'm having fun. Don't worry about it. So where are you located? Where are you at?
I am in Southwest Michigan.
Oh, okay. All right. I had family in the Grand Rapids area. I've got an aunt and uncle.
Yeah, the last con I went to was the Grand Rapids con, actually.
Okay. So. Yeah. Yeah. No. Good times. Good times. Michigan's great. So we've got professionalism is overrated. So yeah. If I could talk a little bit more about I kickstarted issue number 1. Number 2 is my current launch. I've also got a preview issue 0, which is a black and white 12 pages, and it's the art by that is done by Sajjad Shah. He's done a number of covers and other books. He's done some covers for, I think, Bloodshot, and he did a DC deceased comic cover. But my current books, I got 2 full comics. Those are done by Topper Helmers. He's more of an old school guy. I met him at a show a couple of years ago. He's just a really super guy, and he and I have been clicking really well and putting together a great story. So issue 3 is in the works right now. It's going to be cool. He's really taking his time with the art because we're kind of on a Kickstarter schedule now as opposed to a convention schedule, where we were kind of cranking them out a little bit faster. But now he's taking his time with the artwork, and it's going to be amazing. We got some great pages.
How about if we let the people know what it is we're talking about?
Oh, yeah, it's called Spectrus and Sabanian.
There you go.
Boom, there it is. That's me.
Now let me get that banner out the way. There we go.
Boom. Okay. We've got we hit 1 milestone bonus already. We've got a digital upgrade. I'm gonna have a cover gallery in with all the digital rewards. Kind of the big thing for this, and this is brand new for me. I got a new cover artist, Mog Park, and she's done some.
Mog is in our group. Yes, we love Mog.
Yeah, Mog rocks. She's awesome. She's just been so helpful and helping me promote, and she's just very sweet and nice. Now those are the 2 alternate covers there. That's the original cover done by Topper, and those are the 2 alternate. Cover B is Chris Enid, who did an alt cover for me for my issue 1 launch, and then cover C there, that's Mog, and she did it in a tarot card style cover.
Oh, killed that, man.
Isn't that amazing? It's magnificent. It really is. It's gorgeous. And she has done a set of tarot cards in addition to that. So she's got 5. I don't know how familiar you are with tarot, but she's got 5 cards. 4 of them are from the major arcana. So we've got the Empress, we've got Death, we've got the Lovers, we've got the High Priestess, and then one of my main characters, he's the Knight of Swords. He's a soldier, kind of a tough guy, like a former Delta Force guy, kind of the scarred veteran type. So and I'm going to have those done in metallic cards by Fairy Metals. and really looking forward to seeing how those turn out. They're going to be in the standard, two and 3/4 by 4 3/4 is standard tarot card size, and kind of that shiny metallic. It's going to be so cool. We're just about to hit the 90% funding spot there. So there's a digital Halloween treats package there, and then we're going to do some book templates with my signature, and also I'm going to get the Chris and Maud to also sign them, and probably the interior artist Topper, my sequential artist. So
he's amazing, man.
Thank you.
You guys are killing me with all this stuff I can't afford all the time.
I know, isn't it crazy? There's so many great stories. I've backed there's a I shouldn't be plugging any of these because Alan Moore doesn't need a plug, but there's a great Providence, by Alan Moore, his Cthulhu. Hey, Mary, cool. Oh yeah, and I know Mary Machine Gun's got something going on right now, or is that over?
Yeah, he's fired up. He's gonna be out here in a couple hours.
Oh, cool. So yeah, just so much good stuff. It's frustrating. I spend a lot. You just want to spend.
As a fan, it's crazy because I don't know if you were listening earlier, but it's like the last year has exposed me to so many new people, projects, everything, and it's like I couldn't afford to keep up with all the books that I wanted before I knew about all you people.
That's crazy.
I mean, really, it's serious business. There is so much good stuff going on right now.
Yeah.
And over the last 3 or 4 months, I mean, not even just right now. It's been crazy the last few months.
When the quarantine first hit, I think things really tapered off. And then my launch I had my launch during that time. It worked out really well. But now things have, ramped back up again. And like you say, it's crazy. There's so much good stuff out there right now.
And yes, my co-host has arrived.
Hey.
Hi, how are you, Kurt?
Good. What's going on?
Not too much. How are you, Pops?
You know me, man. I'm rolling. I'm having a good old time.
Well, that's great. That's great. Good to be here. Tell us.
I ask you a favor, though, Doc. I know you've got questions for Kurt, so I mean, I'm just gonna go ahead and let you take over this here segment for a minute because I've been in this chair all day. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'll be right back. I won't be gone in 2 minutes, but
there you go. Stretch your legs a bit.
Well, before you go, why don't you play? Have you played his video yet?
No, I have not.
Why don't we do that? Yeah, I know you need to go eat, but and probably do something else too. But
no, I did that a minute ago.
Okay.
Go pee. I did that at 6, but I smell food and it's getting me, man.
Hey, I hear you.
Somebody up there's eating.
Hit the expand screen.
Let me see.
It'll be in the bottom right-hand corner of the video.
See, that's why you're supposed to. That's why Doc's my backup over here.
Hi, I'm Kurt Sauer, writer and creator of Spectra Sensibania. I'm back again with issue number 2 of my Supernatural Nightmare. In this issue, the escape from Containment Facility 4 continues, and the action gets messy. The first Kickstarter was a wonderful success, and I'm back again to bring you more magic, murk, and mayhem. My Kickstarter goal is to fund a second printing of Spectra Sensibania issue number 2 with 2 new alternate colors. The book itself is already complete and has gone through its first printing. I want to raise $2,750 to fund new cover art and second printing for the next chapter of the story. And that's why I've come to Kickstarter. I still miss the convention scene, and I want to get in touch with fans around the world who are looking for something gritty, supernatural, different. For my second launch, I'm bringing you even more great art and great artists. Artist Christina is back with a Sabanian-focused cover, and artist Maud Park is creating a tarot card style cover. blank sketch covers, remark covers, and lots of other original art will be available to give you that convention-style experience. So don't miss out. Kickstarter has just added a new feature to complement your reward selection. Backers are now able to add extra items when they pledge. Keep an eye open for metallic covers, mini prints, and moon-proof pins when you check out. Thanks again for your support. We're 2 issues into the first story arc, and the action is picking up and the story is getting messy. I can't wait to get you this next chapter. Issue number 3 is also in the works, and it's going to be amazing. So please, take a look at the reward tiers available and select your first one. The Moon Crew is counting on you.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't see too many that are okay. I think Ava she narrated her own video, and I don't think I've seen too many other than you two that have done that. Most people either have somebody voice it, or it's just music and text, or you know what I mean. But that was like, that's what I'm talking about. That's self-promotion right there.
Thank you. It's a lot harder than it looks. I'm not good at, I could never be an actor. I could never memorize more than 2 lines at a time. It's pretty funny. but yeah, I use Fiverr to get the video put together for me, and it's pretty simple. It's fun.
Yeah, I like that. That was pretty good. Like I say, usually it's it's not the person who actually wrote and is doing the work. It's, they have somebody else do that for them, and that was real personable. It's like, it's like we knew that's come from you, come from the heart. That was real good, man.
Thank you.
We're definitely gonna have to drop this on Twitter real quick, just because that's what I do. So
okay. There we go.
So
you know what?
right now, live on CromCon. Yeah, and my link too, because that's what we do. We'll see if anybody on Twitter is paying attention and come check this out right now.
Why don't you drop me a wrench if you can?
A wrench?
Yeah, go to the. Have you gone to the?
Oh, you're gonna ask me to do stuff I don't know nothing about. Now.
Okay. Well, do you have the actual YouTube page up on your browser?
Make you a moderator. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
There you go. You are now a mod, man.
So I can drop the link to Spectrus and Sabanian in here.
Yeah.
Cool.
And if you want to share the screen back up while I'm gone for a minute so that you can scroll through it while I'm gone, I'll go ahead and pull this one up.
All right. I will. Yeah. I'll share my screen so we can hang on just a second here.
I'll just leave myself there so it looks like I'm here, guys.
Do what you got to do, Pops.
Man, I don't know what
they're go ahead and share my screen though, so I can still.
I don't know what they're cooking.
There we go.
Here, but it's smelling good. I got to go see.
Well, you take care of that. All right. Well, tell me about your main character. Is it Anixie or Anexi? How do you?
Yeah, Anexi is.
Anexi.
She's a ghost. When she was alive, she was Cleopatra's top assassin.
Mm-hmm.
She basically became a ghost by failing when the Romans were about to invade Egypt. Cleopatra sent her to go kill the Roman emperor and stop the invasion. She failed, and it's kind of like that task left undone thing, where she wasn't able to pass on completely, so she became a ghost. And over time, her fate becomes intertwined with this demon named Sabanian, and he's a kind of a burning, whirling engine of destruction. And their fates are intertwined. So she's lived so long. She's lived in the modern era. She wants to have, find purpose and have a real life for herself. So she wants to be an archaeologist at this kind of prestigious college where the historians are all tough guys, and they go and steal back artifacts and things like that. So
Just
pretty.
want to give a quick shout out to Sim and Hex Allen. Thank you, gentlemen. I don't have, I'm not the administrator, so I can't pop your comments in. But okay, so now can she take physical form? How does it work?
She can appear to be solid, but she cannot be solid. So she can present herself as a solid being, but you put your hand will go right through her because she's still a ghost. Basically,
Okay.
she interacts with the world by possessing a living person.
Okay, all right.
And she was an assassin. She also was a bit of a sorceress when she lived and worked for Cleopatra. So when she possesses a human body, she has real voice. She's able to incant and cast a few magic spells as well.
All right.
So it's it's a strength and a weakness in that she can do these things, but she has to possess a human body to do it.
Now, is there a favorite person that she likes to possess? Does that person enter into the story, or does she just kind of possess one person after another when needed? How?
A little bit of both. Her favorite is actually, you can see the guy there with the pistol. His name is Sorensen. They call him Sorn. He's like an ex-Delta Force operator, tough guy, and he's the head of the Moon Crew, which is the security team that patrols the halls of where Sabanian is kept prisoner, a place called Containment Facility 4. So she's kind of he and her, they have a shared a background. Of course, he doesn't realize entirely what she is, but they have a connection in that they've both shared terrible things in their past. So she wants to break Sabanian out of this containment facility with as little violence as possible. Of course, things don't always go as planned, and she has feelings for the head of the Moon Crew. That's the security team there.
I see.
So we have to see.
Now, why does she want to break Sabanian out? I mean, I just want to be sure I'm clear on the story, because it seems like Sabanian's someone that she doesn't really care for, that he's kind of a burden to her.
He is, yes. She has a plan for him, which gets expounded on more in issues number 2 and 3. But basically, they have to partake in a ritual every month when the moon is full.
I see.
So in the past, she's just gone there, and in issue number 1, that you see it's kind of a bizarre blood ritual that sustains their forms, that kind of keeps them able to keep living, and things like that will be expounded on more in the next issues, or in future issues as well. But she needs him out of there because her job as an archaeologist is going to take her internationally. It's going to take her different places, and they need to perform the ritual on nights of the full moon. So he's got to be mobile, as she enters further into the world of the living.
But is he destructive? I mean, I'm assuming there's risk with not having him contained.
Definitely, but she has a plan for that with some of the magic she can cast. And in issue number 3, we kind of see what happens there, as far as what she's going to do is she's going to make him a night watchman at the museum that's attached to this university that she wants to teach at. So she's basically going to feed him a line. Hey, there are these ancient artifacts. It's a very important job, and she uses magic to transform him into like a night watchman with a uniform, and so that's how she intends.
I'm sure he must appreciate that, correct?
Yes. He wants to be free, and he's been there basically since World War II. He's been in prison there, so he's but he's also worried about angering her, because if she doesn't perform her part of the ritual, he's going to be, he could potentially die or even worse, honestly. So it's a bit, it's a little complex, but I'm explaining every issue is kind of a revelation of new information. So
Okay, now what is the? I mean, she wants to. You said teach archaeology and work at a museum. How does that kind of fold into the plot? What is that? Can you talk a little bit about that?
well, she's basically she has to free Sabanian so that she can. And it's expounded on a little bit more in the preview issue in issue 0, where her and this team of other kind of tough, badass archaeologist types, they go steal back looted artifacts from ISIS. So that's what she wants to do. This university has some very militant historians, so they're all like tough guys and badasses and former military and things like that. So that's what she wants to do. She's an archaeologist, but at the same time, she's a soldier.
Okay.
That goes out and takes back pieces of valuable history. So yeah.
All right. Now, when she actually teaches, is she possessing someone, or is she just taking her form that you can see?
She'll be taking the form that you can see. But
and she has to make sure she doesn't try to shake the hands of any of her students.
Exactly, and that's going to be something that she has to work around, and she has to be very clever about. Yes, yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, tell us what is. I mean, do you have a perk here or a tier that is your particular favorite, or just one that sticks out to you? Doesn't necessarily have to be a favorite, but just one that that sticks out to you that you want to talk about here for a second. Let me tell me where you want me to scroll down.
There's the Sabanian Companion.
Companion. All right.
Yep.
That is
a few more down. That's basically everything. Every cover, every issue, every digital reward.
There we go.
Yeah, and it includes a Moon Crew pin. You know, that pin with the moons on it, and the Moon Crew is kind of that cool design that they're wearing on their shoulder there. So be a part of the Moon Crew. So the pin is included.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like a die-cast pin. It's really cool. And then I also have the tarot cards. I was talking with Pops about that a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be metallic, standard tarot card size, and the art is all by Maug Park. And she's done some pretty amazing, some pretty gorgeous artwork. And you can get those individually. There are 5 cards, and or you can get the set at a discount. So.
Who does the main art for your actual comic?
His name is Topper Helmers.
All right.
He's a older school guy. He's done some comics in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
His primary job is a theme park artist design. And
all right.
But he's done a number of comics in the late 80s, 90s.
Okay, all right.
Super guys.
I take it this is Sabanian right here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nice. That's some very nice artwork there. The teeth and the mix of the colors here. Does he do your colors as well?
No, that's Wesley Wong. He's done some Marvel stuff. He's also great. He really brings, and if the interior art, I mean, his colors are just fantastic.
I mean, you got yellow and it blends into the orange, which will blend into the red. That's really nice. That is really nice.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Sabanian Companion. Okay. Well, tell us a little bit about Sabanian then. I mean, a demon. Okay. But what is his personality? What are some of his powers? Just anything that comes to mind.
Sabanian he's a wrath demon. I know people are familiar with the 7 deadly sins.
Oh, all right.
So when he was, in hell punishing the damned, they were the wrathful, and in particular, murderers. So I haven't really touched on this yet, but he can, if he can tell if you've killed somebody or if you're a murderer just by the way you smell, because he's been working with those souls for so long. He can just by scent tell you if you're a murderer or not, if you've murdered somebody.
Mm-hmm.
He's born from a lava. He spins. He's kind of he's lava. He's obsidian. He's always kind of flowing and reshaping, and his hand, he's a bit T-1000 in that way, where he can create blades and sharp objects, and then he spins, and then so he's he could be like a spinning blender blade as well. So he's he's extremely destructive, and he's basically crafted to, again, punish the hordes of the wrathful. So, and then he also has a tail that when he spins, the tail elongates, and he can whip this tail around and dice people up or grab people and toss them, things like that. So.
Does he have, what are like his weaknesses? I mean, how were they able to capture him, for example? How do they contain him?
Boy, that's a good question. Actually, in the story, he's kind of also a demon on the run, and his imprisonment is maybe more voluntary than the people than the Moon Crew suspects. So he's very imperious as far as his personality goes. He's probably a mix of a little bit of Dr. Doom and a little bit of Sabretooth.
Oh, all right.
He can be very imperious, but he also kind of revels in doing his dirty work. So
interesting. Okay. All right.
So I had a total fail.
Uh-oh.
I had a total fail because dinner ain't ready yet.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
It was smelling good, so Anyway, my own question. Now, I don't know if Doc already asked this or not, but main influence or reason that you created this particular book?
Let's see. Probably the main reason is I'm military. I like to, the two people in there. I like to tell the story of military people. Sometimes how difficult it can be, those kinds of things. But I also have a huge love in Egyptian mythology and history. So I always wanted to have an Egyptian protagonist. But how do you do that? How do you have an ancient Egyptian in the modern era? Well, they're immortal, or they're a ghost, or they're somehow undead.
The mummy, yeah.
What's that?
The mummy.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
It's always the mummy.
But it's the hero in this case. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm sorry that I missed some of that. I don't want to come out and definitely ask you the same questions over again. So I'm just gonna let Doc keep going. But
no, that was a great question. And not one that I had thought to ask. So
the fact that you're ex-service, thank you for that. We appreciate it.
Yes, very much so.
And
which branch were you in?
I was Army National Guard.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Gee, that sounds so familiar. But
okay. Oh, what were you in at one time, or
no? It's a family thing. It's all over the place. Okay, I tried to do that Navy thing way back when, but
okay.
They didn't agree with me. They didn't. It was a breach of contract. I didn't get what I signed up for.
Oh.
And I'm not one of them persons that just lets people walk on me. I don't care if it's the U.S. government. It's like that ain't what I signed.
I think probably back in the day they were a little less upfront about. When they sign you up. I think it's much better now. I think it's a lot different.
Oh, it is. It's much different. Yeah, back then it's like they would, sign you up, and I was supposed to get like brother-sister duty and all kinds of stuff that never materialized.
Oh.
Because they didn't let me know that I couldn't get security clearance to go to that place, but they signed me up under the pretense that I could go to that place.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, now, well, that's why I joined, and I don't want to be a telephone man on a ship. Nope, sorry, that's not what I signed up for.
Okay.
And, but I appreciate the military, my son's military, my dad, my sister, my daughter-in-law, it's like.
Wow, okay.
I mean,
wow.
Like I said, I tried. They just didn't want to treat me the way they treat the rest of the family, man.
So you went into comic books?
No. I'm not in comic books either. I mean, I'm just this all just happened because of my love of comic books. You know,
Enthusiast.
I'm just a fan, man. This all, you know, I'm no interviewer. You know, I'm not a con promoter or organizer or any of those things. Those are all things that just kind of happened to me in the last year. You know, and I like it. I enjoy, man. You know, you guys don't know how much I enjoy doing stuff like this. And every time somebody's book funds, or you know, whatever, I mean, I get, yeah.
Oh, it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling.
Oh yeah.
And it's like it's not even my books. That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't even have a book, man. But I feel like, you know, the work that I put in every time somebody gets funded, I feel like, man, I helped a little bit with that, and that makes me feel good. You know.
Good.
So I mean, every bit of it, man. Every bit of all the work that you guys put in to make books for people like me, you know. And yeah, I'll give you back as much of that appreciation as I can. You guys have entertained me all my life, comic people. You know, you've been entertaining me forever. If I can give a little bit of something back to you guys, you know, I'm down.
That's cool. That's appreciated. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Very much.
And it's fun. Come on.
Oh yeah, that goes without saying.
I think somehow we are having a David Whalen, where are you moment.
Oh, that's right. What time?
No, I think wasn't I next?
He's not till 7 o'clock, but I like to know that they're in the backstage. That I like to know that they, you know, pay attention because you know how this goes. We got Doc Hogberg is supposed to be on right now. We're kind of cutting into his time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind. I have a quick 5-minute pitch that I do in 7 minutes. So
you're good, Kurt. We're talking. You know, Doc's gonna be out here with me. You know, I don't know if he's gonna be out for Travis's segment because I don't know how many people Travis has coming out. I might not even be out here for Travis's segment. So
you scheduled me from 6 to 9. I try to, you know, when I say I'm gonna do something, I do my best to fulfill.
And also, though, I tell people it's their time, and they can bring guests. And if he brought 5 guests with him, I'm not even going to be out here. It's his time.
All right.
That's how everybody's time is. Like, this is your time right now. So, I mean, if you want to share your time with Kurt, you're more than welcome to do that. If you want to.
Well, hey, no, Doc. Well, you know, what do you got in the hopper? What do you got going on?
Yeah. Let me drop yours in the.
This
in the thing one more time, and then I'll drop
like
mine.
That, Doc. It's like, you know, this is your time. Whoever's time it is, I mean, they don't always need me. You know, even if, I mean, some people just come out, they do it by themselves. They give their pitch. They, you know, I'm not even out here with them. It's all up to you guys how you want to spend your time.
Let's see here. I think I might need you to reshare my screen if that's okay.
All right, I'll do it. Hold up.
And so I can play the audio as well. Alrighty.
So that was the one thing when I decided I was going to do the co-host, I still had to take into consideration that not everybody needs me, much less my co-host. It's not about me, guys. It's about you. That's the whole point of that. You know?
Yeah. Okay, well, my comic book is Tilt Part 2. It's superheroes meet the Sopranos, and the Sopranos get whacked. If you don't know anything about this story, this is the main character here is Jennifer. Wait, what am I doing in the updates here? Don't want to be in the updates. Here we go. The main character is Jennifer Poehler, and her in issue 1, her dad is murdered by mobsters, and the mobsters are out to get her. And a spirit, her dad in the afterlife begs a spirit to give her the, a power to protect her. And the spirit gives her the ability to make the kings, queens, and jacks in a deck of cards come alive. However, the price of that power is she has to use it to eliminate the mobsters who murdered her dad. In issue 1, she just gets that started. In issue 2, it's really time for the mobsters to face the music. This here is the standard cover, which was drawn and illustrated by David Ocampo, and it kind of plays off of the Steven Seagal movie Under Siege, where Erica Eleniak jumps out of a cake, and that's how, and that is how they're going to really get it on with the mobsters this time around. The head mobster, Johnny Ricca, is going to be throwing a birthday party. They're going to have a stripper jump out of a cake. And what Jennifer and some of the jacks do is they basically kidnap the stripper. Jennifer inserts herself into the cake and then throws out the cards after, you know, she gives them a quick little dance routine, and it's game on. Now, am I giving away too much of the plot? No, because Jennifer's also somewhat reckless, somewhat impulsive, and that's going to catch up with her at the end of part 2, which will lead into part 3, which will be the final part of this story arc. How does it catch up with her in part 2? Well, you'll have to back the book to find out. But this here is a standard cover. This is the variant cover, which was drawn by Vic King and colored by Rosetta Allen. And what we've got going on here is this is Jennifer's dad, Larry. He's trying to protect her. She's being kind of shot at by some of the mob assassins here. However, I had Vic draw the one face here, the assassin on the left. It looks actually kind of like the spirit from from issue 1 that gave Jennifer the power to make the characters in the deck of cards come alive. Why does the assassin look like that? Well, it's a little ambivalent or a little confusing as to whether or not that power actually protects Jennifer, or if it puts her in more danger. So that's kind of what's being reflected there. Here are a couple of the pages. This is the first opening page here. Enough said about that. And this is page 2, where she's going to be throwing out the cards, and the mobsters are going to be like, "Oh my God!" They're just seeing that the cards are coming to life. And then page 3 will go back like 5 days earlier, and then lead up to this part here. Here is one of the pages that has not been colored yet. This is some of the jacks and the kings killing various mobsters, and this here is a couple of the mobsters trying to restrain some of the jacks, and the king of clubs sees this and comes running over and says, "Hold them steady, boys," and then takes them out with one full swing. So couple of the perks here we have, in addition to the physical copies which are available. Let me just go over those real quick. The featured perk is you can get 2 physical copies for $22. It's a 32-page comic. You'll get one with the standard cover and one with the variant cover, and then you can just get a digital copy if you want for $5. A lot of people overseas appreciate that. There is, and you can just get one copy if you want of either the standard cover or the variant cover. I'll get to the original art in a minute, but as add-ons, you'll just select your perk, and you can add on the pair of pinups that are for sale. The first one was drawn by Lakem Amir. Jiggities here has a double meaning. In poker, a pair of jacks is a jiggity. And what you've got is all 4 of the jacks here, and they're kind of giving Jennifer, the eye. And so Jiggities here also plays off of Glenn from Family Guy, Giggity. So this pinup is available, as is this pinup, which was drawn by drawn and colored by Arch Cider. I like to call this Jennifer with junk in the trunk. You can call it Sexy Jennifer, whatever you want, but it's these come as a package of 2. They're available as add-ons. Then there's also the special tilt deck of cards. This was drawn by Vic King and colored by Rosetta Allen. The graphics here were added by Lenore King, my colorist. And this is going to be on the back of the deck of cards. And I don't really think I need to explain this too much here. But also the deck of cards is going to have custom jacks, queens, and kings. So when you look at the front side of the card, you will see these will be the jacks, the jack of clubs, the jack of diamonds, the jack of hearts, and the jack of spades. And nice thing about, if a character in the deck of cards actually has a weapon that's obvious, like the jack of clubs has a sword, the jack of hearts has an axe, then I use that. But some of the jacks, it's not entirely clear what weapons they're holding, so I got to have a little fun with that. The jack of diamonds, I gave him, these are known as commas, K-A-M-A. They're wooden handles with blades on the end. And then these curved swords that the jack of spades has, these are known as sickas, S-I-C-C-A. Alrighty, these are the custom queens, queen of clubs, queen of diamonds, queen of hearts, and queen of spades. These were drawn and colored by my colorist, Lenore King. The queen of spades, we kind of modeled her outfit a little bit on old Black Widow outfits, but then you just colored it white. And then these are the kings, which are drawn and colored by Lakem Amir. This is the king of clubs, the king of diamonds, the king of hearts, and the king of spades. And these will be what will be on the again, you look at the kings, and these will be on it instead of your usual art. And then there is, give me just a second here, Pops. I can show this actually on screen. Hang on a second.
Kurt, do you have any questions for Doc about this project?
No, it's cool. I'm digging probably the king of which one is it here? The king of.
Alrighty.
This is my favorite anyway.
There is original art for sale. If you can just put me center screen real quick, Pops, that would be great. There we go. Yes, this is the variant cover, and this is the colors that were done by Rosetta Allen. There is also the original ink that was done by Vic King for this. This will come as a package, so you'll get this one and the ink, which Vic is sending me. As far as I know, he's put it in the mail by now, but I should have it soon. But you'll get them as a package, and if you buy the original art, you will also get 2 copies of the comic, physical copies, one with the variant cover, the other with the standard cover. You'll get a digital copy. You'll get the 2 pinups that are for sale, and the special tilt deck of cards, plus any stretch goals that I may hit. The second one here is this is the deck of cards art. Again, this is the colors by Rosetta Allen. The inks by Vic King are also available. Again, it comes with the physical copy of the comics, the digital copy, all the stuff that I mentioned before. So this is still available. And then this is the reissue cover. So if you didn't get in on the very first campaign for Tilt 1, you can buy a copy of Tilt 1 this time around. You can buy a physical copy for $8, or you can buy a digital copy for only $1. So you can get yourself caught up. You can get yourself caught up for pretty cheap. But this is the inks and the colors, all one piece, drawn by Alan Gray. I like to show this. You can see some of the nice detail here. The what I've got on the Indiegogo page doesn't quite do it justice, but this is art that is original art that's for sale as well. All the original art will come in one of these nice plastic sleeves. I'll put a backing board in the envelope and everything, so you'll get it in very, very good shape. And then the one other thing I just want to show here is this is actually a poster from Part 1, or a pinup from Part 1, but I have an add-on this time around that if you don't want them as pinups, that is, you don't want these images folded, then you can buy them as posters. And I will be giving you the 3 posters that were part of Tilt Part 1, plus the 2 that'll be part of Tilt Part 2, plus any other pinups that will be part of the stretch goal. If you want to just bring back the whole screen again, Pop, so I can, yeah. There we go. So, for example, here are all three of the images from Part 1. The one by Lenore King here, pick a card, any card. One by Archsider, and the Virgin version of the standard cover for Part 1. And then these, if we hit my first stretch goal of $6,000, there will be this one of the Queens with a bonus Jennifer. This was done by Lenore King, plus a Virgin version of the standard cover. So all of these plus the two ones that are for sale. If you decide to do the posters option, you will get all 7 of those. They will again come in a plastic sleeve, backing board. You'll get them, with no creases, no folds. But do hurry on those. I've only offering 10 of those, and 4 of them have already sold out. And then the final thing is there's still a couple of ways to get drawn into issue 3. You can one is you play cards with Jennifer and you will get whacked. That is, one of the jacks or kings will kill you. You'll just get to play a hand of cards with Jennifer. You'll be a low-level thug, and you'll get probably something like a sword right into your eye or something like that. And then the next one is this one's a little more of a you might say juicier role. One of the thugs is going to attack Jennifer. You will get drawn in as the thug, the friend of the thug, you're egging him on, and then Jennifer will grab one of the jacks out of the deck. The jack will save her, and you will actually give up some information to Jennifer that she needs. Part 3 is going to be a little bit more of a detective story, and then you will get your comeuppance. You will get whacked, and then there's one other where you might actually survive, although maybe be a little worse for wear, maybe a finger or two missing. But and this one is ideal for a female fan. I wanted to make sure I had a few of these. Now, if a woman wants to pick one of these 2, hey, I'll make it work. I'm not going to say no. But this one is one of the hitmen will survive. Mob hitman will survive issue 2. It'll be Marco Tessio. And you can either be his friend or you can be his girlfriend. You will also give up some information to Jennifer that she needs, and you will survive. And there was Be the Spirit of Chaos, but this one has been chosen. This was also ideal for a female fan, and a female fan chose it. Yay. So,
can we ask her? Are we not allowed to ask?
I haven't gotten her permission, and I don't reveal names unless they give me permission. I don't tell anybody who my customers are. Like last time I did, one of the guys who bought one of the draw-in tiers was my brother, and I actually did ask him before I told anybody, and he said that was fine. But
yeah, I mean, there's some people that come to me and they, that might be in their book, and then there's some people that are like, don't tell anybody, and there's some people that are like, it's fine, go ahead and tell everybody. So
very true, very true. So alrighty,
all the ins and outs and secrecies and everything that goes along with the projects that everybody's doing and putting together.
Yeah,
it's so much fun, man.
It is. And I'm 51% of the way there. I'm actually only $4 from 52%. Now, some of you may be saying 51% versus 52. Hey, when you're doing one of these campaigns, every time you reach another percent, it's like a milestone is going to
It's a big deal, yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes you go days without a backer. And you start to like white knuckle it a little bit. It's like, and then it's like, so every extra percent is just like that little hit of dopamine, So
I'm gonna tell you the thing, Doc, that I've been telling everybody else. It's like I'm gonna when it comes to the point where CRoM is no longer necessary, I'm gonna do launch parties and countdown parties.
No, outstanding.
Now I see that you're coming down in 3 days. Now I think I have somebody else that's also ending in 3 days. So
I will be re-upping. This is actually the first 30. You know, we Indiegogo people kind of play these little games of putting in the initial 30 and then hoping to grab a couple extra backers as the first 30 ends, and then re-upping. But it's just it's part of the games we play. So
I just want to let you know, when it does come down to you're at the end and you're not. I mean, if you want to do a countdown party and come out on here or in front of Madness or whatever and talk about it on the way out and try to get them last few backers, I'm down for doing that. I think that's
all right.
I think that's what I'll be doing when CromCon's no longer necessary.
Mm-hmm.
But in some cases, I'm going to go ahead and do that for people that, I mean, if somebody asks me to do that, I'm more than happy to do that for people, So launch parties, whatever. Hit me up.
My time is almost up, and I would like to give Kurt just another minute or two to talk about his project. So why don't I play my video here, and we'll just do that.
It's that time again, my friends. Time to get tilted. The campaign for Tilt Part 2 is underway. Jennifer Poehler was in danger after mobsters murdered her dad. For her protection, spirits gave her the power to make the characters in an ordinary deck of playing cards come alive. Now she has to use that power to eliminate the mobsters who killed her dad. In issue 2, it is time for the mobsters to face the music. But what price will Jennifer pay? Will her recklessness catch up with her? Find out and back Tilt Part 2. Brought to you by the same team that brought you issue 1. Written by David Doc Hogg Hochberg. Illustrated by Marcos Lima. Colored by Lenore King. And lettered by D. Jason Meadows. Bringing you 32 pages of sexiness, surprises, and slaughter. Tilt Part 2. Now on Indiegogo. It's superheroes meet the Sopranos, and this time, the Sopranos get whacked.
It's awesome.
Very cool.
It's just awesome. I love it. If you weren't a fan of the Sopranos, it doesn't matter. Everybody knows what Mafia is about. Everybody knows the whole,
Yeah, and to be frank, I mean, they're almost kind of the MacGuffin in this thing. So let me, they're just, So I'll just say that. So well, I mean, Kurt, why don't you give us one last pitch for Spectrus and Sabanian here?
Thank you. It's if you like the supernatural and with the taste of horror and a little bit of hero mixed in, it's a story for you. I got about 12 days left to go. I've got also quite a bit of original art. I've got a limited series. I've got 8 of 10 limited series of Anexi, my female Egyptian protagonist. And I've also got the original inks and pencils from Chris Enot. He's letting me sell those as well as part of the Kickstarter. So
nice.
Yeah, so it's there's quite a bit of original stuff up there available as well. So cool. Thank you, and good luck to you, Doc.
Yeah, good luck to you as well. Thank you very much. It's been great having you on here. So
thank you, and thanks, Pops. I appreciate your time, man.
Always good seeing you guys, man.
All right.
And don't forget, when it's sign up time next month, Kurt, I expect I see you there.
What's next month?
We're doing the 15-minute elevator pitch. It's just going to be a one-day con, probably the first weekend of December, and we're just going to do. Everybody gets to do a 15-minute elevator pitch. We'll get as many people in as we can.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm there.
It'll be fun. I think that'll go really fast.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fun. Good times. All right.
So I don't know if you know our next guest, David Whalen from Correct Handed Comics, but he's made appearances here before on CromCon, and I'm kind of glad to see him. Let me get this Twitter feed out. Tell everybody that David's here. Because,
Good to see you guys. Good to see you too, Pops.
You bet.
I thought I'd do something a little bit different here. I've got my board here in the background. I thought I'd do some live drawing while we're talking. Is that okay?
Cool. That's awesome.
So why don't one of you guys give me a hero? Really, any character. I don't care.
Well, Kurt, since you're on your way out, why don't you give us a hero?
Jean Grey.
Jean Grey.
There you go.
Old Jean Grey, like era, or it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do.
Okay, got it. We can see this, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna drop off then. You guys have fun and good luck to you too, Dave.
Bye, Kurt. Thank you very much.
Take care.
You as well.
All right. So, oh man, here we go. This is actually, only the second or third person that's actually drawing while we're talking.
Oh yeah.
We had Rodney and Sean drew for us last night during their segment.
Nice. I just got my little my whiteboard out here. I figured I'd just try something a little bit different.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you the full screen so people get a little better look at what you're saying. Doc, if you have any questions, man, go ahead.
Well, I noticed the name of your comic is I Won't Stop. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one of my many comics that I have out. Yes.
Okay, and the name of your comic book company is Correct Handed Comics, right?
Yeah.
Or Correct Hand Comics.
Correct handed. Yes.
Correct. So, what is it then that you're not going to stop?
Drawing and putting out comics. That's what I'm not
Drawing.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. Well, tell us about I Won't Stop at least. Give us a little bit about that, and I will drop a link to that.
The first one shot that I put out that really focuses on superheroes. Most of the books that I have out don't really focus on superheroes. A lot of the characters have powers, but it's not like flights and tights kind of a thing. Like my ongoing series, The Offspring, the three main characters have powers, but they don't wear they don't have superhero code names or anything like that. For I Won't Stop, what I wanted to do is I wanted to create a superhero that was very recognizable to begin with. Like you can tell he's a Superman, he's a Captain Marvel, he's a Thor, he's a whatever typical superhero that you might have. I wanted to give his costume recognizability, but still have it be different enough where nobody's gonna sue me.
Yeah,
which is a good plan, I think. So when I came up with the story, I wasn't going to do any superhero stuff unless I had something that I knew was something that I'd never seen before in a superhero story. So when I came up with a story for I Won't Stop, I wanted to have all those fun things and all those tropes that you would see inside Superman or Captain America or whatever it is, with the secret identity and the love interest and the costume and the powers. But I wanted to do something different with the character. So this character, the main character's name is Spiral, and he goes through a life-altering experience where he decides that no one ever is going to have to go through the kind of experience that he went through. So his life's mission, from the second this experience happens to him, he makes the decision to save the entire world 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it is the physical and psychological ramifications of that decision that move the story forward, to be able to show how it's kind of like a play on that power. With great power comes great responsibility. How much responsibility do you truly have to save all of humanity? And that's what this character tries to do. There are other heroes that pop in to try to stop him and say, you need to take care of yourself or you're never going to be able to take care of anybody else. He rejects them and says, that's not, if you're not helping me, if you're not for what I'm doing, you're against me, get out of here. And he just continues moving forward. As with the story progresses through the 24 pages, we start to see those physical and mental ramifications really start to take hold of this character. And because of his nonstop commitment to this ideal of nobody else dying on his watch, things happen to him, and things happen to other people because of him that he could have stopped if he would have just stopped for a minute to take a nap or to have a pizza or to take care of himself. So It really is a power and responsibility type story, but kind of turned on its head. And I think the character is a really good one. And the one thing I wanted to do with this character is make sure that there was that everybody knew that there is a lot more there. Like this is not just a character that is only for these 24 pages. There's so much more to this character that if it takes hold and people want to see more of Spiral, there's so much more that can be done with this character.
Mm-hmm. Now, what are his powers?
They are, like I said, I wanted something that was completely recognizable right from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So he pretty much has, the typical powers that you would see inside of a superhero: flight, strength. He's got laser vision. But there's one power at the very end that he shows off that is the reason that he has his name Spiral. And Spiral is based off of this power that he has, but it's also a little nod to the reader about what's going on with that character psychologically. He is spiraling in a negative way to be able to not only help other people, but really help himself through this tough time that has that has affected him so deeply.
Okay, all right. How about Aliens Ate My Homework? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It's a good one, yeah.
Where is that available? Because I can't find it. I'd like to drop the link.
It's not yet.
All right.
That's my third one shot. I have my first one shot that came out a couple months back called Shady Lady.
Mm-hmm.
Find it on you can find it on my website, correcthandacomics.com. And this is more of a noir thriller. No superheroes, no superpowers. I grew up watching Twilight Zone, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, those kind of things, and I wanted to be able to create that like noir, Frank Sinatra, Lady in Cement type, the detective type story, but with a strong female lead that had more of a conversation about some of the social and political things that are going on today. So I wrote Shady Lady to be able to reflect some of those issues that we're dealing with in today's society. Now, will Aliens Do My Homework is kind of the complete opposite of that. It is, as a teacher, I'm a teacher as my day job. I was walking down through the classroom one day and I had third graders, maybe it was fourth graders, in my classroom, and they were doing all the stuff they needed to do, and I was walking around helping them, and my brain went to what would happen if aliens were to attack right now? What would I do with these 20 third graders in my room? How would the story progress if the school was starting to get attacked by these aliens? And it's really just, quite honestly, with I Won't Stop and Shady Lady being a lot darker, a lot more deep. I wanted to do something that was just a fun romp with a teacher that I am. Put in a situation that you normally wouldn't see as an action type hero. So the female teacher has to put herself in this situation where she's now in charge, not just in charge of these kids, she's always in charge of the kids, but putting them in a situation where their lives are in danger. And she's got to do everything she can, just like any teacher would, do everything she can to be able to keep them out of harm's way from these crazy aliens that happen to invade right in the middle of the school day.
You've got a lot of interesting things here. Okay, tell us about The Offspring.
Yeah, The Offspring is my big boy, my ongoing series, and it is an action thriller that deals with 3 young adults. They're all in their 20s, their early 20s, and they were all abused, physically and mentally abused as children. They all meet up in it's essentially an orphanage, and they come to realize that they have all developed superpowers based on the way that they were abused as in their home life. They also realize that it's not just the abilities, these powers that they share between the 3 of them, that they all recognize that all 3 of them have these powers, but they also start to realize they have a mental link with each other, like a telepathy type link with each other. And as they grow up, they start to realize that they are not only linked to each other, they're linked to the universe as a whole. They start to be stalked by these godlike creatures called the In Us All, So it is the physical embodiment of human emotion. So characters are called the in us all. So there is the heart in us all. There's the evil in us all. There's the fight in us all. There's the child in us all. And we slowly start to find out all these characters and how these godlike creatures are manipulating these three main characters to an end that we don't know yet. How's my Jean Grey looking? Okay?
Wonderful.
Yeah. I'm going to stop right there. Give me another character.
Oh, geez.
Done that here.
Electra.
Electra. Oh my gosh. Okay. You guys are going
in the opposite corner. Not right below. In the opposite corner over there.
Right here.
Now,
really down below. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Now, I found that very interesting. You know, the powers are based on their abuse. Is that can you give an example of that? One of the characters, how that works?
Yeah. So when we first meet Sarah in the first issue, who is one of the main characters, she is right in the middle of being chased down by her father, who we'll meet later on in the series. We'll meet all their parents later on in the series in more of an expanded capacity. But she is being chased down by her father, who is about to physically abuse her, who is about to assault her. So she, she's about 12 years old. She runs into a cornfield to escape, and as her father is about to assault her, she realizes nothing's happening. She opens her eyes, and she has, through her mental like telekinetic shield that she has created in her mind, has gone into a certain part of her father's anatomy and expanded out to destroy her father's certain part of his anatomy. And it was clearly not something she meant to do on purpose. It was something that her brain, her psychology did for her to be able to get her out of the situation. And the characters continue to develop these powers as they go. We find them when we start off in issues 1, 2, and 3. We find 2 of the main 3 characters in the worst possible part of their lives. Sarah, after we see this experience with her father, we realize that it's cut to 10 years later. She's been in prison for 2 years. She's just about to get out of prison. She gets out of prison and then meets up with Will and Vince. And Vince is another character who is struggling with his demons on the inside. And he we meet him where he is again at his lowest point. He's about to commit suicide. So these characters, there's not a happy-go-lucky story. This is very much a deep psychological, the ramifications of how we affect other people, how it's the responsibilities that we have, but it's also how, as you grow older, the responsibility that you have to not blame other people for what you're doing in your life. So once the issue has been acknowledged, how do you, as you get older, get yourself out of that dark path, out of that dark area? As these characters are trying their hardest to get themselves out of this dark path, this dark area, in an emotional way, they get thrown into a dark area in a very physical way, a very supernatural way, with these characters, these demons, these ghosts, these monsters that are constantly being thrown at them. So it's the monsters are an analogy for their deep, dark demons inside them, but they're actually fighting demons.
And I mean, the demons inside them, does that sometimes, cause problems for the main characters? Or okay.
Yeah, they are again, they while they get along, they've known each other since they were 10, 12, 11 years old. So we meet them where they've already met each other, and they have past, they have history, and that history is going to keep kind of bubbling up throughout the series to be able to push them forward as characters, but also kind of bubble to the surface for the reader a little bit more about their psychological problems, a little bit more about who they are as people, why they interact with each other. The first time we see Sarah and Vince interact with each other, you can tell Sarah does not like Vince, but Vince very much likes Sarah. So it's that
story of my life, let me tell you.
It's that give and take of. And Will is the character who seemingly has it all together, who works at the orphanage where it's an alternative school where they first met. Now Will, 20 years later, who is by all accounts a genius, has a PhD, has master's degrees, and is working at the school that helped save his life. And we think that he is the one that does have it all together. He's got everything going for him. He knows who he is. He knows what's going on. But as the series progresses, we start to see the cracks. And we start to see the ways that Will is handling his history, handling his abuse, handling the issues that he had. But we start to see those cracks get bigger and bigger and bigger. So while the other two are a mess and cannot hide it at all, Will is the one who seemingly is the strongest physically and mentally out of the three of them, but start to realize that he's pushing things down instead of dealing with them, and how that starts to bubble up as the series progresses. And we just published issue 13, and we are just starting to see Vince really start to deal with how he hasn't dealt with anything. That's my Electro looking. That's not the.
Oh.
But I'll take it.
Well, hi, Kat. Where'd you come from?
Travis Gibbs sent me a link.
Oh, you'll be coming in a few minutes then. Okay, 7:30. but hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Hey, guys. I mean, I'll hang out now. I'll hang out in 15 minutes. I'm good either way.
Yeah, well, I don't even know how many people Travis invited out. We might all have to get out the way here in a few minutes. He's got so many people in his project, in that project.
There's something like 52 of us or something like that.
Wow.
And it's like, that's what I told him. I said, you got 6 screens, man, and it's all yours. If you need me to get out the way,
do what you want with them.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
He has no problem interviewing people himself. He don't need me.
He's got it. Yeah, no, it's a huge project. I mean, just like, well, I looked at the list of names one day and it just kept going.
Well, see, I didn't realize how many people that I know that are in the madness that are involved in that project that have not been promoting themselves.
Oh yeah.
Project.
As always, guilty. As always.
I mean, I called them all out today. I was like, hey, wait a minute. There's way too many people on this list for me not to see this at least 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, no.
So all you guys are involved in it. Don't be like, oh, somebody else posted about it in the group 5 hours ago. Yeah, that means you need to post again.
Well, what? That was 5 hours ago. What are you doing now?
So, Kat, give me a character for David real quick.
Do what?
Give me a character for David to draw real quick.
Oh my goodness. Well, since we're talking about the anthology here in 13 minutes.
Will said Superman, so we're gonna get Superman in one corner. And what do you want, Kat? In the
let's go with the Wicked Witch.
Okay.
That's how my daughter and I, and my wife and my kid, we just watched Wizard of Oz today.
Okay. One Wicked Witch and one Superman.
Yeah.
You got 10 minutes.
I'll take it.
Well, I mean, we're coming on here to talk about the project, and it is Cthulhu Invades Oz, so we'll throw some Wicked Witch out there.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And then we'll get a Superman for Will. And Max, you're going to have to draw Spider-Gwen yourself, Will.
Sorry.
I love being me. I have so much fun. You guys don't realize it's kind of like gave me a second life.
Yeah.
You know, or it's what I don't even know how to. Like I said something one time. It's like it's not like I'm a born again Christian, but it kind of made me a born again human.
Yeah. No, I get that.
It gave me a reason to want to help people out.
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty like stuck in this little bubble for the last 6 years in this little small town. I never lived in a small town before, and then I got used to living in a small town.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
No, like, I get it. I live in Tinyville.
Yeah, and it's like,
Population maybe 500, maybe.
I'm like used to going to concerts and football games,
Mhm.
like being in crowds of people and and it's like I moved here and no such thing.
No.
Right? So kind of not finding the group, but creating the group and having it go up like it did has like given me a new direction.
You found a new groove.
Yeah, a new and totally new direction from where I was. I'm this is great. All you guys that come out every month,
I took a couple months off. I was a little bit promoted out. I was promoting so much for a while there that I was just like, I gotta stop.
You were promoting so much that you were forgetting to promote.
Yeah, that is the truth. Somebody said, "What was the last thing you promoted of your own?" And I went, "Oh,
That's
God."
It's like you were talking about everybody else stuff, and
everybody else is about. Yeah, yeah. Well, I realized.
Yes.
I realized it just the other day though that like a year ago, I wasn't doing a whole. Like I was just working on a few people's projects here and there and that kind of stuff. And starting on Tuesday, I've got 4 projects that I've worked on that are all on Kickstarter. And I just went, wow, what a difference a year makes,
See, and that sounds like David. David's over there with one project and another project and another project.
Well, what's happened is I'm starting to feel like Chuck.
There's another one. Mike Barron. There's a few people, man, that are just Travis. That are just involved in everything. Mm-hmm. Every time you turn around,
yeah,
on that too. Oh,
yeah. Well, and I was in a fiction writers group, so not comics at all, the other day, and somebody asked a question, and Chuck popped up there, and I went, "Dude, is there someplace you're not?" Like, come on, man. Let me have one thing without you.
Do you have your own YouTube channel or?
No.
Okay.
Let's not add anything else in right now. People have asked me to, and I'm just like, no, guys, I can't.
Here's that guy.
There's that Travis guy.
Hey,
David, do you know Travis?
How's things going?
Travis, I think we've run across each other a couple times, at least on Facebook. How are you?
Good. How are you, David?
Doing good. How's Superman look?
Oh,
well, it's Superman, so it looks like crap, but that's because it's Superman, not because you drew it bad.
Oh, wow. Mainstream, I like that.
Now hold on. If I get out my 3D glasses, are these going to jump off the page at me, red and blue?
Should I say no? Am I going to say no? Yeah, of course they'll jump off the page.
Of course they are.
The seabirds in the background, why not? And then Wicked Witch.
Yeah, he's going to do a Wicked Witch for us, Travis.
Oh, nice.
That's what this last drawing is. And as always, like I said, I like to segue one group into another. How many guests you got coming out, Travis?
We'll see. I've messaged everyone, and we're getting a lot of cancellations, but people are messaged, so people come on. They've got the link. I'm sure we'll fill up the room. We got 50 creators. We'll see who can jump on. But I mean, I've been working these guys to the bone. I don't know if you've seen. They've been on shows crazy. That's actually why I messaged Kat. I was like, Kat, I haven't attacked you yet.
I haven't come after you yet. You've been living the quiet life off a podcast for a while.
And Kat is a CromCon veteran.
Oh,
yeah.
She's been out here a few months in a row now.
Yeah, I think I took September and October off, and here I am again. I'm back.
Look, it's my tech guy.
Oh no! Hi, Phil.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Phil.
Stop through. I didn't want to get in Travis's way, so I'm just stopping in for a minute. I know you got a full roster coming up.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, just stick around. You're more than welcome to. My guys have been. So I got the dates wrong. So last night I grabbed some of them for a live because at 7:30 I was like, crap, it's too late. I realized it too late. So I was like, it's too late. I'm just going to go live. So I grabbed a whole bunch of live last night. And we did a little indie special last night. But yeah, I know at least Emily's coming on. I tried to get Danny on. Stoney just canceled. I just messaged Kyron. We'll see who jumps on. I'm sure that will get some people.
Worst
Cool,
comes
cool.
worst,
I'm
Travis
still-
has to talk to me for an hour.
Right.
I'm still wrangling the cats to make sure they're all good for the panel later myself.
Oh, for tonight, for the
Yeah,
closing.
you know how it is herding cats, man.
Hmm.
Herding feral
Right. Well,
cats.
message me if you come short. Just message me and say, Travis, I choose you like a Pokemon, and I'll come in and I'll give it my best attack.
Cool. Yeah, we're just going to talk about the creation process. You know, what influences you in your art or your writing, and just some general panel stuff, man. But yeah, you'll be more than welcome, man.
Nice. Mostly Ninja
With
Turtles.
that, we're gonna have an after party.
After party. Hey, by the way, what's up, Doc and Katrina and Dave?
Hey, how are you?
All right, man.
Oh, I like the witch. I like the witch.
Trying to give different viewpoints of them.
Yeah. You guys make this too easy for me.
So what's going on, David? So you've been hanging out with these guys for a bit. What have they been talking about? Have they been boring you, or am I just boring you? Like I want to know.
Boy, I mean, not at all. With these guys, there's never a boring second.
That's true. That's true.
Always something being discussed, being talked about indie comics, and that's all what it's about.
I'm concerned about when Mr. Pops goes to the bathroom. I don't know if he pees in like a cup as he goes, and just we don't notice or what.
As long as he turns off his microphone, I don't care how or where he goes.
What's up, Max?
When you see the avatar, you know I'm doing something or the chair's empty. Now, doing something usually involves sliders. Okay, I don't have to say more than that, right? So since I'm out,
Doing campfires, making s'mores. That's
Making
nice.
s'mores.
sure.
S'mores with green
S'mores.
jelly.
S'mores are
Ooh.
green jelly, like the band with three little pigs. They're fantastic. I love them.
pig.
Little pig, let me in.
Yeah, you have to have good music with your s'mores.
Safety.
Wicked Witch of the West.
All right, let me get that close up.
Yeah, let's get a close up.
Here we go.
Oh, look at that. I like
love
that.
it.
I like that wart.
Gotta
And
have
you
warts. If it's a witch without warts, then it's not really a witch.
Right. Can you
Nice.
remove the banner? I want to see this Electra in the corner, Pops.
That's on his. That's on his.
That's
Oh, that's his one. Yeah, you can't remove that one. But
he
you can, but it's a banner.
You can lift it up a little bit.
A little bit.
that.
Okay. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
In a minute and a half,
Yeah.
I'll call it a success for a minute and a half drawing.
I actually think the witch is the best, and that was at the end. The other ones were just warm ups.
I'll take that. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'm
Okay.
surprised at my Jean Grey. I'll be honest with everybody. I've never been the biggest X-Man fan in the world. I'm probably gonna lose my geek card, but I was surprised at how my Jean Grey came out.
And Emily has joined us.
Hi.
So it looks,
Yeah.
David, it looks like you're a DC guy, huh?
Yeah, pretty much a DC guy. There's some stuff in Marvel that I enjoy. Captain America. I've always enjoyed Captain America. One of my favorite runs is the Captain America No More from the had to be late 70s, early 80s, 79,
Okay.
83, right? 82, 81, something like that.
Oh, my favorite Cap run is the Bloodstone Hunt. I love that, like just him fighting the shark underwater. Like as a kid, I was like, Cap's gonna get eaten by a shark.
Yeah, you can't beat Cap fighting the shark. That's pretty awesome. But I'm actually pretty happy because the guy that took over for Captain America in the Captain America No More series, he is, from what I understand, is going to be in the one of the Disney plus Marvel series. I can't remember which one. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, but he was the guy who was Super Patriot
Yeah.
in that storyline. I cannot remember his real name to save my life. But I'm excited to see him on the small screen. It'll be awesome to see it. I hope they give him the Super Patriots costume with the spiked up hair.
Yeah.
I hope they do.
Yeah, I think that's actually U.S. Agent, Super Patriots.
He
image.
started Super Patriot, then he became Captain America.
Right.
Then Steve Captain America, Steve Rogers, became U.S. agent, right? And then Super Patriot took over U.S. agent from Steve Rogers when he became Captain America again.
I wish it was Steve Miller and the Steve Miller Band. He would be a fantastic.
That'd be awesome.
He'd be a fantastic.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Captain America.
His whenever he goes in the battle, he do that.
Yeah.
That's his battle cry.
They play Abracadabra in the background.
Emily is sitting here. She's like, I have no idea who the Steve Miller Band is. Don't worry about it, darling.
Google him.
Don't worry.
It's okay.
It's basically Ed Sheeran, just not Ed Sheeran. There you go.
And then I really don't care.
Right. Neither did many people. That's why Steve Miller's not around anymore.
Actually, they play him on classic rock stations all the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you do enough albums, eventually you're gonna have one or two that's gonna work, right?
He's no Eddie Money though.
Right.
No.
He's a poor man's Eddie Money, right? The poor man's Eddie Money.
Right. Absolutely. So the people I have here, I have Emily, I have Kat. Kat proofed Cthulhu Invades Oz, and Emily did this Dorothy story. In it, I wrote it, so we're going to talk about that a little bit. We have an hour kind of just killing and chilling. We got Doc here and Phil, and we had Pops, but Pops, he's getting a must-to-do break, I hope.
Of course, the problem is he's the administrator, and so we can't bring up the screen of Cthulhu Invades Oz. That is
right, or you don't know if somebody's coming in or wants to get in. Right, I understand.
Hopefully, he's just grabbing a plate and coming back.
I don't know. Well, it was green jelly before. Oh, look, he's here.
Oh.
He can hear us. So this is Cthulhu Invades Oz. So let me tell you guys what it is for those who are watching. And if obviously leave a comment if you guys have any questions. What Cthulhu Invades Oz is, it's I grabbed the 50 best comic writers and creators I knew and asked them to write for me. Draw for me, edit for me, letter for me, color for me, and they did. I have some of the best talents from Scout, Mad Cave, Aftershock, all of them together doing an invasion story where Cthulhu invades the Wizard of Oz. So it's really, really cool. So you get all the characters crossing over, you get, deaths and all sorts of horrible things, basically exploiting public domain the best I can. But no, it's really, really good. We're almost to our funding goal. We have faith in you, Pops. We're almost to our funding goal. We're at 75%, so we're chugging right along, and it's really, really cool. Kat, you read everything. What do you think?
I think I've read 99%. I think there's like 2 or 3 pages that weren't lettered yet, so I haven't seen them yet. But
right.
I am incredibly impressed with this book. Not just I would say not just the stories and the art, which are phenomenal, but even just the way the book is laid out. I wasn't sure with that much coming together how it would kind of flow, and
Right.
it's perfect. It's phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, and this is very different. So you've done proofing for Cthulhu is Hard to Spell.
Nope. Believe it or not, no. I know. We know who to chastise about that.
And we talked to Russell about that. Let's get Russell on. Quick, send him a link.
Yeah, what's the deal, Russell? I primarily work with Russell on his novels, but I have done Ichabod volumes 2 and 3, as well as the one that just wrapped on Kickstarter, How Not to Invade Earth. Yeah, but I'm familiar with anthologies and and that kind of thing.
Sure. Well, and what makes this one different and special is this one has one relatively cohesive story, right? No story contradicts the other one.
Right.
And there's little things that we're going to add that show like basically snippets of days of the invasion, which is pretty cool. And it has an ending, which is kind of cool. It has a beginning and an end, a little bit of middles in there. So it's been a lot of fun to do. So I don't know if you know this, Kat, but the person who did the first story in there is Emily. She did Dorothy, And
I know this because you said Emily did Dorothy like 3 minutes ago.
well, I repeat myself because, I mean, have you heard me? I talk all the time. So listening to me, I just assume no one's paying attention. But did you know when she did it, she was 14 years old?
I did not know that.
So, and that was done on purpose to show like the age of Dorothy at the same time.
That's phenomenal. That's my word
Emily.
for tonight, I think.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Emily, do you want to talk about the process of working and being? This is her first actual, though she has done comics before. The other comics she did can't come out, or she's done 24-day comic days, which are just kind of for fun.
Yeah, those ones.
And then
released to the public.
right, can't be released to the public. And then though she has pinup credit in Scout, she's 14 years old. That pinup credit in Scout Comics.
Wow.
Awesome.
Very cool.
So what's that like, Emily?
It's pretty cool. A little stressful mixed with school, but it's not too bad for the most part, I'd say.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is your first book, so when this is, how many relatives do you have to send this, or are you trying to give them that to it as for Christmas presents?
He's 4, right? 4 or 5.
I, like a good parent, backed it so you don't have to give any copies.
Oh, well, no, I wasn't even counting you. You're an extension of me. You don't count.
Okay, all right. Fair enough.
Well, Peter raised a good kid, because my kid was not doing comics at 14. My kid was talking to boys, and I was angry.
No, I have time to do that too.
What?
Phenomenal. She's a phenomenal multitasker.
She's grounded.
I got
Go
it
to your
today
room,
at the
Emily.
store. What?
Go to your room. You're grounded.
Yeah, we always joke about it whenever she's at the like the free comic book days and whatnot. She's always surrounded by a bunch of middle-aged men, so she has 15 to 20 followers at any given point in time.
I was gonna say I feel so safe there because there's literally 15 grown men making sure nobody's kidnapping me. It's great.
Yeah, no, they're really, really cool. So how has today been, Doc? Have you guys had a lot of visitors? Has it been slow? Comments are a little lower. You guys are normally basking on the comments about 7:30. Where are you people? Comment. Let us know you're here. Mary Machine Gun said Phil. So Phil is a star. We knew that though. Phil, who is Mary Machine Gun?
That is Max DeVille.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very cool book if you haven't seen that yet, man.
No, I haven't. I definitely got to check it out. So Pops really loves this. We have to continue to sell this, even if it's just to Pops' son. You want to bring that back up? Oh, Pops is gone again. Your bloody brick road.
There he is.
By the way, we're 10 backers away from 400, which is super exciting.
Wow.
Woohoo!
Lots of really exciting things. I'm going to be pushing for it tonight. And if anybody wants to help, please do. In fact, if you back it during this and you let me know, I will send you any digital comic from my catalog. So whatever you want. I'll send them all. I don't care. So Broke Down, Voodoo Nations, anything you want, I'll send it to you.
I'm always down to sign them too.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would be
nice.
weird if you signed my books. But I mean, you only did that kind of in one, but you can. Emily can sign all my books.
Yeah.
I did nothing on any of them. I'll sign them. I don't
There you
know.
go.
Well, gang, let's go.
In fact, if you let us know that you back
But
during
I'm not sure how we're going to sign digital copies. But hey, we'll figure it out.
here is what I will do. If you back it for a physical during this hour that we're here, you let us know that you got it from here. Emily will do a sketch cover on the Broke Down or Voodoo Nations, whichever one you choose. She'll do a sketch cover for you. How's that? As I told her right there.
No, that sounds good.
I think somebody was just voluntold.
So, Emily, what are you sketching tonight?
Not much.
She's like David. She's always drawing.
So far, an animatronic Goofy from Epic Mickey and a Gug.
Okay. So, Pops, go back down to your bloody bag.
Yeah, I had to come back in here for a minute. Tried to.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to come back in here for a minute. What do you want me to do? Show what?
Scroll down to your bag.
To what?
The bloody bag that we're trying to sell your
My part, the one
right there, the bloody
what do I
bag. This is for Travis, Pop's son. So this is the best deal in the whole thing. We have some cool collector's boxes and all sorts of stuff, but this right here,
the deal of the year.
I think so.
Deal just in here. This is the deal of the year right here. You're getting the Cthulhu book and 3 number 1s from indie artists, indie creators from, probably people from the Madness or people, around Travis's whole action. And it's all good. And some of it might be stuff you missed out on. Best deal of the year right there. $50 for 4 signed books.
Yeah, so what I did is
I have spoken.
So what I did was I grabbed the guys who were critics, because we have 50 creators. I grabbed a couple of them, and what we did is we had them. So I had them submit and give me their issue 1s, and most of them gave me variant covers and really cool things. So what we're going to do is we're going to get those signed, and we're going to put in a sealed poly with the trade paperback. So all that's going to be signed, as well as the trade paperback, which is going to be signed by 5 of the creators. So Emily's going to sign it. I'm going to sign it. My wife is going to sign it. David Greshel's going to sign it. Peter's going to sign it. Jonathan Hendricks and David Galliano at the minimum. Plus, we're asking David Byrne. We're going to ask Brian Silverback. We're going to ask Joel Rodriguez. Anybody who's in Florida or Florida adjacent, come over and sign this book. So it's going to be pretty good. That's our big sell there.
It's a pretty sweet deal.
I think so. It's especially, you've been to a lot of anthologies. Anthologies normally, because of what they are, can only give you just the anthology. So this is giving you just a little bit more to kind of help you down the pike and kind of get you where you need to go.
That's a good looking cover.
Yeah. Pops, let's scroll down to the covers real quick. We got 3 different covers. Cool. What's that?
I want to see it bigger. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, there is a bigger one. If he scrolls down, there's the full size of it if you keep going. I like interrupting Pops because we know he's eating. So make sure that he can't eat that green jelly. All right, so that's the big one. So this is the Kickstarter exclusive. So if you get this is raised UV, so you're going to have, Cthulhu raised or the characters raised. We haven't figured out exactly what we're raising yet. It's going to be raised UV, which is really, really cool. So that's only if you back it on the Kickstarter. So this is the main Kickstarter cover. Let's scroll down a little bit more. Thoughts? He was like, what? All right, so this one is for the retailer. So you can either get a collector's box or you be a retailer and you get this one. So this is kind of like the classic, novel, like the old-fashioned novel style. You got a kind of an oilish painting looking scene right there. So that's for the direct market. So when we go into stores, if you buy this is what it's going to be. This is for any comic stores that get it. We've already have 5 comic stores on board so far. I know of at least 4 more that are coming. Or if you get any of the collector's boxes, you can get this cover. And then one more. And then this is really cool. So this is a painted hardcover. So this is a hardcover book. This is our hardcover version. So what was done is this guy named Kyle Willis, which is a really cool guy. He took the most expensive copy that he could buy of, and only it was really interesting. He bought the most expensive copy of Wizard of Oz on Amazon. I remember going, "Why are you buying the most expensive?" He's like, "It clearly would have the best paper, like it's just a given." that he painted on top of it. And if you look closer, zoom out, you can't really zoom in on this, but if you go to the Kickstarter, you can kind of zoom in. You can actually see some of the writing still on the painting as he painted on top of this image, which is really, really cool. And that's the hardcover edition. And we're only printing 200 of those. So it's going to be super limited, super rare for the Kickstarter, which I think is pretty cool. So yeah, we've been doing pretty good and trying to get stuff that's really unique to get it out for people. Pops want to know what you're drawing, David. I saw it. Was it a Ninja Turtle? Was it Raph?
Oh, yeah, it was pick one. Whoever your favorite one was, that was who it was. No, actually, he had a size, so it must have been Raphael. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If he has size, I think that goes away. I was looking at your website. You got a lot of little books yourself.
I've got a good amount of content. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. I have not. I know we've run into each other, but do you Kickstart or do you go through previews or what do you do?
I don't. I'm a one-man band, so I pretty much do it myself. I've got my first one-shot, Shady Lady.
Okay.
That came out in January. I've got my 4-issue miniseries, Evolution Euro. This is the trade of all 4 issues.
Okay.
I've got my 100-plus page graphic novel, The Loved Ones.
Okay.
About the children of classic movie monsters. It's got to be in black and white because it's about classic movie monsters, right?
Nice.
I have volumes 1 and 2 of my ongoing series, The Offspring. Volume 1 collecting issues 1 through 4, and Volume 2 collecting issues 4 through 10. And I'm about to put out Volume 3 collecting issues 10 through 13. The Landslide Saga is what I'm calling it. And it's also going to have the Shady Lady, my first one-shot, in there also as a bonus feature inside of Volume 1.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff. And it looks like you can buy them all on Amazon, huh?
Yes, you can find links to them on my website, correcthandedcomics.com. I do most of my work, business through Amazon.
Okay, nice. That's really cool. I'm definitely going to have to check it out. Maybe I'll make an order after I'm done with this thing. If my wife doesn't call me into the other room and tell me that I need to do something.
Sure.
You got a 50-50 shot.
My last one shot that just came out last week called I Won't Stop, about a superhero that is helping other people but destroying himself in the process.
Oh, okay.
And then hopefully next month I have my last one shot of the year coming out called Will Aliens Do My Homework? And the cover for that and the first 4 pages of that are on Facebook for you to see. The cover came out really cool. It's really, that one's really, the first 2 one-shots are very reconstructing characterization of characters and all that kind of stuff, and really deep diving into dark issues. But Will Aliens Do My Homework is just a fun invasion story about a teacher who's trying to protect her classroom from alien invaders.
What I like about your stuff too is since you're a one-man band, I like the old style color. It's not digital. I like it because I don't see it enough.
Yeah, I do that on purpose just because I think my style is somewhere trapped in between realism and cartoony,
right.
Which I've just embraced. So I tried to make the color style also somewhere in where you might be able to see it on a Don Bluth type Five Goes West or American Tail or Secret of Nim. You know what I mean? That kind of color scheme where it can be dark, but it can also be other things that you need it to be.
Right. No, I like the idea for one. I just want to stop. I don't know if you've ever read Donny Cates' Buzzkill. It's really interesting. So
I don't think I've read it. It's
really cool. So what it's about is a superhero who every drug he takes gives him a different power. And not like every drug, like caffeine gives him a power, like smoking gives him power, like all of them. But beer is the one that makes him like Superman. So if he, to beat some of these villains, he has to get blackout drunk, and some bad things happen if he gets blackout drunk.
In my one-shots, I try to be able to tell a full, cohesive 24-page story, but also kind of show the reader that there's a lot, like we were talking about this earlier, there's a lot more story with these characters there, to be able to continue these stories with these characters if people want to see more from them.
Yeah, no doubt. So let me go back to Emily for a minute. Emily, I can't see your face because Doc Hogg's there, but all right, there you are. So Emily, what's it like working with people from Scout, Aftershock, Mad Cave, basically the things that your dad buys? His dad buys all the indie stuff. And being in the book and being on that level with all those guys, with your age, with us making fun of you, with Brian Silverback swearing up a storm every time we're in a chat. Like, what's that like?
It's interesting to say the least. Like, it's weird to think that technically y'all are my coworkers.
Right.
Kind of weird, but it's cool considering that everybody has a lot more experience with me and you guys are very patient. Because peers, yeah. I don't know. It's weird to think that by the time I was being born, most of you guys were like married.
I'm not sure if that's offensive or not. Like marriage is the worst thing that we could possibly do.
But I'm saying like you guys.
I think what she's saying is that we're old.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I mean, most of us have been through a divorce before you're born, darling. we started it and ended it before you were out. So, is it hard when you look at other people's stories? Are you at the level where you look at other people's stories? Well, I would have done this differently, or I could have done this better, or oh my God, I'm not good enough because this guy's better. Or where are you at?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It definitely changes with time too. Like, there's a lot about the comic artwork that I look back and I cringe on, and it looks good to other people, but other people are not me. Because, like, I know I can do better now, but I don't want to change anything I don't have to, so I can, keep it as like a time capsule. Like, that's that's the best I could do at that point in time. But other people did a lot better.
Right. Well, we just had this discussion the other day. So, Kat, you haven't seen it, but one of the panels I felt she could have done better. Not better. She just from a different angle. So we went and did that, which is really cool. And she said when she did it, she's like, "There's a whole bunch of them I'd like to read." And I was like, "No, don't have time for that." Which I thought was interesting and fun. Who are you most excited? Whose art do you love the most in this anthology? Emily?
See, I haven't seen it yet because
Your father's mean.
he hasn't given it to
Because
me.
I'm terrible. Yeah, I haven't copied it over her computer yet.
But
I mean, you've seen Dirk's work. Of course, you've met Dirk too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's seen Dirk's work. Yeah, Dirk did that cover.
Yeah, I did that cover on it.
That was pretty wicked.
So, Kat, what was your favorite story, and why was it Dorothy that me and Emily did?
It's like, I hate when they do this to me.
No one's here. You're fine.
I only need to offend like 48 people. Okay, I can do this. No, I mean, I did really enjoy the Dorothy story. I thought it was a perfect way to kind of set the whole thing up.
Right.
Because I wasn't.
Sorry.
I wasn't really. Go ahead. You go.
I was like, that's a negative of me and Emily's story is like we have to set everything up. So it will never really be someone's favorite because it's really a lot of setup. It's a good setup, but.
No, I think it's a good story, though. I wasn't sure. I mean, I knew the theme, and that's all I knew when I was handed the file. And so I was like, I don't know how we're launching into this. I don't know, are these going to tie together? And I think setting up with Dorothy and what happens through that story, no spoilers, guys, sorry. It really did set up the book while telling a good story.
Right.
Which can be really hard to do. And now knowing who the artist was and everything, Yeah, on the hot seat, exactly.
She's been on my chats before.
And I feel like I should have the file open so I can flip real quick. But
Well,
I remember being impressed with the art opening up, so I think that's phenomenal. See, there's that word again. And I have kittens, guys. Sorry.
No, it's okay. My cat likes to open the door every once in a while because the door doesn't work properly, so we can just slam his head against it and it'll just creak open.
Well, this is Mina, and she feels if I'm sitting in front of my laptop, she's my like junior assistant editor, and she has to be involved.
She's very helpful. Tell her she's doing a good job for me.
Good job, Mina.
So, Isaac wanted to say hi, everybody. He just.
Hi. Hey, Isaac.
Hey, Isaac.
I like your hair.
Hey, Isaac.
Let me fix it.
Is Isaac my buddy that drew my fan art?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Isaac is your buddy that drew your fan art. Yes, he is. Drew the cover of her book, remember?
That was awesome.
Yep, that's one of my munchkins.
Now, because I don't know, Emily, is this your dating age? Is this the same age as you're dating? I don't know his age.
I think that might be illegal.
Oh, that's illegal. Okay, fair enough. I don't know.
Hey guys, on that note, I've got to go.
It was good seeing you, David.
I didn't mean to offend you. I was kidding. Like, I know they're not the same age, David. I'm so sorry.
But I gotta go. I got young ones I gotta tuck in tonight.
All right, David. Thanks for coming out, bro. Always appreciate you, man.
And thanks for the drawing.
Yes, the Wicked Witch. Thank you.
Always posting in the madness, brother. That's what it's there for.
Sounds good, man. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great night.
All right.
You too.
What's funny is he did it on a marker, so nobody gets to keep it. It's gone. It's erased.
It's gone.
We have to go back and screenshot it.
I can still do that. Yeah.
It'll now be a pinup of a pinup that's posted.
Yeah, well, this is the oldest grandson. That's Isaac, and he actually has a comic book character that he created that will be coming out in a book in 2021.
Very cool, Isaac.
I'm looking forward to it.
What book?
I forgot.
No, what? What's your favorite indie book, dude?
What?
What's your favorite indie comic book?
What's the indie?
You know what it is. Not Marvel and not DC. What? Don't spill the Pepsi, Grandpa. What's your favorite? Here, hold on. Don't look. What's your favorite comic book? You've even done drawings of this, Junior. What's your favorite comic book?
Mojo, right?
Oh.
He created a character that will be in book 2.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, they will. Now that was his. He left a ticket to the Mojo movie on my desk one day. He drew a little movie ticket to the Mojo Risen movie and left it on my desk. And I was like, oh man. He's like, it's gonna be a movie, Grandpa.
You never know.
So for Raj, for Greg, that's
Well, Roger, Greg, you try Voodoo Nations. It's very similar. Also has voodoo. I highly recommend
that one, huh? Yeah. See, we have that one. He knows.
It's just waiting for the mojo.
Yeah, we're waiting to put the two together in a frame. We have a frame ready for it and everything. And we're just waiting to put the two together. Connecting covers are cool, people.
They are. We're actually talking about maybe doing one for issue 2. We're not sure, but we're talking about it.
Cool.
If it lines up, we're talking about doing that. So,
okay, good night. I love you.
Good night.
Hi, Isaac.
Bye.
I love that kid. Yeah. they're all. He's probably going to be the one you guys are talking to in 10, 15 years. I'm just letting you know. He's very into what we're
He's
doing.
gonna take my place.
You know, he's going to take my place. and maybe other people's place. I mean, he's creating comic book characters now already. You know, where
he did a phenomenal. What is it with that word tonight?
You like it?
I do. It's like my word tonight.
I'm gonna have to check the proofs though. If everything is like changes for the phenomenal.
Changes for the phenomenal. There are no semicolons in comics, which is phenomenal.
Phenomena. Do, 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 do.
And when talking about himself, you got the word right. But yeah, he's like, you know, he didn't just like create the character. He made up the powers and everything, and he did a little drawing. And then I showed the drawing to Manny Soto, the artist, the interior artist for Mojo Risen, and showed it to Raj, and they just, you know, they both, oh, we're doing something with that, you know. So I've already seen what the art looks like and everything. He doesn't know, but you know, I already know what the art looks like for his character and everything.
That's awesome. I say he did a great job when he drew the cover from my book. I was really impressed, and the fact that he did it from memory.
Look, we got one. We got one.
Kyron.
There you go.
Well, we have some already. We just have more.
And Kyron's bamboo.
Yeah. Tad better than it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Kyron has returned to Facebook via StreamYard, but not actually on Facebook.
No, not returning to Facebook anytime soon.
Oh, you're so missed.
Actually, you're on YouTube, and you've been shared. The feed has been shared out to Facebook everywhere, but this feed is actually on YouTube. So,
oh, you're safe then. You're safe.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. If it's on YouTube and Facebook, that's fine. I'm not returning anytime soon.
It's dangerous. Everyone's leaving though for Parlor, so it's fine. It's safe.
Yeah, it's so
The
much
madness is
nicer
awesome.
now.
The madness is awesome. We don't care about any of that. That's why we have the madness, yo.
He's back.
You're back.
So Kyron, where'd he go?
Wait, no.
Yeah.
You guys said
Yeah,
Facebook and he disappeared.
Sorry. Technical difficulty.
The worst part is I clicked away for a minute, so I was like, what happened? What?
Wait, where'd he go?
I'm out.
You didn't tell me.
You mentioned Facebook. I was like, nope, I'm out.
So Kyron, what do you want to tell us about? Kids, this is a kid showcase today.
All right.
What's your oldest kid, Kyron?
I want to sit at the table.
Say that, Emily, again.
Do I get to sit at the kid table? Because I want to sit at the kid table. They have coloring books that come with their food.
Can she sit at the table with you?
I think
Say
we can make that
whatever you
happen.
want.
Can she sit at the table with you? Say yes. Just say yes, dummy. He's like, huh? What? What table?
What are you guys doing?
Where's this table?
I'm saying, like in the grand scheme of things, am I allowed at the kids' table?
Oh my god.
I don't think.
I think no, 14. I think it's time to sit at the big kid table because you're going to high school. You know.
But I can't drink alcohol, so what's the point?
That's not the only thing we do at the adult table. Just for the record.
We haven't even started doing that yet. It's only 8 p.m.
And Emily, you sit next to me at a bar almost monthly, so don't pretend.
Don't pretend, he said.
So, Kyron, tell
Yes,
us
sir.
about Cthulhu Invades Oz and how Scarecrow is the single best ninja in existence.
Wow, the single best ninja. You know what's different about our take on the Scarecrow is that, like you mentioned, he's very ninja in the way that he is very thoughtful in what he does. Everything is planned out meticulously, And then he has a lot more physicality than you expect from a Scarecrow. And that's why I thought it was really cool when Chuck sent me his script. I was like, this is not what I envisioned the Scarecrow to be. He was a little bit more devious, a little bit more conniving, backstabbing in a way. And I was like, this is completely unusual for me to see a Scarecrow depicted like this. So I was really excited when I got the script from Chuck.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. So let me tell you a little behind the scenes story.
Hold on.
Somebody's dying.
Dogs were fighting, and one of them was biting the other one's collar, and they got their tooth stuck in the collar.
Oh.
And then the other one started dragging the one that was stuck across the ground.
We've had that happen here. One got hooked up in the other ones. We got the electric collars so they can go outside and they can only get so far away from the house.
No,
because we don't
have that.
We have huskies and we don't have a fence.
Oh yeah, you have to have something.
So we have to do the perimeter thing, But I mean, they're used to it now. They know they can go so far, and they don't go any farther.
One time Zeus tried to get to Wendy's house.
Yeah, one time Zeus tried to go to Wendy's house. It didn't work.
Not Wendy's, the drive-through. He didn't try to get an order real quick. And
no fries.
No,
you should get Wendy's fries anyways. So I mean, they're pretty horrible.
Nothing there but an electric shock saying, "Go home, Junior."
Hey, I have a quick question. Do any of the anthologies use the ruby slippers at all?
We cannot actually because it's public. We can only use public domain. So they have to be silver slippers in it, which is what's in the book.
And yeah, I was gonna say it's included for 2 panels in mine.
Right. Yeah. So that's the only time that they're used, and they're silver slippers. They're not ruby. They can't be ruby. We can only use stuff that's canon in the book. The ruby slippers were for MGM.
I see.
Cool.
Good question, though.
Yeah, excellent question. That's why I got Doc around.
Doc just was sitting there. He's like, "But what about the slippers?" The whole time. He just
Okay, so Glenda the Good Witch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we've got everybody in the first movie. So we've got Glinda, we've got the Munchkins, we've got Scarecrow, Lion, Tin Man, Dorothy, a Wicked Witch. We've got the Flying Monkeys. We've got from Return to Oz. We got TikTok. We've got I can't even think of some of those characters' names. TikTok, Jack the Skeleton Head. We've got the Moose lawn chair thing. I can't think of what his name is right now. We got Cthulhu. We've got pretty much everybody in Wizard of Oz and Return to Oz except for the Gnome King. I actively wouldn't allow the Gnome King used. And yes, Kat, yes, I'm fully aware that they are ruby in the press thing. That is being fixed. That's on the list.
Okay.
That and the blonde hair at the end, which is supposed to be brown.
So you did just open up the question to why the hate for the Gnome King.
It's not a hate. I wanted to leave some potential for the sequel.
Okay.
So one of the things that we did really cool is these are Days of the Invasion. So when we pick up on Chiron's story, Scarecrow is in a very dark spot. Some fans of Scarecrow may be very unhappy with us. If you've read the books or watched the movie and you see the Scarecrow in this state, I want to give opportunity for other stories to happen to kind of maybe show how he got into that state or show a little different version. Same thing with Tin Man. These characters are all taking place. I wrote kind of talks about that. Look at all these children.
It's good night, Grandpa time. So they all come down to give love, Huh. That's how we do it? Yep.
Travis, I actually have to get going. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I have to get going, though. I just want to stop by and say hi to everybody.
Hey, it's
we miss you.
Do you have time for one story?
Sure.
Sure. I want to tell you the story of your involvement in the book because it's really, really interesting. So I was talking to Chuck about the creation of this book, and I was like, here was my big gets. So I gave him a list of people who were the bigger names in the book. Richard Rivera, and there's a few, and John Crawford was one of them, and a few others. These are my big gets. I need to get these guys. David Byrne was one because I knew he was going big into Scout. And I was like, so I got to reserve the main characters for them because they're the big guys. So I got to make sure that they get it. Russell Wilson's. So I want to get it. And I gave him my short list, and you were on that list. And Chuck went to me and said, "Yo, I can get Kyron if you're willing to give me one of the big four."
Oh, wow. I'm honored now.
Little bargaining chip.
That's how it went down. He may tell the story differently. He's like, but if you can give me one of the big four, I got a great story for Scarecrow. I can get Kyron.
Nice.
There you go.
He did great on the script, and I'm hoping my artwork matched his script.
Oh, I think it did. I think the colors are fantastic. I think everything worked on that. Alan Ellsworth, killed it. That was the next dimension. His color went from. I saw his cover and I was like, that's why I hired him for the Mojo cover, the crossover, because it's just how amazing it is.
And I have that book.
I got to get going. My kids are telling me it's time to eat dinner, so it's nice seeing everybody.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
They're just the messengers.
Thanks for coming out, Kyron. Seriously. Especially if you don't Facebook and stuff, we totally appreciate that.
Yeah, he's well missed.
And now, Travis, do me one favor though. Since he doesn't Facebook, make sure that we see in the madness stuff he's doing. So that
he does Twitter. I promise you, when he has a Kickstarter, he'll come crawling back.
He'll be back.
But you know what I'm saying? It's make sure that because there are some people like Sim, like Simon that don't really do Facebook that much, and I still try to encourage them to let me know so that I can get it out there in the group, because the group isn't really your normal news feed. You know that,
right?
We butt heads on our news feeds all the time, but in the group, it's all love, baby.
It's all about creating art, man. Creating comics is a wonderful thing. It's a community-based thing, and that's what this book, I'm most proud of is. This book, I handpicked everybody. It's not like a normal anthology. No one submitted. I handpicked everyone, including Kat. Kat was live one night, and I harassed her for literally 45 minutes, telling her I had to ask her a question before I asked her.
It's true. Fun. He would lead in like he was going to ask me, then veer off in another direction.
Yeah,
for about 45 minutes.
That night. So every comment was way more important than what Kat had to talk about.
You guys knock me out, man. I have so much fun when I get people together from the comic world. It's just great.
Yeah, this book, and really what's awesome is even the people who said no, I asked Bob Sally from Source Point, I asked, can't even think of his name right now. Kevin does Tart. Can't think of his last name right now. I don't know why. But Kevin Joseph. The guys who said no to me were not, hey, I don't want to work with you. They're like, I love the Cthulhu fan base is very intimidating for me. I don't want to touch that. And that's it. Cthulhu fan base is very, very, very hard. In fact, we have a guy who goes to the book after everybody's done and makes sure Cthulhu's right. I have a pretty good gauge on Cthulhu because I've read all the books and done the stuff, but I have a guy who literally works on the RPG who's going to go through it one time and make sure it's right. I also have someone for Wizard of Oz who knows all the public domain stuff and is going to give a one-over once it's done. And they're just giving a quick read and just making sure everything's right, or if you don't have to change dialogue. And I was extra careful too. Even the lion doesn't really fully stand up until this book. Because in the book, he doesn't stand up very often. He does stand up sometimes, but it's not all the time. So his hind legs, you can see, are designed to not show that he doesn't stand up all the time, like in the movie where he's big warrior, or a lot of the comic books, right? They make him like a Thundercat, and he's not a Thundercat.
He's a cowardly lion.
So he's a cowardly lion. So Phil, how is the herding cats going? Is it doing better than Cats Herding Cats?
Yeah, it's going along okay, man.
He's over here playing Avatar Switch again.
Avatar Switch.
He's out here.
What is your avatar right now, Phil?
It's from a book I'm working on over at Silverline. We'll be talking a little bit about it more, I think, at the 9 o'clock hour, because Roland's
Things are happening, Travis.
Nice. I didn't know you worked over there at Silverline.
Oh, things are happening for people. It's wonderful. The people are,
I'm always working behind the scenes. I got projects going, man. You know.
You never talk about your projects. You're always just kind of hanging out. You're just like you're the cooler pops. You know, you make sure that pops.
Oh, you know, you get me in the right conversation, and you can't shut me up half the time, man.
You wouldn't believe the conversations Phil and I have had on the phone. Yeah, I mean, hours-long conversations that cover everything.
And a lot of no, wait.
I'm gonna let you finish, but.
Well, there's a lot of, hey, wait a minute, I get to that. I let you finish.
Now hear me out.
I've had those Facebook conversations with Pop. I can't imagine having them in real life.
Well, listen, it's better that way, because when you're talking to somebody like this, you actually get the inflection. You can tell when they're being sarcastic and when they're not. When you're typing at somebody, they don't get it when you're being sarcastic. You know, they just don't get it. You have to go back and explain it.
In the creation process, I find it's a pain in the butt doing text too. If it's specifics on a book or a project, I'm like, we need to talk. No, not texty. Words out your mouth.
Yeah, because I mean, like with anything, you want to know how they sound about what they're saying, not just what they're saying, whether they're passionate about it, whether they're, I mean, come on, man. It's like I tell people when it comes to promoting, if you're not excited about what you're doing, it makes me real hard to come out here and be excited about what you're doing.
So Will had a question. Can you bring that up, Pops?
Oh, yes.
I have a question. So what can you not do if you want to write a take on The Wizard of Oz? So it's certain things that are the movie thing. So for instance, the witch isn't green. That's in the movie. That was to take advantage of Technicolor. So the Wicked Witch wasn't green. The ruby slippers isn't there. What are some of the other ones? Trying to think of the other ones. A lion. He tends to walk on his hind legs, not necessarily on his front. Certain not all of the roads lead to Oz are to the Emerald City. Only the ones that lead to the Emerald City are yellow. So if you're going to a different place, they're red or some of the other stuff. So those are really important. So it's a lot of little things, but those little things can be big things.
Can you use the yellow brick road?
I can use the yellow brick road, but the yellow brick road only goes to Emerald City. So if I'm going somewhere so there's different kingdoms. The book is broken up into several kingdoms. It's like a D&D map, if you know Dungeons and Dragons, right? This is Dragon's Keep. This is Shadowhelm. This is Orgrimmar, which is World of Warcraft. But they all have their own sections. So the Rose Kingdom is over here to the west. So it has a red road that leads to it, and what that looks like and how those are connected. So those things, you just got to be careful on how you do them. But I mean, we did things that were different in the book too. We have a black Wizard of Oz. Our Wizard of Oz is black. The writer is Greg Alices. A lot of you guys know him. He does great work on Kickstarter. He writes powerful black characters. That's kind of his thing. So we changed the character with the Wizard of Oz to black, which I felt was fine with just the Wizard of Oz character. He was always hiding and doing stuff. That could absolutely be a thing. So we made some minor changes to things. When you get to the Wicked Witch, her design is really cool. Kat can back me up on that. She looks very, very different than what you expect.
One question.
Yeah.
is the wizard still a diminutive little guy hiding behind the wall?
No. He is he's like a Game of Thrones character in this.
I didn't think you'd be able to pull that off with a black personality. You can't pull right behind the wall. No.
He kind of looks like Mr. Glass from Unbreakable.
Cool.
So he's really cool. So our wizard is a little different. But yeah, we've got a lot of really cool stuff. We use some of the lesser known characters like Ozma. Ozma is used a lot. Ozma is like the Queen of Oz. We use her in a few stories. So when you were writing this, any of the writers' teams, they had a few rules, and the rules was, one, you could only use your character. You can't use other people's characters unless you ask them. So there's a couple people use other people's characters, and most of the time when they use them, it's flashbacks. It's not in the actual scene.
Right.
Number two is the beginning. Dorothy betrays. So this is kind of a spoiler, but we'll share it.
And I worked so hard not to.
Right, Emily. What does Dorothy do? Why is she a meanie? What does Dorothy do in your story?
So basically, she's just living her best life after she discovered Oz, and she's kind of doing her daily thing around her hometown when a bunch of Lovecraftian creatures, come to visit her. And she responds, of course, how Dorothy would, by, welcoming them in open arms, and they slowly get, more and more dangerous. She starts to realize that she can't just, welcome people.
Yeah, so she handles basically what the story is. The Lovecraft characters reach out to Dorothy, and she treats them like characters from The Wizard of Oz, which does not work out in her favor because, they're not characters from Wizard of Oz. They're a little bit more evil, and she ends up accidentally selling out Oz. Well, not accidentally. She does it on purpose, but for good reasons. The wizard inside the character. I'm not going to be able to unsee that if we end up doing this. Damn.
I think Will might be wanting to write one to your next one, buddy.
Right. Well, we did have a contest. If the first week, if we got 50%, which we did, we would announce the sequel. So the sequel is Cthulhu Invades Wonderland. We obviously got to get this done first. But yeah, that's like you're ruining everything.
Just tell him everything. No, the funny thing was,
what's the point?
No, it was one of those. I had a moment of, instead of Cthulhu Invades Wonderland, I thought Oz Invades Wonderland. I was like, no, that's not right.
Right.
That's not right. But it could be down the road. You don't know.
Right. It could be a sequel.
You don't know.
Nothing goes wrong. It's just them talking about how weird the world is.
Oh no, you still got the red queen.
Do you have singing flowers in yours too?
You got the red queen getting her hands on the cowardly lion.
Oh,
yeah.
This is epic.
Well, but here's some of the cool stuff about Cthulhu Invades Wonderland. It is going to be in continuity of this book, so it'll be a continuation. So things that happen here may affect that story, which will be kind of cool. Which I think is actually kind of a neat thing that we're going to do. Because one of the things that happens, we talked about it earlier, where they're snapshots. So we're going to see characters in a different realm. The same thing happens to Cthulhu. When Cthulhu invades Oz, Oz magic affects Cthulhu. And Cthulhu gets a little silly compared to what he normally is. Which is a lot of fun. Get spoilers, right?
But it wasn't me. I just want to point that out.
So yeah, we're gonna address some of those things, what that looks like, why that's important in that book. But we gotta find, people message me, hey, I got a script, I got an idea, I want to be part of it, and I just can't focus until this is funded. I can't. So we're still waiting. Nobody took me up on our offer to get a free sketch cover. You got 4 more minutes. Again, if you back a physical, Pops, quick, grab Travis.
Well, see, I haven't hit him up yet, but I think he's over there, and I think he can hear me right now. And no, son, I'm looking at my Christmas present.
What are you looking at, Pops? What's on the screen?
That right there, man. I'm looking right at your book right now.
So
that's what's on my screen. Okay, that right there is what's on my screen.
No, I know. I was making fun of you saying it out loud to your son.
Oh,
I am looking at.
I know he's right over there.
But you've got to say it loud and boastfully so he knows what's going on. I am looking at Cthulhu Invades Oz.
Cthulhu Invades Oz. The mystery box package. 4 different signed number ones for
$47.
Yep, I think that's what I want for Christmas. That's it. And hey, it works out for me, man, because on my birthday and Christmas, I always make sure I at least get one book that I probably wouldn't be able to get otherwise. You know? This time I'm getting 4, baby.
Well, and you know what's? All jokes aside, we don't have shipping in this, so it's $29 to get your trade. So if you back stuff on Kickstarter, you're paying $25 normally anyways.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So literally, for an extra $4, you get a trade paperback of 145 pages. Come on. The way it sounds like Sam Jackson, but Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart's
Will's funny. I like Will.
I'm liking Will. Yeah.
Did you see? I don't know if you saw the segment earlier when he was on, but he showed us all his stuff that's on Amazon, and he has a lot of pretty cool stuff, man. His pencil ninja sounds pretty cool. I'm down with that. A whole bunch of kids books. Cat, right up your alley. You would love this.
Nice.
You know, and they cover everything. Real world issues. You know. Superhero, all kinds of different stuff. It was awesome. I was amazed and ashamed that I had not heard of the man earlier and been more aware of what he had going on.
I'm gonna make a note. What is Will's last name so I can look up his stuff?
Holland. There you go, right here. Here we go. Will Holland.
All right.
And yeah, like I said, I was a little bit ashamed that I wasn't in the know about what he had going on.
It's tough to keep up with everybody, though.
Well, and Kat, what can you tell everyone about your book on Amazon since we have you on here? We're wrapping up. Ooh, so what is it?
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, see there? This is Tales from the Toy Store. It is 20 short stories, all geared towards elementary age children or even younger if you read to your kids at bedtime. It was written as bedtime stories. It is all, there's Pop's copy.
Ooh.
It's making its rounds. It is all based on toys that my children and I actually own, and takes place all in a toy store. So I actually, for anybody who's looking for a signed copy, I have one left.
Signed?
I have one signed copy left.
They're not signed.
And you can get it. And if you get it from Amazon, guys, it's not signed. I'm sorry. I don't have the time to sit in their warehouse and just sign books all day.
Oh, Doc, I appreciate you for backing this. I appreciate that, Doc.
Do I get the sketch cover?
You will, yes.
You Emily do. You made it.
Do you want Voodoo Nations or do you want Broke Down for Dead Bodies?
Hang on here. Let me take a look. Voodoo Nations.
I haven't read Broke Down, but I can recommend Voodoo Nations.
Yeah.
Travis is like.
Well, what do you like? Do you like crime or horror?
We'll go with Voodoo Nations. Sounds
okay.
Good.
All right, I'll get one to Emily, and we'll make sure you get that. We'll get you taken care of. Yeah, you will get that sketch cover with your package. I'll add a note to it right now.
And I would say for anybody with Cthulhu, if you're questioning whether or not to back it, guys, I backed it and I'm working on it. So I'm guaranteed at least one copy, and I've still backed it.
Well, actually, it's even better. I don't know if you know this, because I don't know if you got invited to the group. So let me tell you, one of the things that I did for our creators, and I'm only talking about this because I've got so much good press about it, and I think it's really important. You get not only your book that you ordered, you also get a creator's copy, which is a special cover just for the creators. Yeah, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that.
Will, can I do a signed book swap with you? Ooh.
Yeah, we can make that happen, Will. If you're on Facebook, I'll drop you a message.
There you go. Now look, I want to throw out this story right here real quickly. I had to order this through Amazon because I was trying to get it here in time for one of the grandkids' birthday, and it got here on that day. I couldn't take the time to try and get the signed copy because I was trying to meet a deadline. But and it was a deadline we didn't even know we were going to make. It like the mail and everything was just absolutely perfect for those 2 days, and it got here. And thank you, Kat. We love it.
But Pops, if we're bonus of Pops and I both being in Michigan, if we ever cross paths,
yes,
then I will definitely I will sign it for you.
I will make sure we go like the Grand Rapids Con or something, and we run each other. You bet.
And by that time, I'll have probably books 2 and 3 out. So I just finished writing book 2 and formatting it. So we're looking at a Kickstarter launch like February 1st-ish.
Nice on the Kickstarter. I'm excited about that.
I'm scared to death, but I got chastised a lot for not putting book 1 out on Kickstarter and going straight to Amazon. So I said, okay.
It's way easier to hold us accountable. If we didn't get it, you can be like, you can private messenger. I see the list now, buddy.
Yeah. Now I know. Now I know you didn't get it.
So most of my guys, Kat, if you don't know, like David Greschel, the guy who's doing the poem book right now, that's online. I've supported him a few times. He gets all of his books from Amazon. He does the Kickstarter. He just orders them from Amazon.
And that's my plan too, is to go ahead and just do it that way, because I know exactly what cost is. It's simple. I know the process there because I've already done it with book 1. So that's my plan. So, and I've wrote poor Eric Cockrell into it. So for those who don't know, Eric did the cover and all of the interior art for Tales from the Toy Store, and he's sticking with me. And we've been using the Essence House Kickstarter as kind of the guinea pig.
Right.
So,
and that's another one now. If you all don't know anything about Essence House,
right?
Chuck Pinot and Sean Barber.
Nope. Chuck.
Nope. I'm sorry. That's
Chuck and Eric Cockrell.
Chuck and Eric Cockrell.
Yeah.
You know, Chuck's everywhere. It's so hard to keep up.
All you guys, man, you got like, damn it, Travis, 50 people.
But no, Essence House is fantastic. The best part is that you can almost get a sneak peek by listening to the podcast, because we're taking the podcast and converting it into a novel. I get to be editor and play on that, so I'm excited. But yeah, that's on Kickstarter right now. Check that one out. Definitely check out Cthulhu. I got another one launching on Tuesday, I think. I'm sorry, like I said to Pops earlier, I'm starting to feel like Chuck. I'm everywhere.
On Tuesday?
Russell Allen's debut novel.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Xena, something like that. It starts with an X, and it's a really good book. That's what I'm going to tell you right now. Xenonite Titan.
Yeah, it's got Xeno and Titan in there somewhere.
But that's a fantastic sci-fi type
He's
book.
been working on that for a long time, and we, I'm really looking forward to the fact that it's happening.
Right.
Yeah. So I want to say hi to the new guy in the group here. This
in the corner.
Welcome, Max.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're an ugly looking Mary, Max.
Well, at least the character is much more beautiful than I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. She is beautiful. A little hottie.
There's
little strawberry blonde monster killer.
I just want to say, man, as always, you guys, You know, I mean, as long as Max don't mind, you can hang out and you guys can grill him too.
Oh, doesn't matter to me. You guys, anybody can stay on as long as they want.
You know,
I think I'm gonna unfortunately take off. I want to get those other 9 backers, so I've got to do a couple of things to get those backers. I'm gonna send some messages out, and I'm gonna be kicking doing the work, doing the hustle.
Keep the hustle, hustle.
In the madness, you know, you're always welcome to drop your links there. Drop your project there. You know it, Travis.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother.
I need to get going too.
Emily, it was wonderful to meet you.
You
I
too.
see how it is. And no one want to hang out with me.
I'll stay for a little bit.
Oh, don't worry. I'll hang out
Oh,
with you.
thanks, Kat. All right, bye, guys.
See you later, Travis.
For having me.
Emily, I
I
just
want to
want
hang out with the smut peddler.
took off. Emily, I'm still going to say it in case you're watching. It was nice meeting you, and you're always welcome to come out to CromCon. I'd love to see you out every month. That is excellent to have.
I wish I had her skill when I was 14.
Well, it's like just like talking to Nandor earlier. You know, it's like I love talking to people from the younger generation that are bringing stuff to the table. You know, you're never too young. Look at the grandson creating comic book characters. You're never too young to try, and maybe somebody's going to go, "Hey, that looks pretty cool. I'm going to do that." You know, or wants to be part of what you're doing, or wants you to be part of what they're doing. That's what it's all about, man. So much cool stuff going on.
I am actually real quick. I'm gonna pop out. I just realized that my youngest child has called me twice, and because my phone was on vibrate, I didn't realize it. So I should probably see what that's about. I figure it's probably not dire because he hasn't texted and he hasn't messaged me on Facebook yet.
Right.
But you know, I'll pretend to do the responsible parenting thing. And
Mom, I forgot my toothbrush.
yeah, he's 19, almost 20. If he forgot his toothbrush, he knows how to drive to the store and buy a new one.
Are you sure?
Depends on the day, to be honest.
John.
Depends on the day, but
Cat, William.
Oh,
K.
William. Oh,
Good.
fantastic! I will jot that down.
And Will, thanks again, man, for coming out today. It was great talking to you. We're going to be checking your stuff out. And make sure more people see it.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, I will drop you a message. Probably here in just a little bit. But it was good seeing you guys all.
Cat.
You guys all. Ooh, that was great word sentencing. Word sentencing.
Word sentencing.
Ooh.
It's done. Bedtime.
It might be Sunday night, and
you never have to edit the spoken word.
Thank goodness. That's why I tell people, don't always listen to the way I talk. I'm much better on paper. I promise. And don't look at how my Facebook post looks sometimes either, because if it's from my phone, I make no guarantees.
Oh, man. I won't even do. I hate doing it on the phone entirely.
Yeah, I try not to too much, but my phone has interesting word choices. Like, it doesn't like the word football. It changes it to diurnal. I'm still not sure what a diurnal is. But
this is not typing though.
It's definitely not.
God,
it's definitely not the same as football.
Come on, my words are out. It's said, done. This thing is like it takes me 15 minutes to get a sentence in. Yeah. Thumbs are not for typing, people. Thumbs are not for typing.
I use swipe, so I go like this a lot on my screen.
The thumbs are the opposable digit, though.
I can't do that. I don't know, the swipe thing. My brain just it doesn't compute it.
It's just, you have to actually remember how to spell the word first. It's hard. It's technology.
Make it harder than it is. My kid uses it all fast, and I'm like, I can't do that. Just let me type.
It'll get there.
I like when they had physical keyboards and the phone would actually slide open.
Yeah.
A physical keyboard. Those were great.
Just remember, Kat, I don't know if you heard earlier, but I've been telling people I might lean towards starting to do launch parties and countdowns for people's crowdfunders.
Okay.
Live. So,
Cool.
When you get ready to launch whatever, or you have one coming to an end and you want a little audience or maybe a little bump,
Yeah, for sure. I just like I said, the book is written, it's formatted. I have to do a proofread on it, and I'm waiting for the art. So I suspect it'll be ready way before February. But I just didn't want to launch during the holidays.
Right. I get
So we run into the Christmas, and then if you're my household, I've got 3 or 4 birthdays in January, and I just went no. I'm not trying to balance a Kickstarter with the rest of all that. So it looks like Travis might have come back. He says, "I came back for you, Pops."
He never left. He's just been sitting there.
He never actually left.
He was leaving. Pops was like, "Before you go, I want to," and then I clicked the leave button.
Oh, he was.
So I had to come back and listen to what Pops had to say. I'm going to let you finish, like Kanye.
As always, my friend. Before you leave, I want you to know that you're always welcome in CromCon. I appreciate that you come out. I appreciate that you take the time to bring other people out too. And man, I just love the fact like you did what you did with 50 creators. That the whole concept of bouncing people's fan bases off each other, you took it to like the 10th dimension, dude, and that's awesome.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, we've been working really hard on it. I think it's going to be a ground success. I'm really excited about getting it to where it needs to go. We're going to get it even more and more backing and finances, and it's great. And this Mary Machine Gun looks great. It's there's some very interesting scenes. I like that, Max. Interesting is the best I can say.
Everybody loves the shower scene.
That's why we save Max for the later in the evening part of the show. So,
that's probably smart.
Make sure your
probably
grandkids
smart.
are.
Bring the smart peddler out at the end of the evening.
Yeah, the grandkids have all gone to bed now. We can show Mary Machine Gun.
Yeah. And that note, I'm going to take off. I love Jesus.
In the
book. No, you guys are good. Good luck. Best of luck with you guys. Getting you'll find that audience. You just gotta. They're there, man.
Oh, I know they are. We already funded it over 1,000%, even though I mean, it was only 250, but still, it's over 1,000%. So
I would talk to. Do you know Michelle Dupree?
No, I do not. Let me write it down.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. Him and I have our differences, but if anybody knows how to sell this type of book, he's the guy. Actually, go ahead and just to show you how well he does. Pop, go ahead and put in LaFay.
Oh, LaFay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was talking to Corey, the guy who does Sister Mercy, about the book LaFay just the other day.
Yeah, he does. Marcel Dupree does LaFay. I've done a book for Marcel. He knows how to sell this book. He can tell you what groups you need to be part of to help you get it. Because that's what this is about. That's what makes the madness different is taking that minute, even though this is a pitching time, to go, here's where your audience is. Go find them, man. Like,
hey,
he knows where they are.
I'm perfectly happy with hearing any of that because we seem to have hit our social media reach wall.
Right. Yeah. No, he knows where they are. He knows where that fan base is. And he'll help you out. Just tell him Travis sent you, and he'll gladly help you.
Fantastic. I'll do that. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm out.
Peace.
Yep. Me too. Got to see what the kid needs.
Bye, Kat.
Bye, guys.
Have a good one.
Both of you, as always. And thanks for bringing out Emily. And, hey, it was awesome.
Doc is the brave one to stay.
Oh, Doc is here till 9. That's
He's the brave one to stay.
Doc is my co-host for right now and has all of the perfect questions that I forget to ask.
Well, good.
That's what he does.
The video is. I'm so lazy that the video is the same video from Indiegogo. It even says Indiegogo.
I'm curious, what inspired this idea?
The inspiration for Mary Machine Gun was originally Sister Mary Machine Gun. I was going to make her a nun completely. But after a while, we decided that would kind of maybe limit the stories we could tell with her. And we've set it up to where she can pretty much exist at any point in history. since 1066 on. So we have a lot of places we can take her. The way in the book, it's not even really explained in the first book. It'll be explained more in the second. But they go and they drink from this water source inside of a cave, and the root of the tree of life touches that water. So when they drink it, it slows down their aging to where they age 1 year every 100 years. So they have about like an 8,000 year lifespan. So they're always young and hot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, there's a logic to it all. There's a logic to the perviness.
Oh,
But
and what is
no,
that logic?
The logic is that people like it. I mean, they like seeing sexy women fighting monsters. I mean,
Well, that's true. I can't argue with that logic.
Exactly. No, actually, we weren't that lazy. I mean, we just threw it up here because when we first did our Indiegogo, we couldn't do international orders because we were speaking with a couple distributors in the EU and in Brazil, and we didn't want to screw up any of those chances for those things internationally, so we kept it all inside the United States. But at the end of that crowdfund, we wrapped up our meetings and our deals with those guys, and everything's good to go now. So they let us go ahead and sell it online. So we decided to go ahead and put up a Kickstarter for those who wanted to back it internationally, because there's a few people from Canada that wanted it and a couple of people from the UK. So we just set it at $250, and we're just blown away by how much people on Kickstarter have taken to the book. We've outperformed our Indiegogo by over $1,000.
Good for you.
Yeah.
And just
do you have any suggestions for creators in terms of getting their campaign funded? I mean, any tips or anything like that?
I've learned a lot. I mean, there's always the saying that if you want to make a movie, go make a movie.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to do a crowdfunding, I guess just go do a crowdfunding, because I did all the research I possibly could on crowdfunding. I did read up on all the different websites, all the different blog posts. I think I even paid for a couple people's little crowdfunding classes, just $20, $30 here and there, just to see what people had to say. And really it comes down to this: have a solid pre-launch, make sure that you get your stuff promoted early, and get your pre-launch up so you can get people's emails so they can be notified when the book goes live, or whatever you're selling goes live. When it goes live, have a Facebook and a Twitter and an Instagram advertising campaign pushing it the day it goes live. And then just standard ABP, always be promoting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if anyone says, see, even John says everyone should want it, but he's biased. I'll talk about John here in a little bit. Always be promoting. So anytime anyone, like if I bring it up, I drop that Kickstarter link in there somehow.
Is there something like Phil takes over here in about 10 minutes? Is there anything in particular you want me to highlight here while we're talking about?
Well, the new stuff, if you go down on here, that's the first 7 pages for free. And if you go down, that's the cover, but I keep going down. And we put the calendar stuff up. There's the calendar. That is the top image, the big one. That's the cover. Up a little higher. That's the cover for the calendar. And then we've got all the individual calendar date images that we've got there. So we've posted the calendar up finally. We never really did it before. We were just using the images and posted the images up.
Right.
And right there, that's the cardboard stand-up, which is behind me.
Hold up. Wait a minute, it's behind you. Where are you at? All right.
It's on the wall.
Does everybody see that back there? That's awesome.
If I didn't have a 4-year-old, I might grab that.
Actually, our top tier, we only had 3 of them for $200, and it was basically just everything. It's called the full Mary instead of the full Monty.
And you see, that's why all the Lady Death books are way up at the top row up there.
Yeah.
And
got-
the kids understand it's just a baiting shoot.
Now, the thing about this book that intrigues me the most is the plot.
Okay.
No, do tell us a little bit about the plot here.
Yeah. Okay, so Mary is in a group that is called the Templars. It's kind of like the Templar Knights after Friday the 13th of, I don't remember the year, 13 something, when the king decided that he was sick and tired of owning money, so he was going to call them heretics, and he had them all arrested and burned at the stake. After that, this group was created, and they found that pool that inside that cave that lets them slow down their aging process, and it makes them stronger and faster and smarter. You know, it basically gives them superpowers, but they don't have superpowers. It's sort of like Captain America, to where they're just peak physical specimens of the human form. And they use the Catholic Church as a cover. So, like when they need to move their agent somewhere because there's a vampire in Romania, then they use whatever, they send a monk or a nun to that area, and then they conduct their investigation, and then they move on and do their thing. And then once they're done, they go on to their next mission. So, because people don't pay much attention to the people inside of those nun outfits or the monks' robes. And nuns don't dress like that anymore anyways. I mean, they all just wear skirts and a button down in their headscarf, but you know, it doesn't look as cool. It's a comic book. It's got to look cool. But in the book itself, there is no nudity. I know there is nudity that comes along with some of the perks and some of the tiers that we do have, but there is no nudity in the book. We tried to keep it 16 plus. You
need to scroll down a little bit there, Pops. There's some very
if you wanna see the nudity.
Yeah, there. Nope.
Nope.
Lots of nope. Nope.
Yep. And then this is the newest one. That's the newest one.
That one's definitely nope.
And then that's with Sister Mercy. We did a crossover poster with them.
Now,
they've got one for us.
I actually love all these. Don't get me wrong. Okay, and the kids are asleep, so I can go back a little bit slower and let everybody get a look at these. Because it's it's art, man, and art is subjective. And some people love this. Some people might not love it so much, but I mean, they can look away for a minute. I'm not going to leave it up there all day.
No, I mean, sex sells, and this was just a way to have fun. It was a way to help people, to help fund the thing. We started out with just one picture, and then at every $250, we added another one, up to 5.
And look, Tarte, and I mean, Meadow Shade, and come on, beautiful women sell books, because most of the people who buy them are us guys who like beautiful women.
Beautiful women,
so,
yeah. Or are there other women who like beautiful women?
And I mean, I hate it when people get too down on it, because look, it's a genre of art. It's a genre of comics. And
it's bad girl comics, I mean,
I'm not a big fan of like Archie comics and stuff. I have a ton of them.
Yeah.
But I can't sit and read them like I did when I was a kid, when it was funny.
Oh no! When the jokes, the dad jokes were funny back then.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not a kid anymore, so yes, it's sometimes I do like things that are a little bit more relatable to my age group. But now, would it be nice if you make some of these beautiful heroines a little bit older? It'd be awesome. But
actually, there will be one that'll be a little bit older in the second book. So you'll be good to go there.
Yeah, I mean it's part of what we do, and the reason we buy books is to be entertained. You
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
there's
and
all different kinds of entertainment.
it is entertaining. I hope people are entertained by the story. I mean, I don't just make it like, your standard porno movie of, hi, I'm the cable man here to fix some stuff, or just throw together some silliness.
Right.
There's an actual story that I'm
Yeah.
telling here,
and this is and this is what I want people to understand. I'm not an art guy that much. I'm more of a story person. And I pick up this book, it won't be because of what the art's about. It'll be because Mary Machine Gun. Okay,
What?
that sounds kind of cool to me.
It
Chick
should
running
be
around
all of it, man.
people up with a machine gun.
Well, the art drags the art brings the people to it, and the story will keep them to have them come back and buy a second book.
Yeah.
I like the story. The story is what makes me buy book two.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The
No
story
matter
is what'll
how
bring you
much,
back.
no matter how pretty that art is, it's not going to be the thing that has me ringing you up the second time. It's going to be because I want to know what's going to happen next in the freaking story.
Yep. And this one, it's a lot of setup, so there's action, there's gore, there's definitely it's a good time
All
to
the
be
good
had by
stuff.
all. Yeah, exactly. There's
How you
action,
doing, Max?
gore.
I'm sorry I've been disappeared,
Oh.
man. I meant to stop in and say hey.
Oh, no problem. I'm glad to see you, Phil. It's been a minute. We'll be on here later though with you. I'm gonna stick around for a little bit, aren't I?
Cool,
Afterwards,
cool.
Pops.
Yeah, well, I mean, Phil's got some people lining up in the backstage. I think Doc and I are going to get out of his way for a little while.
And we'll do that if we're going to be on for a while.
You
I might as well put it out there. I've got the core people coming on, but if some of you guys that I know want to jump on and talk about the creation process and art and writing, if you want to, just let me know. I'll drop a link, and we'll pull people in and out of the backstage as it goes. We'll play it by ear after the first little intro into it and everything.
Sweet.
Okay, well,
that sounds good.
wanna-
Speaking of the art, John Apple, who's in the chat, I believe. I don't know if he left yet. He helped us. Yep, he helped me at the very, very, very beginning. He did all the concept art for Mary, and he did first few pages of it, and then eventually we just kind of, took those sketches and created something else off of it. And the art that you see now is by a guy named Fern Cord in Brazil. Beautiful artist. I mean, his lines are super clean. His ability as a colorist, he does it all. He does the lines, he does the color. He does every single thing possible.
My artist is from Brazil too. Interesting.
The Brazilian guys, they're good. And they've got comic colleges in Brazil because that's where he went. He's actually
that, and the exchange rate is great too.
Yes, that does help. It does help very, very much because I can get a lot more art out of Brazil than I can out of American.
Phil's got like 4 people in the backstage, so
okay.
I want to say thank you to Doc.
Absolutely.
Coming out and helping us out for the last few hours. Totally appreciate that, man.
You're welcome. You are welcome.
We will definitely work things out so that we always have something like this where we can bring people out to help out and spread it out amongst everybody. So anybody wants to be involved can be involved.
I had a good time, so thanks for having me.
Thanks for putting it on, Pops. Every month.
Oh yeah,
CRoM
absolutely.
CRoM 9.
So I'm gonna get out the way. Me and Doc are gonna get out the way. Max, I don't know if you're hanging out or not. Phil,
I'll stick
your people in, bro.
If it's okay.
Yeah.
Yes. While I'm waiting for people to filter in, heck yeah, man.
Oh, you got them all waiting already. I gotta get out.
Oh, all right, awesome. Awesome.
All right. Well, there's Javi.
Javi, there's Sean, there's Chris, there's Roland. All right.
Go team.
The gang's here. Awesome. I appreciate you guys coming out, man.
Absolutely.
What's going on? Thank you.
Sean's doing some of the creative process right now.
Oh yeah, Sean works and runs and owns Divided District Studios.
Yep.
Say hey, Sean.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear
There
me
he
well?
is. He was in the zone. Yeah, we can hear you, man.
I was expecting, hey, Sean.
Well, let's go around. Let's give everybody a chance. I'll let you all tell a little bit about yourself so everybody knows who you are and stuff, and we'll start into some discussions and stuff. Well, Max just
yeah.
wrapped up the last segment. Go ahead. I'm gonna just go around the circle there.
All right, I'm Max DeVille. I'm the writer for Mary Machine Gun, currently on Kickstarter. At the little, it's in the scrolly thing at the bottom. It's good time. It's a Bad Girl comic, so there's a lot of TNA. It's definitely 16 plus. I mean, I wouldn't put it as 18, but it's 16 plus with the gore, cursing, and stuff like that. So we like to bring it hard at
And you do a
Atrocity
lot
Press.
of writing.
Yes, a lot of writing.
And then we got Javi over here. Javi, how's it going, man?
Javi's
Tell
back.
everybody a little bit about what you do, man.
Right now, I'm currently working on Backyard Warriors, and I've got a little weekly skit that I'm starting with Bobby, pictures of, and I am a panel artist for Luke and Travis Gibb. Luke is Switch Hybrid. He's got another book he's coming out with, and Travis is with Voodoo Nation. And then we're just moving along. So I do pretty much everything, but I don't have a lot of time, so I hire out stuff. So like working on a pencil that I got from William Rise. I think he's in the Philippines, so I don't have anybody in Brazil or yet. But and then I'll be doing the ink and the coloring on top of that. And, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, burning the midnight oil. How late was that session last night, man?
I think my wife told me I went to bed about 12:30, and then I woke up around 6. So I got about 6 hours last night. But yeah, we were up last night all night. I'm actually working on the inking on that right now. So
Yeah, we're doing a little jam session. I was doing a little color work.
I was learning tricks of the trade from Phil. So I'm really glad for that little session.
Oh yeah, we were exchanging some cool ideas. You filled me in on a cool little couple tricks, man, that I dig. And Sean, tell them about yourself, man.
Hey, hi guys. My name is Sean MacArthur. I am the CEO of the VIII District Studios. This is an indie company from Staten Island, New York. I also draw the comic book Working On, which is right here. Chris Cole and Phil had their hands on it as well.
Who are those? I don't know those people.
As editor and letterer.
There you go. We got a close up. Show them the book, Sean.
Yeah, I don't know them
nice.
either. Oh yes. Oh, embiggen me.
There you go.
Here we go. So this is Phil's colors.
That's nice.
And here's Chris's letters. Yeah. And here's my art.
Yeah, a little PG.
Thank
a little
you.
PG.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, and right now I'm just sketching on my new sketchbook that I recently got. And I'm drawing Laura Croft.
So Laura
Just for
Croft
shits and
from
giggles.
the new games.
Nice.
Yeah.
Didn't get to that new Mando piece yet, huh?
Oh no, not yet.
Not yet. I know
have
you're.
to be inspired.
Yeah. Well, there's 3 episodes to
I
inspire
waited
you right
until-
now, man.
No, actually, I did do a Mando piece.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, I did do a Mando piece. I was like, duh, you did.
The crest.
Here we are.
Oh, that's amazing. That's
We got the.
incredible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it took me a couple hours to do.
Hey, you might have a
But-
career
but
in
yeah.
comics.
Yeah.
I know, right? Someone else
Yeah.
told me that.
All right, and now we'll get over to Mr.
and-
Man. Oh, I'm sorry, Sean. What were you saying?
No, I was gonna say something even more sarcastic, but I digress. I'll save it.
You'll save it. All right, yeah. Well,
Sarcasm with us? No.
no way. Yeah.
Not at all.
All right, now, Mr. Man,
All right.
We
Well,
got you up in CRoM. Let's hear about you, man. I
Sounds
know,
good.
but the people don't.
Yeah, I'm Roland Mann. I have been writing comics since the late 1980s. Went on in the early 90s to work as an editor for Malibu Comics, which is kind of where most folks know me from. I edited the Protectors, a bunch of the Genesis titles, Dinosaurs for Hire, X Mutants. And then when that line was canceled, I went on to edit in the Ultraverse, and I edited about half of that line. So I edited titles like Strangers, Nightman, Prototype, Sludge. Worked with Steve Englehart, Steve Gerber, Aaron Lopresti, a bunch of folks over there in the Ultraverse. Then Marvel fired everybody. Say again.
No, that wasn't me.
I guess I'm hearing an echo from somebody.
I heard something. Yeah.
Yeah. So then Marvel fired everybody. That's I know that piece right there. And well, that's what happened. Marvel fired everybody, and after I picked myself up off the ground, I started my own small press company, called it Silverline. We'd kind of called ourselves Silverline Studios back in the early 90s when we were packaging, and I proceeded to publish about 13 books. Of course, if anybody knows anything about comics, the late 90s was a terrible time to be publishing comics. I lost a lot of money, and my wife said, "Stop that." So I went back and got a degree and started teaching, which is what pays my bills today. I teach at the university. And I guess about 5 years ago, I decided to start making comics again because of all the advances in technology and with all the digital printing. And in fact, I just finished fulfilling my last Kickstarter. Can't remember if I'm 7 for 7 or 8 for 8. But either way, I'm 7 for 7. I'm going to say that because I can't remember if it was 8 or not. In Kickstarters, fulfilling them on time. This is the last two that just went out. We did 2 books. This was Cat and Mouse issue number 3, and then I had a new book called Trumps. It has nothing to do with American politics. Instead, it's all about, I have to say that, it's all about the card games.
Oh, yeah.
So it just happens to have an unfortunate, or fortunate, depending on which way you look at it, title. But these have done real well. This is completely fulfilled now. And so yeah, I'm excited about that, and anxious to hear kind of what folks are saying as they get the books.
You've had Cat and Mouse out. You've got quite a few going with that, don't you?
Yeah. Well, so this is actually the second volume of Cat and Mouse. The first volume ran in the 90s. We ran for about 2 years. We were on the top 10 black and white comics for about half of the run. Comic Shop News used to run, I don't know if they still do it or not, but they used to run a top black and white comics, and we were very fortunate to be on that list for about half of our run, and so yeah, then I went to do a whole bunch of other stuff, and every time I'd go to a convention, folks would say, "So when are you bringing back Cat and Mouse? When are you bringing back Cat and Mouse?" I'm like, "Yeah, but I did this book here, I did this book here," but that was the question that everyone asked: when are you bringing back Cat and Mouse? So I finally did, and this is the 3rd issue. I'm doing a series of miniseries, so we're working on the last issue in the Volume 2 arc, and we're already working on the first issue of the Volume 3 arc. We're actually further along on the first issue of the Volume 3 arc than we are on the last issue of Volume 2. And I may kickstart those together. I haven't really decided yet, but that seems like it's a good thing to do, is to finish the first volume and then start the next one in the same Kickstarter. So. And yeah, the pages you've got up there are from a series written by R.A. Jones called White Devil, with artwork from Jackson Rennick, who's done quite a bit of Silverline stuff for me over the years. And that was inked, I think, by Mike Keeney. So Mike hung up his brushes, I think, after the 2nd issue of this. And he was running a comic shop at the time. I think he said, "This is too much work for me. I'm just gonna read comics and run my comic shop." So Chuck Bordell, who has also done a lot of inking for me over the years, is finishing up the series. So
yeah, Mike does such cool. Seeing it up close and even at the pixel level, he has such nice ink work, such nice lines, so much definition. I'm really digging it.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I love Jackson's work. Jackson and I did Silver Storm miniseries together.
And I think didn't he even do a run of Deathstroke at one point. I think
he did some Deathstroke. He sure did. Yep, he did a little bit of work for Marvel and a little bit of work for DC. Not a lot, but he did some, and I think Deathstroke was what he did.
And the thing that made me really hyped is the writer, R.A. Jones.
Yep.
He co-wrote Bulletproof Monk, and
yes, he did.
That is cool. I really dig Bulletproof Monk.
Yep. R.A.'s well, of course, R.A. and I go back many years when I went out to Malibu to be an editor. He was the guy who was writing Protectors, and he was writing most of the spin-offs from him. I think he was writing Protectors, and he wasn't writing Gravestone. What else did he write? He wrote oh boy, I'm drawing a blank now. Man of War was written by Danko and Mason. Gravestone was written by he wrote The Ferret, which is one that everyone knows. Well, if you know the Protector stuff. So
let's see. Here's something. I'll even give you a peek, Roland. It's just a real quick one. There you go.
All right.
Oh yeah, moving on along, man.
Nice. Looking good.
Very nice.
Okay. All right, and let's
Looking
move
good,
on.
Yeah.
Chris has been patient. Chris,
I'm just hanging out now. This is some great artwork. I'm just enjoying the artwork. That's what I'm doing.
Chris is a good writer, buddy of mine. We've been in the trenches for a while.
We've actually worked on a number of projects together too. Like we've got Johnny Get Your Mech. Cool. So we got in the process our genre bending cyberpunk greaser epic.
Oh yeah.
We've got Halloween Safety that we're working on. I should maybe at some point possibly. We just recorded an audio drama based on a stage play I wrote. Phil, you know about this. It's called Book of the Dead. It's a tribute to 80s slasher movies. That was actually through the Kansas City Renaissance Festival.
Right, which you are you're the assistant director out there, right?
Assistant director of entertainment.
I'm from Kansas City too. I know a lot.
Oh, really? Cool.
I know a lot of the Renfest people.
Oh,
Chris,
yeah.
Max, Chris.
There we go. We might need to actually give our friends list too. Yeah.
There you go, man.
Yeah. I'll definitely check I'll send you a friend request.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. The Book of the Dead started as a Phantom's Feast because every year we do a Halloween dinner theater. Last year was Book of the Dead, our big tribute. It was I wrote mostly the dialogue. That was with Rob Sampson, and the audio drama that we produced, which should be up in the next couple days, has new narration by Mac Grimes. Before that, we did Nevermore Nights, which was a tribute to Poe, which was basically Mask of the Red Death, except in each of the rooms, it was like a different Poe story. So we basically just did League of Extraordinary Edgar Allan Poes. That's what that was.
Which one? Yeah, and that was the what? Did you mention that? Did I miss that while I was over here behind the scenes? Did you talk about Call of Cthulhu? Because I know we're talking about Cthulhu earlier with Travis and his thing going on.
Yeah, we that was that will likely be next year. We had to do some finagling because of COVID.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's it's not officially announced yet, but that's what we're looking at hopefully for next year. Also, I've done some lettering. Certain book Hobo Worlds Beyond. Maybe you've heard of it. Maybe you've heard of it 5 minutes ago.
Let's see,
that was actually my. That was new technology I learned. Yeah, I know, Sean. You should check it out. It's really cool. The art's amazing.
let me hop in here. I gotta go. Phil's got people in the waiting room, and I'm gonna go ahead and take off.
Oh man.
Okay, well, thanks for stopping through, Max, man. Good talking with you, buddy.
You too. Thank you for having me. I'll see you
Yeah,
guys
good
later.
meeting you, too.
I
See ya.
sent you a friend request, Chris, so just pick that up.
Definitely, yeah.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
All
Have
right.
a good evening.
All right. See ya.
Peace.
See you, Max,
Yeah.
man.
It's a small world after all.
And oh my gosh, who do we have? He snuck in. It is the one, the only Greg Kimmett.
Hey.
Whoa, hey.
How's it going, buddy? I'm glad you could make it.
Good, me too. How are you guys?
We're doing good.
Hey, what's up?
Good. How you doing, Phil?
I'm doing good, man.
Hello.
Is that Chris Cole sitting there?
That is
It
Chris
is,
Cole.
yes.
Wow.
This is
That's
what
my silent partner.
Sean
this is
right
what I
up
actually
above
sound
you there.
like too.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, you recognize that?
I recognize that guy. Well, pretty much the whole world does, but yeah.
But yeah, you want to tell them a little bit about what you do, Greg, man?
As little as possible and still get paid for it.
I respect
most
that.
I've got exposure
Yeah.
dollars.
I want to work for him.
Yeah, okay, sure, come on over. Yeah, no, I do pencils, I do some writing, I do some color, but not a lot. Most of the writing I leave to Chris Cole.
How's it going?
Amazing writer. How you doing, buddy?
Good, good. How are you doing?
Okay. Yeah, on the screen there is a page from one of his stories, Halloween Safety, that did pencils for. That one there, yeah, with Phil's amazing colors and inks on there. This looks great, by the way, Phil.
Well, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Love working on those lines, man. You gotta keep pumping them out.
We're an amazing team, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, do a lot of pencils, do a lot of writing. Phil's showing some work there on the screen. But yeah, for the most part, hey, we did a whole blitz of Halloween themed stuff over the last month.
It's become kind of an annual event now at this point. I
Yeah,
think.
it's been a few years now. Eh? We did that together.
And I think
Successful.
we've even been talking about maybe putting, since we've done so many of these one-off pieces like that, maybe putting together an art book here soon, since we've
that'd be cool.
accumulated so many.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good repertoire of work between the 2 and 3 of us. I think we can throw something together.
Oh yeah,
That's pretty cool. Got that creepy dude from Trick or Treat. I can't remember his name. What is it, Sam or something? Sam. Okay.
Then we got, let's see.
Good job on Sam. Sam I am.
Oh, there we go. I found
There
it.
we go. That's
Concept
Johnny Get Your
piece that
Back.
we did for Johnny Get Your Mech that
I have not seen that with colors on it.
huh?
I haven't seen the colors on this one fully like this.
Oh, you had? I thought you had.
No, the last time I saw it, I think it was just the car. You had the car.
Oh, it's just the car.
Yeah, that turned out really, really cool.
Well, yeah, actually, Chris, why don't you tell them about Johnny Get Your Mech, since you're like the word guy, the words and stuff.
The wordsmith.
Well, it's a big. Johnny Get Your Mech is just me having fun with genre. That's the best way to describe it. I basically thought, okay, what if you took a greaser movie with like your two, if like James Dean and Marlon Brando fought in a Gundam. That was my concept. And there's a lot of references.
I always put it as Psychobilly, Retro, The Warriors meets Blade Runner, and all the old Brando, the Brando and James Dean movies, and
all rolled into a taco. There you go.
Oh yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's some gene splicing in there just so I could have a literal Wolfman Jack.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But yeah, it's.
You got that pic there, Phil?
Let's see.
I like the skull on the car, by the way. It looks cool.
Yeah. A literal Wolfman Jack.
A literal Wolfman Jack.
Oh, you caught the skull, did you?
Yeah, I just noticed.
I figured if we're gonna do some rat rods, space rat rods, you got to have a skull on there, man.
Yeah, exactly. You got one in the background there too. That's cool.
Just throw some Ed Roth in there, Does it put Ed Roth at Gundam?
We just need a
so
rap
yeah.
sheet on there now.
Color is real Crazy Taxi vibes.
Excuse me?
Oh God, yeah, I can see that.
What's that? I missed that.
Crazy Taxi, dude.
Oh, Crazy Taxi, yeah. Oh man, that was a fun game. I remember playing hours of that game.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, Crazy Taxi was one of those games that I played, I liked, but after a while I just got frustrated because you could just like drive around just leisurely. Where this was years before like GTA 3 and like the big sandbox revolution. I was already ready to go. I was like, I just want to hang out over there.
Oh, not in Crazy Taxi. That's like
No,
trying to
yeah.
hang out in Twisted Metal.
Exactly. You can't really go for a leisurely stroll in Twisted Metal.
Oh no, no. Well, you could, but you know,
You could, yeah.
it won't last
Exactly.
long.
No.
So, man, I want to talk
You
a
get
little
blown
bit
away.
about
Yeah.
what inspires you guys in the fields that you're doing stuff on, man. Like, let's see, we got Javi up at the top, man.
I'm sorry,
Javi. Let's talk about. Tell us a little bit about what influences you. What inspires you? What gets you to kick out some of that awesome art that I see you do, man?
I'm actually working on the pinup right now. If you want to share my screen, I can do that for you and kind of go over it if you want. You want me to do that?
Yeah, you can share the screen if you'd like, and if as long as Pops is behind the curtain there, you'll switch it over to that. I don't have the control of the share screen, so.
All right.
Maybe not. He may be taking a nature break of some kind or something.
All right. Well, I mean, kind of like a backdrop of me myself. You know, COVID changed a lot of things for a lot of people in this country. So I used to do T-shirt printing and print media and stuff like that. And I did a lot of custom T-shirt design for people and worked for big companies like the Cardi or I won't get into those names, but I don't want to name drop. But there's a lot of big companies that we did a lot of designs for, and concerts and stuff like that. So I was already being creative. I haven't drawn in probably about 20 years.
Which I cannot believe because your stuff looks amazing, dude.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So I met up with a guy named Greg, and he was talking about a book that he was creating, and I talked to my wife, and I was like, I really want to do that. So I spent about $2,000. I bought inks and papers and pencils and a table and all this, and then I bought this Huon, and I was like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna create a book. I'm gonna create a comic. And it kind of just started from there. And then I got introduced to a lot of people like you, Phil, and a lot of other people. And the community just is so great. Like if I have any questions about whatever, or and I'm a rookie. I just started this. I'm probably not supposed to be in this panel because there's a lot of great people here in the industry and have a lot of experience over me. So I don't know if what I'm saying is valid anyway. But for me, I'm just what drives me is I want to create a comic book. I want to create something that's going to be held in somebody's hands 10 years from now. So I want a great story, great art, and I want that legacy. There you go. So I'm working on some inks for Backyard Warriors, and this is what drives me. Just creating something raw that just makes it yours. Because everybody's book and everybody's story and everybody's art's different. It's definitely to the eye of the beholder or whatever. But this is just this is what's going on. So this is a pinup that I commissioned William Rise for. He was going to do my interior stuff, but it just didn't work out on the flow that we wanted. So we moved over to doing pinups. He's actually working on 3 turnarounds for these characters, which is going to be Guna, Ben, and then K-Mat inside the book. And that's what drives me. It's just the community the art, the making of. So
Awesome, yeah. I can relate to a whole lot of that, man. As far as a rookie, if that's what you're doing as a rookie, holy crap!
yeah, I mean,
When you really get it rolling, watch out.
yeah, keep your eyes on me. I'm only going to get better. So, but I appreciate the props for sure. There are way greater artists out there than me. So I'm trying to get up. I'm trying to catch up.
Well, you're definitely doing that. I cannot deny that. Okay, Chris, why don't you tell us what inspires you?
Yes.
What influences you? What feeds your pop culture sensibilities?
I think a little bit of everything too, because I know we're talking about with Johnny. Some of the biggest influences were like Rebel Without a Cause, a lot of like Faster Pussycat Kill Kill, a lot of like 50s exploitation, off the cuff stuff. And then you take some of that, and then you bring in like some Gibson, your Neuromancers, or your Snow Crashes. Basically, I'm just kind of a sponge, and I just like movies. I like books. I like comics and
video games.
A lot. Video
Mr.
games
Dumb.
too. Yeah. Even though, yeah. But yeah, basically, I just like good stories. I just like to be entertained, and I like to I like to know what the best of any medium is. I like to see kind of like the best or the most creative of anything. And it doesn't matter if it's live theater, it doesn't matter if it's comics. And the thing too is when you take in, and the one thing I always like tell people too is the best thing you can do, or the best thing if you're getting into comics, if you're getting into writing, the best thing to watch is everything. The best thing to read is everything. Because the one thing you'll find too is how you would structure a video game can actually shape how you would structure the plot of your novel. And it's vice versa too. Like you could, if you look at a lot of, especially there's like that visual novel genre in like on Steam too, where basically it's just a book with some graphics and some light gameplay elements. The one thing that, and there's a reason too that a lot of comics, long-running comics especially, have worked well in television too. Like you've got The Walking Dead, you've got The Boys now, because that long-running, the episodic nature of the storytelling really lends itself to two different mediums that you can take. And looking at film as well, 20 years ago, no one would have thought Marvel Comics would work on screen as Marvel Comics. That no one would think you could have like 20 movies or however many Marvel movies, I've lost count.
Yeah.
But you couldn't just have like Captain America show up like he does in the Fantastic Four comics and like a Thor movie, and you couldn't do like the event comic Endgame movie. That the more media goes, sorry.
What? No, it was just something came in from the space waves. It was none of us.
It goes. Yeah. But the more you kind of look at different mediums and the more you kind of break them down, the more you can actually pull to enhance, like either you as a storyteller or whatever plot you're working on and whatever story you're working on. And that goes the opposite way too, because you have something like Watchmen, where Alan Moore wanted to do a comic that could only be a comic. So you have... oh crap! I forget what issue it was. It's the one where they try to kill Ozymandias, where the whole comic, half the comic mirrors the other half, that each layout is a mirror. The first page is a mirror of the last page. The second page is a mirror of the second to last page. You have elements that could only be read, that wouldn't work on cinema just because they'd be moving too fast. You have you even have like some text portions that were originally meant to fill out the back because they couldn't get sponsors for it. They couldn't get advertisers because they looked at Watchmen and saw Dr. Manhattan and murder and thought, okay, no one's going to produce this ever. This is going to be a bomb. This is just some exploitation. We don't want to actually be a part of this. Not realizing that now it's on HBO. Not realizing that it would win the Hugo Award and the Nebula Award. But, and if you know comics and you know Alan Moore, you know that he's not necessarily the biggest fan of his work being translated to film.
Nah, no way.
I mean,
I'm still scared to watch that HBO series.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I don't know for sure if it's cursed, but
the HBO series was pretty good.
No, we're saying Alan Moore had put out a thing. It's like, if you watch this has nothing to do with what I'm doing, and I don't agree with it. If you watch this, how he's a ceremonial wizard and stuff, and that's what we're talking about.
I think it's hilarious that him and Grant Morrison don't get along at all. Yeah, I've heard the HBO show is excellent.
Yeah, I just haven't got a chance. I've got
it's
such
like Prince and Michael
backlog of things to watch. Okay.
No. It's like Prince and Morris Day.
Morris Day.
Oh, wow. Exactly. Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, like a lot of and like part of it too is just finding stuff, taking in as much as I have, and then just spitting it out in like the big blender of my mind.
Yeah.
But
go ahead.
But like the other half. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
After you. No, after you.
No, after you.
Are you guys Canadian?
I'm sorry.
Half. I think I'm half in spirit, anyhow.
I
You
think
know
it might
that.
be
You know that, man.
Yeah. But yeah, I think but part of it too is taking ideas that have been around, or at least stuff you pick up just you see, like with Halloween Safety, every year you have a lot of parents coming out and saying, hey, make sure you have your reflective strips on your costume so you can see where you're going. Make sure you have lights. Don't eat candy that isn't pre-wrapped. Don't watch what your kids
I think
eat.
you amplified that to the extreme in that story.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
you got to worry about witches morphing into monsters, and parents have got to go out with all those like 80 action flicks type thing with laser guns and machine guns and swords.
You know what?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it too.
That's what you do well, though, Chris.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. You're writing. You just tie all those retro elements together, right, and bring them into the foreground.
And you can
like
picture
bring them into the present and just make it sinister, funny. Just everything rolled into one in your story. It's really great. It was a pleasure to pencil that one. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No,
that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah. please continue.
Yeah.
It's also as I
Sorry to interrupt.
as I read your scripts, I can visualize it very clearly what's going on. I can see it all in my head as I'm going through it. It's really
good. But he leaves room for the other creatives like myself or yourself to put their own spin on it, put their own stamp on it.
He does not micromanage, and that is great.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems to gel.
Well, the one thing too is like you both are super talented. Like you both have. I mean, Greg, you are amazing at the pencils. I mean, sometimes I'll like you've done like a couple of scripts where I've looked at and thought like that's what was in my head, but better.
That's what I do. I get in your head, man.
I mean, you know, psychic powers are a plus.
There you go.
And Phil, yeah, I mean, your colors are always amazing too.
Oh, thanks, dude.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the one thing too, that when you get like talented folks together, and when you get like if you're a writer, the best thing you can have is an incredible artist and an incredible colorist who can take your ideas, amplify them, and then keep amplifying them, and create something, and take your little words and turn it into something epic.
Yeah, translation. That's key. For sure.
What's that? Go ahead, Javi.
Translation, being able to take somebody's written word and then translate it into a visual apparition. That takes talent for sure.
Yeah. And when you all are on, like, the creative team is all on the same page.
Yeah.
And they can kind of like mind meld, like we're talking. It ends up being, being cool. You know, it's a chemistry, you know.
Yeah,
Just as I make reference a lot because I did it for so long, like a band. You got the right players, well, artists and writers, in the same spot at the same time. It just clicks at certain points, and it's even if you changed one element and changed out one of the players, it just doesn't quite hit like it would. So when you get that chemistry, it's you kind of want to try and keep on it as much as possible.
Yeah.
That's why I another reason why I like comics too, because that algorithm of combination could change. If you have 5 people and they create a book, that book will be that book. And if you have a different 5 people and they have the same script or whatever, that book will not be like the first book. And that's a beautiful thing, because once you do figure it out, and it makes you humble too, because you got to realize that it's not just you making the book; it's a culmination of a lot of people making the book. So that's what makes it great, and that's part of the game, and that's really interesting too. That's what drives me as well. It's like that. And I don't have any books to show for you, but I'm not a stupid guy, and I see what's going on and how people are doing stuff, and it's really interesting on what groups of people are making what kind of books, and it's why, because they either think alike or they get what the writer's saying, and then they can translate that into art, and then it just makes sense and it makes a great book. But if you don't have the pieces, no offense to some people out there, but it's going to be a shit book. This is what it is.
All it takes is one aspect out of the whole book. I mean, even down to lettering, people don't think about with lettering enough, man.
Yeah.
If you don't have that flow going, you don't have it coming across the pages and leading the eye, and have those bubbles in the right spots, so somebody's not talking out of turn in the book,
Yeah.
And I found that, go ahead.
I was gonna say too,
right?
Going back to like pulling from different mediums too. If you look at like live theater and staging and blocking, it's a lot of the same principles, because you have to figure out, okay, your eye naturally goes, at least in places where English is read and spoken, or when you have languages that are read from left to right, that's how your eye moves. And of course in like manga, that would be the opposite too, where you've got that natural flow that you have to go with. You have to that you can even pull a little bit if you play it just the right way too. But once you figure out how the eye actually moves, you can actually use that. You can work with that as well.
What I don't and I may be speaking out of context here, but if you study storytelling, like I'm Native American, so we have a different style of storytelling, but it doesn't matter in any culture. Storytelling has been told for 100,000 years or longer, and people haven't changed from the absorption of that. So if you can tell a story 100,000 years ago and tell it today, and you tell it the same way, people they're gonna be interested. They're gonna follow along. They're gonna follow the whole thing. And people break that down to like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, when you're doing like screenplay or movies and, the 8 segments and plot points and oh shit moments and all this timing and stuff like that.
Yeah,
If more people would actually put that structure into comics, you would have a lot more, immersive type of comic stories out there.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a background noise. I just heard it.
Yeah.
You can tell when people, like writers and stuff like that for comics, have that knowledge. You can see it in stories, and it does. It shows for sure. I think that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cases where a lot of people they don't study the craft, and they don't. I know you mentioned the 8 points too, the sequences, or like the 3-act structure, and I know there's even like a 4-act structure where it's
4, 6, 8. There's different models.
Yeah, there's different models because there's the introduction, development, twist, and resolution structure you could go with as well, and a lot of times too that a lot of people a lot of writers when they're going in, they kind of they don't necessarily realize that there's bones to a story, and they don't quite. And I know this is something like when I first started writing that I kind of had to figure out that the stories you like need to have something pushing them forward, and they need to have some momentum too, and momentum with them. And the stories that have been around for 1,000, you're absolutely right too, that if there's a story that was told 1,000 years ago that kept getting told, odds are there's a reason that story has survived that long, and there's a reason that that story still resonates to this day. So yeah, and go ahead.
You got attention span. You've got and humans they are what they are. And if you don't break those panels down, and again, this is my own kind of like gathering of what's going on with comics and how I interpret how to tell a good story in comics. If you don't break those panels down, and get that formula, and then on top of that, it becomes like art. If you get pencils, you've got pencils, and if you ink it, you're going to ink it differently than somebody else. You've got your own style to it. But the fundamental basis of what you're doing is there. So you've got the pencils, just like in storytelling. So if you've got the fundamentals of your formula laid out, and if you follow it, you can twist it, turn it. You can become like, whoever, Stephen King or Quentin Tarantino in your storytelling. But they still use, I don't care what they say, they still use a fundamental core fundamental blocks of building your stories. Once you get that, it's rinse and repeat, and you'll keep an audience. I think
yeah, absolutely. And
I think too, though, like as much as you want to be structured in your storytelling, you can overdo it, right? You can.
Oh yeah,
That really, keep it simple, stupid kind of thing works a lot too.
Yeah,
right? The hero's journey. Look at a story like John Wick, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He killed his dog, and that's it. He's just going after them because they killed his dog, but it works, right? If it's done right.
Right.
Well,
so
sometimes you can get too complicated and just put too much into it and subplots and Game of Thrones, for instance. Very simple, but you can get lost in it, right?
So I know Phil knows that one of my guilty pleasures is pro wrestling.
Oh God, yeah.
But
there's two. I don't know where Sean went though. Sean, where are you, man?
Sean, we're marking out.
They're talking wrestling. Sean, where are you?
We're going to talk about the business.
Oh, there he is.
But there's a quote in pro wrestling that there's as such thing as too many gimmicks.
Right.
That you want the Macho Man. You want, Duke the Dumpster, the fighting garbage man.
Yeah.
You want something that you can kind of sum up in like 3 or 4 words and get the main idea.
Yeah.
You want something that you can like grab onto that won't exhaust the person you're explaining it to.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with Greg. You can over convolute a story really quick if you don't know how to keep it simple stupid. That's definitely for sure. I think too.
The one best way to kind of fight that too. Yeah, the one best way. Go ahead.
You're just getting feedback, Chris. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was like, is everybody there? Just
It's coming out of your box, man.
Oh no. I've got my headphones on. This should be happening.
Zuckerberg.
Voices in your head, man.
Oh no! Shut up, Dad. The doctor said they'd make this go away.
It's echoing.
That's what happens with you writers, man, when you got to start writing in different mindsets of your characters.
Yeah, I know. But no, the one thing that really helps without like overcomplicating
voices
it
in your
is,
head.
yeah, exactly. The one thing that really helps though is to write the ending. Just be like, okay, here's where I want to get to. Just have like the one point and be like, okay, you may or may not have point A, but you at least kind of know here's what needs to happen. Here's what the climax is. Here's what like the whole point of the story is going to be. So once you have something to kind of focus on and be like, okay, that's what I'm building towards, you can build towards it and not get bogged down with too much other crap too. And
otherwise, you'll write yourself into a corner if you don't know where you're going.
Exactly. Yeah.
And hopefully your ending's worth getting to, you know.
Right.
Hopefully. Exactly. Yeah.
You don't want
You
to
gotta
get
write it 10 times. It's just not
Yeah.
enough.
Exactly. It's like
The middle's better than the end.
Well, the other thing is too is no matter what story you tell, it's already been told. It's just your version of telling it. So if you make it interesting, people are going to read it. But 9 times out of 10, that's like I heard somebody earlier tonight. They said that they watch a lot of movies and they get a lot of references and stuff like that. I am totally the opposite. I'm trying to stay away from influences and stuff like that when I'm writing this, and then just go based off of kind of like core stories that I heard from native culture, and then kind of intertwine it into something that's more unique. So I'm trying to approach this like telling the common New Age people or ancient type of Judicola or Dragon Canoe or some of those aspects of story that you would hear from natives, and kind of intertwine those into something that's like new and flair. But I don't want to have something that's influenced by Mandalorian or Star Wars or anything like that, because again, those aren't new stories either.
What about just as a mood setting? Like if you're working on sci-fi, you have a tendency to lean towards maybe watching some more sci-fi, or maybe listening to maybe music that gives that sci-fi feel, something that just gives.
I stand corrected because I went back and I watched all of the Aliens movies. Because I don't have aliens in my book, but I just wanted to see the atmosphere.
I did that last weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair though, aliens are the alien movies are awesome. So I mean, you can't really blame you there.
I don't know about Resurrection.
Yeah.
I'm on that one.
I guess the first 2 are pretty good at least.
Resurrection.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And actually, number 3 was pretty good. Prison Planet.
I was really impressed because the movie was made in I think it was 1979.
2 was my favorite.
Yeah.
And if you go back and look at the set settings and the visuals and stuff like that they did,
because there was more running it too.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I mean, the fact they got Geiger or Giger, I guess it would be. Geiger's the counter.
I mean, there was more running in 1.
Yeah.
The biomech.
The biomech too. I mean, that alien was different than, was unlike anything you'd seen up until that point in film.
Yeah, like Javi was saying, you try not to watch certain things so you're not influenced, but it's hard not to be influenced because we grew up with this stuff, right? It's
right. I think even if you're not
thinking about it, it's in your subconscious.
Right. It's not. I mean, I'm still pulling up have earworms go on at commercials from when I was growing up, and it's been years ago. You know?
I think every chat we've had in like the last month, you've been like, he likes it. Mikey likes it.
I think we've used the Mikey, he likes it line many times now.
Yeah.
Here, look what I did. Look at this thing I did. Oh, he likes
uses
it.
a lot of old commercial references.
Oh yeah. So what's your take? What influences you, Sean, and about when you're developing a story, man? Because you basically write that too as you're working.
Yeah. What influences me is movies, anime, video games, comic books, random stories, and also real life, like real life situations, and just like putting a twist on it. And I have a bunch of friends who I would sit around with and joke and be like, "Yo, when did this happen?" Or you know, you play that game with your friends and you're just chilling and shooting shit. But yeah,
you've done that in your books.
I knew
You've done that in
what
your
pulled me in. Oh, yes.
As far as people that you actually know turned into characters, and your surroundings in Staten and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. You just write what you know, and for what I mostly know is my own. Might as well talk about it and talk about like my fears. Put that into context. Put what my favorite foods, places to go, and actually like give myself away to people. So there's no question. Whoever's reading it, and they know, they're like, yeah, that sounds like Sean. Or whoever doesn't know me, they get to know me a little bit.
So how many people have caught the characters that you've done of them in the books? That they say, hey.
I would have to.
And have they been cool with it too? Like, have you gotten like, hey, that's awesome! Like, I'm a superhero now. How dare you?
Yeah.
Depends on how you wrote.
You know.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
As if you like them.
They're really cool with it. They're like, oh my god, this is me. And there are some people who I have to tell, like, yeah, this character is based on you. And he's like, what makes me so special is like, listen, if you get a pull from if you get a pull from me, like you're kind of channeling something that makes me want to draw you. I'm going to do like with Phil, like even Phil is in the book. But he's eventually going to be on there in the next couple of issues.
Dr. Destructo.
But he's the reason. No, pretty much his character is. I'm sorry, my crane is acting up. Is going up when I need it to stay down. So yeah. So Phil's character is pretty much the character that made the bodysuit for another character in there called VIII. So he is the creator of VIII. Which is the robot
or
guy in the page.
The letter 5 and then IVE.
Flip to.
I mean the number.
PHIVE.
Oh, PH. There you go.
No. PHIVE.
Okay, we're getting some weird background noise.
And VII's based off of my friend.
Sounds like somebody's got a 26K baud modem running.
Probably me, because my Wi-Fi has been really shoddy this whole weekend. I don't know about all that. All right, so maybe it is. Isn't me.
Yeah, you're chopping up there a little bit, Sean. It's hard.
Wait,
well, here, while that clears up, let me throw it over to Rollin. Rollin, Mr. Man, you've been quiet. You've seen many stories and written many stories. Let's talk about your influences and some writing stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm influenced by a lot of classic science fiction. I read a lot of sci-fi from the 30s, 40s, 50s. You'll find on my library, there's my bookshelves. I have a lot of anthologies from that era, so I like to read a lot of that kind of stuff. Don't read a lot of modern science fiction. I do some, but not a lot. Not there's not a lot that really attracts me. Of course, it's kind of the same way for comics. I like a lot of classic comics. I'm very much a Bronze Age comic reader. I like the Silver Age stuff too, but I think Bronze Age is more for me.
So you feel?
Yeah.
Do you feel that the sci-fi
what's
now is kind of not as deep, that it's a little too thin and shallow, and maybe more fantasy than sci-fi?
Yeah, there's a lot of that to it. I'm not a big fantasy guy. I don't have hatred for it. I just it's not me. I like I'd rather get in starships and explore other worlds and universes than to ride a unicorn and fight goblins. Like I said, I don't have a problem with it. Lord of the Rings, very good read. But I think Lord of the Rings, everything else has tried to be Lord of the Rings since then, from as far as fantasy goes. But I think there's a lot to be, it's still a lot to be told in science fiction that I enjoy. Yeah, as far as inspiration, I think I apologize, I don't remember who said it. Life. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world today. I think that we can draw inspiration as far as for stories. That a lot of stuff happening that we can draw inspiration from. For instance, the most recent cat and mouse story that I'm telling is about human trafficking, and it's a very real thing in our world today. I mean, if you're in the I live in Orlando, so it's one of the top. At one point in time, this is like 2 years ago, it was like the number 3 city in the U.S. for human trafficking. Like, what the heck? It's the House of Mouse, and it's the number 3 city in the U.S. for human trafficking. You think you hear about that in Orlando? Nope, you don't. You just don't hear about it. It's like we just don't care. So that kind of thing inspires me to tell stories. Obviously, my stories are fiction, but I'm inspired by that kind of thing to hopefully my part as an entertainer to shed some light on something that might cause people to say, that's interesting, this about this human trafficking. I wonder how true this stuff is, and then have them go seek out truths for themselves.
So that's the real reason why Disney makes so much money, huh?
I have a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
I said, so that's the real reason why Disney makes so much money, huh?
Why? Who makes so much money?
Disney.
Oh yeah.
Draw all the kids in and then sell them. Hey,
somebody found our stream. It's time to shut down, everybody.
That's the thing. They're all here.
I'm in Jacksonville, and I didn't even know that. And I've been here 45 years. So that's impressive.
He entertains the kids, and then they take them.
Huh?
What was that, Sean?
I think he lagged out.
He froze.
Yeah, but yeah, it's it's pretty scary. And of course, if you're a parent, mine are older now, but if you're a parent, it's even scarier to think, oh, you know what, we went to Disney and my kids were there, and you just never know.
I'm poking fun at this. This is a serious matter. But I was fixing to say I've got 7 kids. I could have just went to Disney.
Now, you said how long was this going?
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
But
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That is
No.
a serious issue. But that's crazy that Orlando is. You said the third largest.
My information is a couple of years old, so it may have changed since then. But yeah, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, it was the number 3 city in the United States as far as human trafficking goes. You know, and it might not surprise you that
too, probably anywhere with a sort of coast and dock.
when the Super Bowl is
imagine like a
Cape
place
Town,
where
then it's big in that city.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, now what were you saying, Chris? I heard you try and pop in there.
I was just gonna say too. Imagine like any place that's near water that has any sort of like shipping too. I mean, it's easy for it to go less noticed at least too.
So what Roland, what do you see in some of the stories that you like as an editor, and you get to see all those good comic goodness? What do you see that you like in the writing that you've been seeing from some of the newer writers, or things that they should watch out for, or any of that kind of thing?
You know, I heard a lot of good points, and again, I apologize for not remembering who said what. I heard a lot of good points earlier as far as story structure. I know one of the biggest mistakes that when I was an editor, one of the biggest mistakes that I saw writers do was not tell me a story. They told me they had an idea for a story, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Everybody has that, you know. If you're going to pitch me as a writer, if you're going to tell me I've got a story, you have to show me you have a story, which means you have to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Not just a beginning, not just this cool opening scene or this cool concept. That was probably the single biggest mistake that I saw with pitches, is that wouldn't it be cool if this happened? I'm like, okay, maybe, but what else? You know, we got to tell a finished story.
Just didn't know where it was. They didn't know where it was.
Yeah.
Greg figures it out as he's going where it's going, man.
I do.
Yeah.
It's not a good strategy.
And I think too, somebody
sometimes you get cool ideas too.
Oh yeah, but you got to go somewhere, like Roland said, right?
Yeah.
Most of them do, but some of them are turkeys that just don't fly.
Yeah. I think somebody said too, don't get too complicated. I agree with that. You some of the best stories are the simplest stories, and I think what happens is writers try to become too fancy. It's like, let me show you how smart I am, or let me show you how much like Alan Moore I am, and I'm going to tell you this brilliant story. And it just gets convoluted and mixed up, and you can't follow it, and you're just like, look, give me a hero who wants something, and then I got some conflict, and then there's a resolution.
It's like
pretty
outline, maybe
Right.
do an outline. Know where you're going to go with it, not just, hey, you can start it out good, but then if it slowly falters through the story, it's not, you're not telling a good story.
It's like it's got to go somewhere, Yeah.
And I think it's fine to start a story without knowing where you're going. Greg, I don't know how you write, but I think it's fine when you get this idea.
Pretty much sums it up.
Sometimes I think you have to do that. You've got to get it out. You've got to get it out of here and onto the paper.
Yeah.
But there comes a point, I think, where you say, okay, I've got a whole bunch of this stuff out. Now, before I finish it, I got to stop and decide, where am I going? Because so the problem with not knowing where you're going is when you finish and you get there, you're like, oh man, I could have put this in the first scene. That would have been a nice little foreshadowing element. You can't do that if you've already, if you're doing artwork for it. You can't do that easily, because then you got to go back and redraw stuff. But if you know where you're going, you can pepper those things in.
Sure.
And make it a better story without it being complicated.
Yeah, look.
You gotta have the strength and the courage to stop yourself and say, "Hey, this is a cool idea, but should I keep going with this? Because is it any better than a splash page, right?"
Yeah.
Like
Or even like, hey, I've got this really cool idea, but it doesn't fit anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
I just did a quick sketch just yesterday of this goblin in a boat going across
that one.
with his dog.
Yeah.
This is the coolest thing since sliced bread. But it's not going to go anywhere. Like, in my
Well,
head,
see,
I'm building a full
and
story
see,
around it, right?
I might say I might take the other approach. There is like I don't think you should say it's never going to go anywhere, because you got a file cabinet that you put it in, right? And then as you're
I've got a
working,
big file
wait a minute, I did this thing. Let me pull this out, and you pull it. This works perfect here, right?
Yeah.
So
No, I've got 1,000 pull-out pictures.
Oh, yeah.
That we're supposed to go somewhere, right?
That's
They're
right.
going to be the next Star Wars or the next Lord of the Rings. And they got about 5 pages, and then 10 years later, I said, "What's this garbage?" And I threw it out.
Or he sent me over a scan, and I'm like, okay, let's throw some colors on this. Just
for fun.
Yeah.
You know
Let's
what?
see what happens. Yeah.
They're good one-offs, but that's about it. But
You should always, I think every creator, no matter what you're doing, you should always be striving to get better. And so when you look back at your old work, you should naturally think, I could do better now.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you can't take an old concept and doctor it, right?
yeah,
It's not
breathe
like
life into it, right?
yeah, exactly. You just like, okay, well, I did this 5 years ago. It didn't go anywhere for me then,
Right.
but it could
I
work
recently
now
did that.
if I retool it.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's what I say. It's like, go through the story. Don't be afraid to do rewrites.
Right.
Did that what, Friday? I went to my aunt's house.
What's that, Sean?
Right. I went through my old stuff, and I found this old concept that I did a couple of years back. Drawing and writing that story again. And actually, I have one of the pages on me right now. Is where did I put it? Okay. I recently posted this. It's old drawing that I did, and I inked over it. Friday, yeah, a little bit of Friday and Saturday, and it's about 2 cats who are being forced to find jobs within 2 hours, or they get kicked out from their human parents' home. Very simple, very fun, and when I told my father, like years back, like that's, and over the past few years, it was like, what happened to this story? And now I'm feeling it. Hello? You hear me?
Oh, you're kind of chopping up there, Sean. It's
Yeah, we
kind of
saw
hard
you.
to pick out what.
Yeah.
I will say, I think Sean and I are cut from
All
the
right.
same cloth, because I think we have the same cat story.
Oh, the cat story. I'd still like to do that. What the
I know,
42
right?
days?
As
Day
soon as you said
42
that, I
in
thought, wow, that
captivity.
sounds just like the one I was doing.
Was that the one we talked about? The cat with the flashlight on his face. This is
Yeah.
day 42 of
Day
captivity.
42 of my captivity.
Yeah.
I think we all have those.
Nah.
Right? Kind of, hey, oh, the things that inspire us. Just walking through the grocery store, I mean, you can get inspired by, the
And now,
shape, light.
convinced that everybody has a cat story.
Yeah.
Everybody has cat.
I mean,
Well,
you
hey,
know,
cats make good stories, man.
Yeah.
People love cats.
cats are very dramatic animals.
They've got so many little quirks. There's so much to work with there.
I don't have one in front of me that I have drawings of, but I buy these in a 4-pack.
They really are.
I don't want to interrupt anybody. But anyway, I buy these in a 4-pack, and you can, they're just
Ooh.
pieces of paper. But for ideas like Greg was talking about, or Sean, or whatever, you can drop these ideas in a book.
Yeah.
And the beauty about your ideas in your day to day and stuff like that, you can exaggerate them or tone them down or whatever, fit them inside of whatever. It's still your idea. And then just kind of use those as guidelines. I think that's another tool as well as far as like writing. You don't have to be a great artist to draw a stick man and get the representation for your own self to take notes.
Yep.
And you can do daily. I've got birds out here. I put a feeder and water, and they get out here in the squirrel, and they're having these little interactions and stuff like that. And some of it's funny because one of the birds the other day like grabbed the squirrel's tail, and he was on the side of the tree, and he literally threw that squirrel off the tree. And then we have like 8 cats, so like the cats were just waiting. So it was like the whole thing. And I could have wrote 5 panels or 12 panels on that. It was just like one little 20-second, thing.
Yeah.
You should have seen the squirrel getting back up in the tree with all these cats, and then the birds were on the bird feeders looking down, laughing at them. And it's like it was crazy, and it was funny and hilarious. And it's just that moment that
I could picture
That's
that
cool.
looking over his shoulder, jumping back onto the tree.
Oh,
As the
yeah,
cats
they had the
are
ocean
coming
moment,
after him.
like, little bird freaking just tossed me like a little rag doll. And he was about, the bird was this big and the squirrel was this big. I mean, it was David and Goliath right there.
Yeah. That kind of stuff is gold. You can't write that stuff, man.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
It's
Who's
crazy.
handed it to you?
Yeah, exactly. You
I'd
just
be in
gotta
the
put it
hunt
down
for
now
that.
too. You just gotta-
Yeah, I picture now 4 people right now writing that story out. So y'all are welcome.
Yeah.
Give Javi credit for it when you do.
Yeah.
Inspired by Javi's story.
Based on a true story.
You hear that, Chris?
Right.
I heard it.
I want to see the work when it's done. Though. Just please.
Yeah.
Deal.
Well, hey, how about you, Greg? What we haven't hit you up with that yet. What inspires you and gets you going? I think we probably mentioned a little bit, but let's
Yeah. What doesn't? First of all, I noticed everybody's got their name up there, their full name. I go by Greg, which is like Cher or Madonna. It's a joke. You can laugh at it. Thanks. Appreciate that, boy.
My name is Chris Cole. You will refer to me as Chris Cole at all times.
You will say the whole name when you.
Okay.
Yes. You have to
what
say the
doesn't
whole
inspire-
thing.
Everything inspires me. These guys inspire me. Chris inspires me. Working on
The whole
Necronaut.
name.
Yeah, come on. Working on
The writer
Necronaut.
formerly known as Chris Cole.
Sorry, Chris Cole.
Chris
A writer named Chris Cole. It's like a Tribe
Chris
Called
Cole.
Quest.
No, but it's true. Other creatives inspire me. They don't have to be at the level of a Frazetta or a McFarlane.
That's
Although
right.
they
You got to
do
say the
inspire
whole
me,
thing.
Monin or Ramos, as far as comics are concerned. But yeah, these guys, my fellow creators, inspire me. I mean, working on Necronaut, Chris's story, spiraled me into one of my own, Europa Calling,
Europa Calling, yeah.
which isn't
Yeah,
anywhere
yeah.
close to the same type of story as Chris's Necronaut, but it's based in space, so that kind of pointed me there. So yeah,
It's a cool story too.
What's
Just
that?
from what I've seen of it. I just say it's a cool story too, just from what I've seen of it too. I mean,
Oh,
it's-
thanks. Thank you. And quite frankly, I do write, but I usually forego the writing and I draw first and work backwards. And kind of, because I draw very much like I'm watching a movie, because I grew up on movies, right? Movies and TV shows. So a lot of my panels, it's like you're watching a show or watching a movie.
Yeah.
The angles, I put a lot of thought into how those should be presented because I want to lead the reader in every step of the story, right?
Oh,
I want to take him where I want him to go. Like I don't want to put it up to interpretation. So I pretty much lead him where he's going. In doing that, you try to keep those panels dynamic. Pretty much everything I do is from a viewer's point of view. Even when I'm doing something like a Spidey page or Batman or whatever, you want the viewer, the reader, to be part of that picture and be present in that panel. He's almost like another person sitting at a table that they're sitting at, So I love to just put them right in the action as opposed to standing outside of it.
Right, yeah. Every time I go through your pages, your panels, it's like there's always motion going on. The camera angles are great and the dynamics. I mean, you got a lot of that Kirby thing going on when it comes to the dynamics, and I love that. The expressions on the faces, the foreshortening, all that, man.
Thanks, bud. But yeah, I love that energy and just getting that energy. And you see a plain piece of paper, a white piece of paper with nothing on it, it just screams out to you, right?
Yeah.
It's an invitation to say, hey, make me something amazing, right? And you get into that zone when you're doing it. It's just, there's nothing like it. It's like drugs, right? It's like a drug to you.
Yeah, and such a Zen experience too.
Oh, it is, absolutely. And if my wife didn't stop me after 4
Can't
hours,
get enough.
she'd been sitting there long enough. Let's go. Get stuff to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'd sit
4
there
hours.
16 hours a day. So.
My wife leaves me here for 12. I need to talk to her.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be bringing me a bowl of popcorn. I don't know where she is.
She says she likes this. You don't have to hire a babysitter no more.
But yeah, I mecan like I said, inspiration can come from everywhere, right? I mean, walking down the street, wherever you are, friends, family, pop culture, everywhere you look, you got to be open to what the possibilities are, right?
Yeah, because
I think in some cases. Okay.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, I think in some cases, like even just literally walking down the street can be inspirational.
Yeah.
I know I think it was Ray Bradbury when he was writing Fahrenheit 451. That started because I guess he got hassled by a cop on the street, and so he got mad. So I'm gonna write a story where I can walk wherever I want. So he's like, I'm gonna create a character called the Pedestrian. And he's just going to walk in this story. And the longer it went on, the more the story developed. He's like, okay, where's he walking? In the future. It's like, what does he do? He's a fireman.
Yeah.
Do they have fires in the future? Not really. And then one thing led to another, and you got this standard of, sci-fi.
Yeah. And you know what? Sometimes, for me, and maybe it's
books.
one of my
exactly.
is when, like I was saying before, you get too structured with your writing or your process. Kind of stops you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you gotta find that nice balance.
Yeah, because as you're writing, right, or you're drawing or whatever, it kind of takes on a life of its own. It becomes whatever it's going to become, really, in some ways. I'll sit down to start drawing something and have something very specific in mind, and I end up with something completely different.
Oh, yeah.
Like that goblin in the boat with his dog was totally not what I started out with. I was just drawing a boat in the side of a lake, right? That's what was my intention. I was going to paint it later, and it turned into that. So you never know where, as you're drawing, where the pencil is going to take you. It's just a weird process. It really is.
Oh, yeah, and I think it's best to let it flow that way, too. Well, organically, basically. You let it grow organically and then work out all the little kinks in between.
Yeah. Or when you're following a script, like Chris's scripts, he leaves you that latitude to kind of fill in the blanks with your own take on things, like I was saying before. It's because some writers are so, panel A, subsection 2, paragraph 5 is going to look like this. And it's like, holy shit, why don't you put the handcuffs on me and get someone else to
Or
do
how
it?
about when they try and get you to do like 3 different actions within one panel?
Yeah, that's always fun.
This is why I'm a huge fan of the models.
Yeah.
Well, then you have like the Alan Moore method too, where it's like a page per panel.
Yeah.
Here's my 100-page script for issue 1. I think it was like the Killing Joke literally starts with, okay, this is going to be a long one. Make yourself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, one of those panels you see. He's in the room. The table's over there. It has keys, a cup of water, and this. And then over there on the cabinet is this and that. And that's that color. And this is that. Yeah. And that. It's like, no, you're overloading. No. Yeah, exactly. Break it down simpler.
As a writer, for me, like when I send my stuff off, my panel art for my stuff, not other people's stuff, they ask me, they're like, okay, so is this what you want me to draw? I'm like, no, I want you to use this as a reference in order to get your creative juices flowing. Because when you're doing a process, you got, and I believe you have to have your reference, whether you're pulling it from your mind or you're pulling it from something that you see online or a place that you've been or whatever. You've got a reference to what you're trying to portray in that picture. So to make the art grow, I think, and not constrain it to just one person, then you give them that creative flow and allow them, hey, if you think he's got 5 toes or if he's got 6 toes or if you think that he needs to be sitting by a tree or whatever, and you want to put that element into it, then that's your creative attribution to the panel or the picture or the image. That's what I think, and that to me, I think your panels and your storytelling abilities and stuff like that is where it's really going to grow because it's not really constrained to just your idea. Because like this picture here, in my story, I didn't have we're calling them dronoids, but he drew these characters walking over a whole bunch of these droid looking things, and now the story has grown into, because we were looking for some way to introduce drones into the storyline. So now we have dronoids. They're not AI or anything like that, but now they're in the story, and we're doing a turnaround over it, and it's creating the more flavor to the story and getting more in depth. And it wasn't my idea; it was actually an artist's idea. So you gotta let them breathe too. I think that's my personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, give everybody room to spread out the creative talents as it gets to them. Because that's something people's got to remember. It's a collaborative effort.
Yeah, and everybody's bringing
We're
something
all
to the
trying to work
table.
together. Yeah, we're all trying to work together towards the same goal. And if somebody, give people room to come up with a really cool idea you might not have thought of, or a way to represent it. And you usually get some of your best products that way when you leave a writer or an artist unfettered a little bit to stretch their imagination.
At the end of the day, it's all supposed to be fun too. I mean, that's kind of why.
You know what?
At the end,
funny thing that you said that, Phil, because yeah, exactly.
For a second there, I thought Sean was gonna be like, "Fun? No, this is work."
Remember, like how in Home and Worlds Beyond the bus was green. It was supposed to be. No. I at the end of the day, work. I know what work is, and that's the place that I have to be at 7 o'clock in the morning. After that, fun is just doing this and being able to talk with a bunch of other creators doing the same thing, and that's what matters most to me in that sense. But yeah, so someone told me, you know what? I know the bus is supposed to be blue, but Phil colored it green, and I think throughout the whole duration, I was like, it should be blue. He's like, dude, it's fine.
Oh, we're only catching some of that, but I think you're making
transit bus.
Okay, there you go.
Finally came up to me and said, hey, that the green bus concept was pretty dope. I said, yeah. He's like, yeah. And this happened to me, last week? One of my coworkers finally got their book, and they took the time to sit down and read the book, and that's what happened. So, yeah, that's my story. Sticking to it.
Well, sometimes, you have a certain reason why you want something a certain color and stuff like that. And I think inside the story, if you kind of tell people that, then the artists and stuff like that will follow it. So it does lead into a lot of good direction and good storytelling and good script, so that the panel artist and inker and penciler and all that stuff have a good direction to follow too. So I mean, if it's if it's elements that need to be in there, then you're definitely going to say it.
I will try and discuss that with people, though, too, when it comes to color, because I'm all about color theory and how colors represent different things, different feelings, different atmospheres. And sometimes I feel a certain color will fit something better just because of what that color represents.
What's it's like the joke about English teachers where they'll be like, yes, the blue curtains represent the inherent sadness in the family's life. And a lot of times the writer's like, no, I just like blue.
Yeah. But there's a certain thing. There's a certain thing in the human brain that, and it can differ from country to country. Different colors will bring up different things in people's brains, where one color works right in one country. In another country, it's like, oh, why'd you use that? That represents something totally away from what you're going for, So, and it is basically, even if you didn't come up with a certain, how should I put this? If you didn't even if you go, because I used to be that way with my art, it's like, I don't know what it means. You interpret it. That's for you to interpret, But there are some root things, even if you don't realize it, some of that may actually bleed into what you were doing and you just don't realize it because you're not analyzing. You don't usually analyze your brain that way. It's like, I like that, and that's why I did it that way, And like with any art, I like to leave it, it should be left up to interpretation by the individual, because everybody's going to interpret it a little bit different. There are certain things, symbology or colors, that are in your subconscious, through your years of living in that, whether you think it's there or not. So to me, there are certain things, even if you know it or not, they are going to influence how the brain is following the story or the certain feeling of that scene or the atmosphere involved to kind of bring you into that story and give you more of that feel of exactly, to put out that information, so to speak, into the brain. So your brain will do all that in the background, as you're looking through it. But sometimes I feel some of that, is color and symbology. It is important to kind of think about a little bit from a psychological standpoint.
Well, that's just like with me. We're Native Americans, so we have the four corners, and each one of those wind directions has a
The
certain
story
color.
even better to read.
Mm. And yeah, sometimes too, when you start, I know we've said before that you'll start a project and an idea. You might have an idea, you might have something you want to say, but the longer it goes, the more you realize, like, oh, this is something different than I thought it was too. This is saying some different stuff than I originally intended.
Yep.
Right. Greg was touching on that a little bit.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I mean, I even do the same thing because, Chris knows, because I'm like, yeah, and just like Rollin was saying, the ideas are great, but you got to write them down. It's like, yeah, I'll give a basic outline. It's like, Chris, I've got this idea for a story. You want to help me since you're a word guy?
Yeah,
Give them a basic outline of how it can go, but and without having all the writing in there, I don't know exactly where it's going, but there's a lot of cool concepts to all work in together, So yeah, you never know exactly what's going to happen. And I might throw something Chris's way, and he's going to go, hey, how about if we put this in there? Oh, that's great. Cool. That works fine. I didn't even know how I was going to work that part out. Great, man.
Yeah.
And
How about
that's
we
one
put a wizard?
way collaboration and bouncing stuff off of each other as you're working on things can be definitely beneficial.
Mm. Yeah, and comics are inherently, a collaborative medium, and you have every few weeks on Twitter, on the bad website, you see another fight over, like, oh, who's more important in comics? Is it the writer? Is it the artist? And it's like, I just don't.
They're all part of the whole, and
Yeah.
like I said earlier, every aspect is going to control how that product comes out when it's done, good or bad. If you have one aspect that's off, I know we talked about, whether it's writing, whether it's the line work, the colors, or the lettering. If any of those are off, it can throw off the whole book, no matter how good the rest of it looks.
And yeah, when you see a comic with bad lettering too, that's, a lot of people don't think about lettering, but when you see bad lettering, it's
right.
Like, oh,
Parent.
It's like, oh,
it's like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's just you.
Well, hey, I got to give you props though, because Chris,
that's it.
Yeah, Chris has a good eye for stuff outside even writing. He's like, and a couple of these guys on here are my second pair of eyes. When I'm working on something, I want to get a little bit of feedback. It's like, hey, check that out. And then and I always tell them, be straight up with me. What do you, don't just go, oh, that looks great. It's like, that's cool, but that doesn't quite read right. And it's like, oh yeah, you're right. I better, reevaluate that a little bit.
And yeah, I mean, when especially if you have somebody who might not be as well versed in color theory, but might just be able to look at something and be like, "This is weird."
Yeah, because even if you don't
That
know
could be
color
some-
theory, you'll notice something's off. And it's the
Yeah.
same with art. Even people that aren't working in art or know how, they just like to look at the stuff. They'll see something and they'll feel something that's off. They won't be able to place it, but they'll know it, and it'll throw them off in from your story.
Yeah. Sean doing okay? I see. I think you kind of disappeared for a minute.
Sean, man, we can keep watching you draw. When you talk, sometimes we catch it. Sometimes we catch it intermittently.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah.
You want me to turn
I
off
think
the
I'm
mic?
lagging out.
You want me to turn my mic
You want
off?
to what? What, Sean? It's like we're out here at the space station. We gotta give time for the signal to bounce down and then back up. And
It's got to go all the way to the moon, back around. See, this is how you can tell we're all sci-fi writers, because technology hates us. We can't get our webcams to work. They're evil.
They're talking about this new technology that will make me obsolete. We must stop this.
Yeah.
The singularity must happen.
I have a computer and I'm sad. This is just like Black Mirror.
Oh, God, I love the interwebs, man.
Yeah. I think
So
Jabby's...
there we go. Let's talk about something. How about what's somebody been getting into lately that they've been digging in the creative field, whether it's a book, a movie, any of that?
I've been going back and reading like a bunch of. We're just talking about. Greg was just talking about Kirby. I've been rereading a bunch of like old New God stuff, which is for the
Kirby still
'80s
can't
too.
write.
You read, it's like this is
What was that, Roland?
I said Kirby still can't write.
I mean, Kirby. In some ways too, like when you get Kirby's really weird dialogue, that kind of helps it. It's like these guys talk like weird space aliens, but they are weird space aliens.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they go to Earth, and it's
There's a reason. There's a reason that Kirby's non-Stan collaborative work is not as popular as the work that he did with Stan.
Stan at least got people. Stan at least kind of, because Kirby had like these really epic ideas and could tell like these bizarre esoteric space operas, but
Great with concepts.
Yeah, but then you've got like Stan Lee, who's like, this guy's a monster and it sucks to be a monster.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, stupid. Like I was
Exactly.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Stan Lee would be like, yeah, Spider-Man's cool, but he's got to like pay his bills.
Mm-hmm.
His aunt's in debt.
Yeah.
His boss hates him twice.
So yeah, like I said, what have you been checking out lately, though, Chris?
Like I said, I've been going through like a lot of old Kirby stuff, just old comics. I've been playing a ton of Red Dead. I've been getting back into that. Red Dead Redemption 2, aka Yeehaw Skyrim.
That's kind of how that kind of flow in, because I kind of gave him a lowdown of Red Dead or Red Dead, White Devil, and he's like, it reminds me of Red Dead Redemption meets Dragon Age, which is I think a cool combination, actually, man.
Yeah, those are like the two big that. I mean, my PS4 millennial self That's what it hit me with. That kind of fantasy western type, that the two genres that work way better together than a lot of people would think too.
Yeah, I love a good western. My dad loved westerns. So I find myself going back to drawing westerns lately. I don't know why. Just gravitate back towards it. It's an underused genre.
You both messed around in the western genre. I know Chris has got, what was that, Jangalot?
Jingla, Kansas, the vampire western.
I missed out on that one by that much.
Well, it's still over there at Wonder Funders, just sitting around. You know how that goes over there.
Yeah.
And Greg too. Greg, you got that mix of the western and zombie stuff that I've seen a few pages of. That you know how you're like.
Oh, Jesus.
You remember that one? Was
Dead
that
West?
Dead West?
Dead West, yeah.
Dead West. All right.
I haven't touched that one in years, but yeah.
Yeah,
See, that's what I mean. I got so many great ideas, but then you got 50 great ideas and you haven't finished any. That's not a good track record.
Yeah, I've been going through some of that. It's like, man, we need to get some of this revived.
I know.
There's some really good beginnings to some of this stuff, and there's plenty of it. Could have a whole catalog of Kimmett stories.
It's an anthology too, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, we got to get our ass in gear. Get back to some of these. Well, at least we got Halloween Safety done. Well, done. It's getting done.
Almost. I'm getting to it as I can.
But like I said before, I want to circle back to Necronaut at some point.
Yeah. I pulled some of that up here recently. We at least got all the line work for that. I believe I still have that all in the cloud. I think all the pages are ready for that.
See, the thing that, and it's funny, you start these projects and then before you know it, Pink Floyd song, 10 years have gone by.
Yeah.
It got behind you. And, it's like, when you go back to it, it's like, shit, I want to redo this whole thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't like what I did before, right? It's been 3 years. It doesn't look as good as I think it should, right? You're trying to improve it because your drawing skills have improved or your writing's improved.
Now,
or what have you.
Or is there sometimes like I'll even do it, I'll go something that as I was doing it, finishing it up, I was just not happy with it. I was like, oh man. But then you put it away for a second and then you run across it again and you're like, oh, I do kind of like that. Do you ever find that going on too?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like what I was saying before. Like you come up with this great idea and you burn through 3 pages and then you go, shit, is this really any good? Does this have legs to it, right? Is this a Lord of the Rings epic or is this just a quick 5-pager or is it anything, right? So yeah, and then you put it in the filing cabinet and then 2 years later you come back to it and you go, yeah, it's garbage, throw it out. Or you put it back on the drawing table and either keep going with it or start right back from scratch. Because you've been drawing every day since the 2 years. Then your viewpoint has changed, right? So you think, okay, I could do those pages better. So you're right back to square one again. Instead of being 6 months advance of having it done, you're now back to 0. But that's the creative process, right? It's like, I can do better. So let's improve on that.
Yeah, when you do that, as long as it's like you get to it and you're like, yeah, I'll do that better, and then just end up following through with it. That way it's all already done and you won't go back to it again going, I want to do that. No, it's already done. It's printed. It's good to go.
Yeah. Well, that's where the collaboration comes in. It's helpful, right?
Right, yeah.
If you make the decision in your head, maybe it's not the best decision, right? So you got those other players on the team who can make that call and you go, yeah, you know what, you're right. Let's carry on. Or let's scrap this, right? You have
somebody take you aside and be like, please stop.
Right. And as long as that's why, like, when I work with you and Chris, we're good about being able to look at things and go, well, maybe we could change this, and we don't take it to heart. We don't take it as a bad thing. We go, yeah, let me think about that, or let me see what I can do.
Yeah, I might unfriend you for a day or two, but I'll come back. Don't take it personal, man.
Yeah.
No, but that's it. I think we're all at an age and a stage in your career, if you want to call it that, where you can take that criticism and improve on what you're doing, right? It doesn't have to be all about me, although it'd be nice. But
Right,
again, you guys can laugh anytime.
just to help drive you, yeah.
Yeah, but that collaboration, I think, is key for all of us.
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
Pops, what inspires you to make your comics?
Money.
Fame.
Wait, there's money in
We're on the wrong
comics?
show, I think. There's money involved in this? What?
I didn't realize there was money in comics.
I've been
That's
lied
like
to.
the concept from another one. What was it? Shark Tank, the indie funding edition.
I was going to ask you guys a question. I assume everybody here has read Tolkien's books, right? And presumably before the movies came out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
A few years.
This bothers me, all right? You created an image in your head of what these characters look like long before anybody drew them up in a comic book or there was a movie. You had an image of what these people look like. And then comes a movie. And as much as I love Miss Tyler, she is no Arwen Evans star. Okay, we're talking about the light that shines on Earth from the skies and whatever, you know. She's a beautiful woman and all that, but come on. My Arwen was way hotter than Miss Tyler. Okay. My Aragorn was way more staturely and elvish in his demeanor, yet human, you know. But he was raised in Rivendell. Of course, he's going to have mostly an elven view on things. And they kind of watered Aragorn down, they thought, with both looks and demeanor, you know. And it's like I hate having my images destroyed. I can barely remember how I pictured those people when I was 12 or 13 or whatever and read Lord of the Rings. But they were so much cooler. Not saying in the movies, the special effects, all this, you know, they did it pretty good. But the movie in my head as I read those books was so much better.
And does that movie in your head still play out like it did when you're 12, 13 reading them, though?
That's what I'm saying. I can barely picture those images that Tolkien's description created, not the visual of the movie. You understand what I'm saying? When you guys describe something as a writer, and we haven't seen the image of it, we create that image in our head, right? Based on your descriptions. Okay, so then we get to that point where somebody puts it on paper or puts it on the screen, and we're like either really happy with the result or really disgusted with the result. You know what I mean? It's like there isn't really a gray area when it comes to that. Either they give your image in your mind justice, or they just ruin it. You know?
Well, I think that's the advantage that the written word has over film and comics itself, is that we can all read the same passage and we can all have our mind conjures something different based on our specifically. But if you go to a movie, we all see the exact same image, and if you look at a comic book, we all see the exact same image, and there are 6 of us here. We may not agree on what the ideal, beautiful, Arwen is.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, I like I said, I'm taking nothing against anything from Tyler. She's hot, no doubt. Elvish, light of the sky, beautiful. Come on, man. I don't know if there isn't a woman yet that's been that, right? Maybe Helen back in ancient Greece. She her face launched 1,000 ships. She must have been pretty hot, but I mean, I'm trying to say, there's some really beautiful women, but to cast somebody as the Evans star, come on, you got to reach pretty deep to find her, man.
I think you just got to separate the mediums and try and take them for what they are.
I think that's a historical thing, right? you read a book and then they come out with a movie and you're always let down.
Yep.
Sometimes they hit.
Well, that's what I mean. Not always, though.
They do, but
almost
Not always. Denethor was awesome. The guy who played Denethor,
yeah,
I couldn't have pictured that guy better in my head.
yeah.
I don't even remember that dude's name, and but he was like right on.
Right.
Probably better than the Denethor that I created in my mind.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, like for example, this may sound kind of weird, okay? Like Star Wars, I read the book before I actually saw the movie, and I'm reading the description of Darth Vader, right? 2 meters tall, bipedal. I'm thinking this guy's part bicycle. This is kind of cool, right? When I finally saw the movie, it's like he's not a bicycle. Partly because I was 10 and I didn't
Then
understand.
you were over there looking up what bipedal meant, huh?
I'm not gonna lie. If next special edition, they just have Vader on a bicycle the whole movie.
A unicycle.
I know what I'm But on the other side of the coin, and this again is sci-fi related, like the new Star Trek, right? When they rebooted with the new cast, right?
Yeah.
To me, it not talking. Okay, I'm getting away from the book to a movie, but a movie to a movie. The casting in that was inspired. I think they hit the nail on the head with every character with that reboot.
Yeah.
Definitely.
There's times they exceed your expectations, but a lot of times when it comes from book to movie, you kind of let down, right? Because your imagination fills in the blanks.
That's
When you
what I
see
mean.
it,
Like,
visually let down.
especially with a great writer that's really good with describing something. Sometimes you actually will get like the same view that somebody else did if the description is that detailed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's universal, right? Everybody gets the same image in their head.
Some writers are just awesome at making sure you're very descriptive. I mean, like that's what I mean when I read Tolkien's description of these characters. That's what I want to see if you're going to cast people for a movie.
Yeah.
Something like that, something real close to that. And some of the characters they nailed, and Galadriel, come on, that's another one. She was supposed to be one of the lights of the Forest Valorian. It's like
You're picturing Lonnie Anderson, and you get Liv Tyler. Yeah.
I'm like,
And I found it on the other end where I've watched a movie or a video game that's based on a book, and I've not read it, and I really dug the movie, the show, the video game, and it prompted me to go actually read it, and I was able to enjoy both because you had the movie, you didn't already had it set in your head what everything looks like, and then you can go back and read the story, and you may sync up with what you've seen in the movie, the show, or whatever, or the description may totally change your image of those characters.
Mm-hmm.
I know one thing for sure. I'll never read The Lord of the Rings yet without seeing Gimli from the movie.
Sometimes you get the right actor too, who just nails it.
That's what I mean. It's like that dude.
Yeah.
It's like every time now I ever read the book, I'm gonna see that dude. There's no doubt. He just completely nailed that character. But then, my Legolas was way, different than dude that played Legolas too. So, my Wood Elves looked a little different than that. I don't know. I mean, kind of like the cartoon.
Like
the
Bakshi
Rankin.
Bakshi.
Oh, okay, that one, the Bakshi one, or the Rankin Bass. Remember
I'm
the Hobbit,
talking
the
about
Rankin
the
Bass.
Hobbit when Bilbo went under the mountain and met the Wood Elves. My image of Wood Elves kind of was more like that than the image of Legolas, which was way more elvish elves. The Wood Elves seemed a little more earthy and not as like beautiful in stature and all that. They were more than willing to keep the dwarves and Bilbo captive, and they were kind of.
You're looking more, you wanted more like the high elf than the wood elf, basically.
They were kind of mean, they were like, I don't know. So he, that one I didn't think was cast that well, but for the most part, I mean, I can see where it'd be hard to do that, but if you actually read them books, some of them characters were pretty good and some of them were
So basically, when they don't fit in a movie or show, we should blame the casting directors.
There you go.
That
You know
works for
what?
me.
And you know what, Phil? You know what?
What's that?
I'm gonna say, thank you guys all again. I'm gonna come out again when it's toward the end and all over and do all my thank yous and all that. But we got one more guy in the backstage, so I'm gonna get out the way and let you talk to Mr. Odin.
You got Mike in. Cool.
Yeah, there you go. So for the first time, and I've tried to get this guy on CromCon for months, and he works the weekends and he can never be out here. So I said, tonight we're going to be out here until you come out, dude. And so without further ado, Mr.
Hey, how's it going,
up,
guys?
Mike?
How are we doing?
I'm doing okay, man. Been having a good time. It doesn't even seem like we've been as long as we have, but.
Were you guys talking about the Hobbit movies?
Yeah, we started going into that. First, it was sci-fi.
Technically, Pops was. Pops was first.
Sci-fi.
Like, I got opinions about Lord of the Rings.
Oh man.
Yeah, everybody. This is Mike Odin. He's the creator of Elysian Fields. Well, go ahead. Tell them a little bit about yourself, real quick. We did this at the beginning, but you popped in, so let's go ahead and.
I'm coming in late, and that's all good. I'm kind of a relative no name in comparison, but my name is Michael Odin. I am the creator and writer of Elysian Fields, and Elysian Fields is a tournament book that takes place in the underworld every 1,000 years. Every god of the dead throughout global mythology brings a team of champions from their respective cultures to fight on their behalf and crown the next lord of the underworld. And so, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're having a good time with it. We're following Achilles and Team Hades, going around kicking ass, taking names. So.
Yeah, got some great artists on your books, man. Your alternate covers, all that. It's looking so awesome.
Nice.
We really wanted to up the ante with this. We did a 0 issue a few months ago.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, this concept is right as hell.
It's a time, and the team that we focus on, as I said, is Team Hades, which consists of Theseus, who is known as the Slayer of the Minotaur, and Heracles. I mean, everyone knows who he is. Being the whole son of Zeus thing and what have you. Yeah, and then Achilles is our protagonist. You can't have a team of Greek heroes without probably one of the most famous, arguably. So
that's been one of my favorite characters too, man.
I love Achilles. Achilles is one of those, and Pops has heard me talk about this on a whole bunch of shows. But when I was growing up, my dad used to read me the Iliad as a bedtime story. Achilles has always been this character that I've loved. When I was a kid, it was, you have that childish thing of he's the best. He freaking murders everyone in that book. But then as you get older and you start to kind of appreciate him as more of the character that he is, I think that he's just this fantastic tapestry as a character that you can really tap into and do some really fun things with.
Most definitely. Basically, like I've asked other people, but I'm pretty sure I know what you'll say. But what influences you in your work, in your writing? What gets you going, man? What kicks in those creative juices?
Honestly, I mean, like as far as what has influenced me, obviously, mythology of all types and everything like that, as far as my influences, especially when it comes down to Elysian Fields. But as far as my creative process, it's a lot of music. I actually have I create playlists for each book that I'm working on. And I just listen to music, and if there's a specific track in there that really hits with me on a certain sequence of the book that I'm writing, I'll put that track on loop until like it's no longer resonating, and I don't feel like it's influencing me as far as my writing is concerned.
All right, cool. Yeah, we discussed a little bit, touched on that a little bit earlier about definitely what you take in as you're working on things, and like Javi was on here, and he's like he doesn't like too much influences outside when he's working on things. He doesn't want it to influence his work. And some of us are also like where we do something like you're talking about, where we put we're either binging on the stuff in that particular genre or a style of music that fits it.
Yeah. The music's a great motivator when you're creating.
I've done the playlist thing too every year for I do NaNoWriMo a lot. So every year for NaNoWriMo, I try to make a that's the National Novel Writing Month for anyone who doesn't know.
Yeah, nano. Yeah.
But yeah, I do that. I do that every year too if I'm working on like a project. Just try and find like a list of songs that really kind of. I do that a lot if I'm like DMing or GMing a game too. Like,
so how's this?
It's like, I'm gonna make the D&D playlist or the Vampire the Masquerade playlist.
Ooh, hey, I like that one.
So how you doing?
Oh, gee, Phil. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Could there be any personal drive to really enjoy that pinup specifically?
No, it just strikes me, man. I don't know.
It's just so visually striking. Joe Tolliver and Phil did this phenomenal pinup for us, and it's just gorgeous.
Oh, that one.
Oh, thank you, sir. That one.
Everybody who knows Phil's like, yeah, we know that one. We've seen it.
Oh man, I put them through the ringer on that. Like, I remember when Joe came to me, he's like, yeah, I'd love to do something, and I just freaking threw like a billion things at him all at once.
Yeah.
And he was just like, That's
a lot. That's a lot. That's what I thought when I got it. It's like, oh man.
And I was just like, yeah, but it'd be cool, right? And he was just like,
well, yeah.
I mean, yes, you're not wrong.
So, I mean, can't argue that point.
Yeah, that one was fun. I had fun with it. It pushed me, man. It pushed me to, really get into it good,
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it turned out fantastic, Phil. You did a great job on that color work, and Joe did an outstanding job with those pencils and inks. It was a fantastic piece, and that's actually the original piece is actually for sale on the Indiegogo. So if anyone's looking to get just a massive thing, because I think the original is 19 by 24. It's big.
Yeah, it's a big piece. Yeah, he had to scan it. Say he couldn't get out to a place with a bigger scanner, so he had to scan it in 4 sections, and then I joined them all together and worked on it from there.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh, Joe,
yeah.
I'm so
it was
sorry.
a huge file to begin with, man. No, it's all good, man. Like I said, I like a challenge. And I do post work, so it was no big deal, man. Like me and Greg up there above you. He when we work on, he likes to do a lot of 2-page pieces, and it's no problem just throwing a couple pieces together. Line it up, get it all together, and work with it from there.
Yeah, I just kill the bear, you skin it, Phil.
You what?
I just kill the bear, you skin
it. You skin it. Yeah.
Oh, so you guys played Red Dead 2?
Oh God. Oh goodness. But yeah, as Phil has been scrolling through our campaign, he's been bringing up that beautiful Liberty Lady, which is from Varian Grant's Liberty Distribution, who we're happy to be partnered with. Sadly, no retailers coming out to get the indie books, but I mean it is what it is.
Yeah.
Like I had put it
it's
up
a nice
there.
looking book, man. They should be. Have you talked to the collective? It's
you know,
been part of the madness. I think do you deal with them, Roland, the collective?
No, not yet.
But I know they've been taking in
I've
indie
heard-
books quite a bit there, and where they're down.
I've
They're
heard
down
of
in
the
Florida
collective.
somewhere.
I've heard of the collective. I don't think that they've reached out to me at all. And we had a few local places around here that I talked to, and the general consensus is we'd love to do this, but pandemic. And it's just like, okay, fair enough.
Well, they've been
Understood.
they've been bringing in indies. And yeah, like Pops brought up, Danny Morales. He's the one that kind of heads that up for that shop down there. They even do special covers just for the store. We'll do special covers for the books. So yeah,
that's awesome.
if any of you guys are interested, you should hit up Danny Morales. Pops put it in the chat there with the name, but he's easy to find on Facebook. He's a really cool guy. So I suggest people trying to get it into a shop, any of the shops. He's definitely somebody to hit up on.
Well, I'm looking him up right now because I would love to have these books in a store. Like and it was crazy because we did have a retailer perk on the last book, and we had like 4 or 5 people pick it up. So I was just like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, my suggestion is just if you got a PDF digital copy, just send it over for him to take a look at and go from there. I think that's what most people have been doing.
Yeah, I don't have one of this book yet. It's not quite finished yet.
Oh, right, but you got number 1, right?
I do have the 0 issue, so I could always send him that.
Yeah.
But since we're up there, I will say that we have 6 days left in the campaign, and we will be going in demand. However, all of our support our troops tiers will be closing down at the end of the 60 days. And the reason for that is that the challenge coin that we're doing for that, I need the exact number to put in for the printing company that's doing it. It's not cheap, so we're only going to be making what we need really, and I didn't want us to make like what we needed then, and then people continue to purchase it, and I don't have enough. So this is the last chance to get in on that support our troops tier. We also did just get the final colored version of that Ted Lehman Fra Normalisa cover. I can actually pull that up.
And tell them a little bit about your the challenge coin for people that don't know what that is, and about the initiative you got going on.
So here, hold on. What we'll do is this is probably a great way to just kind of introduce this. I would just put something up on the share screen.
Oh yeah,
So-
that piece, I just seen that recently. That one looks so awesome.
Yeah. So effectively, what we're doing is we had started a support our troops tier at the end of the campaign for the last book, and I really wanted to make sure that the money that we collected from that went to an organization that was, good. And I have the advantage of, being connected in in the military community. I served a bit myself, and then my father was a Special Forces veteran, and he runs a local chapter of Special Forces veterans. And so I had reached out to my dad, and I was like, are there any organizations that you could recommend for this? And without missing a beat, he said Special Forces Charitable Trust. And after talking to him for 5 minutes, it was all I needed to know. Because not only do they help out the veterans and everything and provide relief there, but do stuff for their families. And I think that that's something that isn't talked about enough. we talk about the sacrifice veterans make, but at the end of the day, their loved ones, their wives, their husbands, their children, they make that same choice every day to allow that person to go out the door knowing that there's a chance they might not come back. And so the fact that the Special Forces Charitable Trust does those things like widow funds and tuition scholarships for the kids and everything like that, it really resonated with me. So with this tier, with any tier that has the Special Forces Charitable Trust logo on it, a minimum of $10 per purchase is being donated to the Special Forces Charitable Trust. And the only one that's really going above and beyond on that is Justin Hunt had did a pinup for us, and so his original art is for sale, but that entire price point of $1,000, which gets you both his pencils and inks, and this support our troops package, all that entire price point gets donated to the Special Forces Charitable Trust as well. So it's we're doing the best that we can to really help out there. The support our troops package includes this cover of the book, which, as I said, was done by Ted Lehman for Honor of Lisa. You also get a challenge coin and a unit patch, and that were designed also by Justin. And so challenge coins are, how to explain this? It effectively comes down to a drinking game when it comes down to the military, but they're effectively little kind of they're little rewards of merit. Usually you get like your unit command, your company commander or battalion commander or what have you will have challenge coins, and if you were like the badass in the field that day, or you did something cool or what have you, and you were getting recognized, generally you'd have one of those higher ups would give you their challenge coin. And the way that it works is that if you go into a bar and you issue out a challenge to somebody and pull out your challenge coin, they if they don't have a challenge coin, or they have a challenge coin that is of less reputation than the one that you pulled out, that person owes you and everyone in the bar a round of drinks. If you issue the challenge and they have a coin that is of similar repute or greater, you owe everyone in the bar a round of drinks.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's a. Yeah, I always wanted to know exactly what was up with that, and yeah, your whole project and that you're going for, man. That's a really good thing, man. You're doing some good work there, dude.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate it. Sorry, I thought I heard something, and my son is supposed to be asleep, so I'm really hoping that that's not him coming out of
might
bed.
be the interwebs. We've heard all kinds of weird stuff within this last panel, popping in and out.
Yeah, there's been a ton of echoes, and there's been some lagging
There's
too.
been a ghost in the shell, man.
I was just hearing. I was just hearing this noise.
Special guest Scarlett Johansson.
This damn thing has kicked me out.
Oh, I wish. Special guest Scarlett Johansson would be like, "Oh man,
comic challenge
I heard
coin.
that.
You got the strippers, not a stripper assassins, and the lady death.
I'm not gonna say nope.
That's
well,
what I do.
I hope my challenge coin is able to live up. But I actually do have. Hold on, I have the base designs of those. Yay, interwebs.
So while he's looking for that, I got the bell. I got class tomorrow, so It was fun. Nice to meet all you guys.
Hey.
And we'll make sure we catch you on the interwebs.
Yeah, where
Nice to
can
meet
they
you.
find everything to do with you, Rollin, man? Give them a lowdown real quick.
Sure, you can find me just Roland
Yes,
Man
absolutely.
at on the Twitter, on Facebook, on basically all the social medias. If it's a social media, I'm there. Also, Silverline Comics on pretty much all the social media as well. But also we have a web page that we update weekly. Sometimes it's about crafts, sometimes it's about our projects that we're doing, but we've always got something fun going on the web page, and that's just silverlinecomics.com.
Cool.
Oh yeah, keep an eye out for a White Devil.
That's right. Phil's coloring some White Devil, which is written by R.A. Jones, who is no stranger to comic books. So.
Most definitely. Yeah, definitely. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it, dude.
I appreciate the invite.
You're welcome.
It was
anytime.
great meeting you, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
nice
awesome
to meet
you too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice to meet all of you. I'll be looking for you, all of you, on the interwebs.
And yeah, we'll do it again, man. If you're up for it, I'll hit you up the next time. And
absolutely.
We've got something coming up next weekend. You wanted to? What were you talking about next weekend? There was a.
Well, now we've been participating in. I gotta pull my calendar up. We've been participating in the in Comic Conway. Conway is a little show in Arkansas that obviously because of the plague they had to retool, and I think they're having an abbreviated version live, but they can't have that many people in there. But they're doing a lot of virtual stuff, and so we've been doing a series of panels with them. So that's been a lot of fun. And then I got a signing next Saturday at Coliseum of Comics in the Fashion Square Mall in Orlando.
Nice. Now, are you going to be doing that? Will you be doing that, or are you going to be on the online live, or both?
We're going to be doing both.
Okay.
The online live goes from 10 to 3, and then the signing session is from 4 to 6.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I've got an hour to pop up there. Thomas Florimonte will be signing with me, and we'll both be signing copies of Trumps and Cat and Mouse. Yeah, but it's not this cover. They didn't get this Coliseum of Comics did not get this cover. I think they got cover B, but they did get this one. But it'll have a Coliseum of Comics imprint on it. So.
Cool.
Great store. They support indie comics in Orlando. They have supported Comic Coliseum. Has supported, I think, just about all the Kickstarters that we've done. So I like to send people to Coliseum because of that. We haven't got a whole lot of. There's a lot of retailers around here, and I've reached out to every one of them, and we don't get a whole lot of support except for the one that you mentioned earlier, and that's a new one on me. I forget what you said, but
The Collective, yeah.
Collective.
Danny Morales.
Yep, and I'm gonna reach out to them for our next one. So if they are indie friendly, they're somebody that I need to know.
Oh yeah, and they have the creators, especially in the area, come in and do the signings and stuff there.
Yep, because it's easy. We're here.
Yeah. If it's right there in the area, heck, why not?
Yep.
But yeah, I definitely look forward to next Saturday, man. I'm glad you invited me in. I'm definitely looking forward to it, man.
Absolutely, we're looking for some cool coloring tips and tricks from you.
Okay, cool. I'll see what I can do with my unconventional working style.
That's all the better. All the better. That's
Give 'em a
right.
little bit different.
Hey, listen, Divinity 1. I don't have a copy handy with me. Divinity 1 that we kickstarted a few months ago. That was colored 1980s style. Literally, he made copies and colored them with Dr. Martin's watercolor dyes and pencils and markers, and then we scanned that just like we did in the 80s.
That's cool.
Yeah, back when you made a mess in your studio instead of it all just being on the screen.
Yep. Yeah. So, and if you know what you're looking for, you can definitely see it.
Oh, yeah.
In places, you can see those marker lines and stuff. It's pretty neat. Yeah. But the first issue of Divinity was colored old school. Well,
Man, that's
not
cool.
too
People are-
old. It wasn't done with all the ruby lips and everything.
Right.
but it
Oh,
was-
the ruby lip.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've
No,
heard.
no, no, no,
I've
no.
heard horror stories on that
Yeah,
stuff.
no. Yeah, this was like Gray Line, Gray Line, but a little bit more modern. Like I said, all he did was colored it, and we scanned it. Which, of course, back in the day, you would have had to have made. I just happen to have one here. You would have had to have made film from it. This is an unused cover from Cat and Mouse that we actually have the film to. So what you're looking at here are actually the 4 plates: cyan, magenta.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah. So it just looks like film, but these would have been the plates for the color.
4-color press. Yeah.
Yep. And of course now all you got to do is scan the colors, and it becomes Photoshop does it for you.
Yeah.
Yep. So, but yeah, this
But
is
it's cool.
This is just a proof.
Well, it's still cool that somebody's keeping some of their older traditions alive like that.
Yeah, it was pretty neat. I think it ended up looking really good, but I'm an indie comic guy, so I look at it and go, wow, that looks like indie comics from the '80s. Really cool.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
All right.
Well, good night, and again, it's great to meet all of you. And Phil, I'll be talking to you soon.
All right, man. No problem. I'll send you some updates here soon. I'll probably talk to you before the weekend, but I'll at least see you next Saturday, man.
That sounds great, and I know Pops is listening. Thanks, Pops. See ya.
Thanks for coming on, Roland, man.
All
It was
right.
fun, dude.
See y'all.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Pleasure. Nice to meet you, man. Sorry, I'm all out.
You wore yourself out after last night, huh?
Dude. Oh.
What
happened
last
night?
Okay.
My job has just switched. I do private security in the district, and we recently switched. The contract recently switched to a different employer, and the new company is just absolute ass and is just a bunch of incompetent halfwits. And I held for over 12 hours. I had to work like 3 over 12-hour shifts last week. Or this past week, and last night was like shift number 3
Oh,
of
that
me
sucks.
holding till like 2 in the
Sorry.
morning.
Yeah.
Well,
12-hour
then
shifts.
Then you're also doing a show after, right? If I remember.
Oh
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
I did 2 shows while I was at work.
Well, what keeps you going?
Yeah, exactly.
I need more money.
Please buy his comic, everybody. It's a great book.
Not looking for the sympathy point, but like that was the whole.
Get your
thing.
wallets out now, damn it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the last week of my Indiegogo. I can't afford to not like. If somebody's like, "Hey, can I have you on the show?" So long as if I'm at work, so long as you're okay with me not being on camera, I'll totally hop in. But so that was my whole thing, is that I would let these people know. I was like, all right, I can come on, but I cannot be on camera. And they're like, okay. And because there are certain shows where they're like, yeah, no, you have to be on, and I'm just like, I work at a government site, and I'm in uniform.
I can never
Can't do it.
I can never go on camera. It's in my unwritten book of rules, man.
It's in your contract.
The camera.
Too. That's why I'm still. Yeah.
It'll steal my soul, man.
We need to get Phil on camera. You got to break that rule.
If it's stealing souls,
That's the one
I'm
rule
so
you'll have to
done.
break.
I don't even know how much of a soul I have left at this
Phil-
point.
Other than pictures, I've never seen Phil's face.
Sure, you see my face. I did have it. I just had it up there, man. Where is it?
No, I've seen your face in pictures, but I've never seen.
You never seen my.
Well,
you guys know how that is. I decided to jump. I decided to jump into
don't
comics.
Give me that BS.
Yeah.
I've never seen your face in video.
I basically decided. I decided to jump into comics, and like pretty much full time when everything hit. So, I'm a starving artist right now, and like I've told people before, it was a choice between a video card and a new monitor, so I can see all my color work like it should be, and I'm gonna pick that over showing my ugly mug on the screen. So.
Oh, of course.
So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
hey, man, it's all good.
I mean, you could be like Steve Ditko, where there's only like one photo of him in existence ever.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve Ditko, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Where like a full documentary crew shows up for the film they're making about him with like Jonathan Ross and Neil Gaiman. Be like, hey, can we have you on film? And he's like, I think you should leave.
Get to the point.
He's definitely like that. I even know a professor buddy that started up cons here but moved up to Michigan, and he did a book on Ditko before Ditko passed away, and he barely even just got to the door to talk to him, barely, and it was a book about him. So he's definitely an elusive guy.
I guess like whenever he sends when they used to do like written correspondence with him, he would always sign his letters. They'd ask for an appearance to be like, I will pass. Regard S. Ditko. It's like you only get one regard.
He was a very reclusive guy. And you do see that. You do see that in in comics and in any kind of creative field. There's just that's the way some creatives work. And maybe sometimes to their detriment, but also maybe sometimes to the plus side, because that may be how they operate that keeps them writing the stuff that they do.
Yeah.
This is the way.
This is the way. Obvious.
Speaking of reclusive guys, this one's got an exit stage left.
Yeah. Exit stage left. Well, that's cool, man. I'm really glad that you came on. The ever elusive Greg Kimmett. We just we can't let you get to the Ditko mode though, man. You can't go that far, man.
It's a slippery slope, though. You know that.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely good seeing you, man. I'm glad you could jump on, man.
Yeah, no problem. It's good to talk to you guys.
Yeah. We'll talk soon, man. We got to get some of our stuff a cooking and a brewing, man.
You bet.
We got cool stuff on the table, huh?
Yes, for sure, Chris.
And
a real slice.
You tell them where they can find you at?
You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, and in my bed in about 2 minutes.
Yeah. And let's see, Instagram. Let me see if I remember it. Instagram. Well, here on Facebook, it's Greg Kimmett, and on Instagram, it is GK Retro, right? Yeah. So that's where you can find Greg. He throws a lot of stuff up over on the Instagram, man. So you should definitely check that out. Lots of good stuff over there. And as we get stuff completed, we'll be pulling it up and posting it wherever we're at on social media. So.
Sounds good. All right, boys. Good to meet you guys. Good to talk to you guys.
Pleasure, man.
Thank you, Greg.
Definitely.
And
thanks for coming out.
Soon, buddy.
All right, man. Peace out.
All right. Rock on.
Yeah.
So I have a question. I have a question. Am I just like a repellent at this point? I come on stream and then everyone just starts leaving.
Oh no, we've been doing that. Well, you know how that was. I was trying to get you on earlier. You're like, nah, I can't quite. Maybe.
I think Sean's back.
There we
now,
go.
So,
Look, here. Now there's 5.
Oh, thank goodness.
Now, Mike, are you happy?
Fair. Okay, cool.
You're bringing them in now, man. Javi popped back in. Sean's back. There's Sean.
Sean, you're back.
I couldn't even hear myself, man.
He's kind of
can
back.
hear you.
I'm back, and I finished my drawing.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
Let's see that. Bring that up real big there, real quick.
Am I still breaking up?
let's see how far he got on that. It looks like quite a bit got done since we started. For a 2-hour session, holy crap, dude.
I'm finished.
Nice.
Oh wow, nice.
That turned out great.
Tomb Raider.
It's done.
I was about to say, I was like, this looks like Laura Croft. And it's a good Laura Croft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wanting
Thank
the colors out really bad right now.
Sean does some awesome work, man. You guys got to check his stuff out.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
I always enjoy working on Sean's line work, man. It's always a great time.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
We do got a book coming up.
The what? Manamana
that we gotta
what?
work on.
What's that?
What book?
We got a book to work on very soon.
Oh yeah, that's still good.
I'm trying to
Good.
figure out the title as soon as this guy gets me the script. But he said that he's pretty much done. He's trying to get everything together. So I'm like, okay. You have until what? The 18th.
Yeah. Well, that's
and
been
then
in the
I'm
works.
closing up my commissions list. But yeah, no. As of late, I've been drawing digitally and going on Procreate and doing all that jazz. And when I did my Inktober pieces this year, I decided to make a comic out of my Inktober prompts.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Always love the Inktober prompts you do, man.
So
Yeah.
Look at that
So,
nice line work.
As of now,
Yeah,
I was
that's-
like, you know, it was like, let me get a sketchbook and start drawing again. Like start drawing like little entries here and there, because now my hands are getting used to that. Plus, with the drawing page from Home and Worlds Beyond, thanks, Phil.
Oh, you mean the idea for that final page?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we came up with like
you
how
have
we.
no idea.
I have no idea the
You have no idea
tendinitis
what
that
kind
I
of
gave you with
muscle I
that
built
idea. I was like,
No, the muscle I built from it.
yeah, we were gonna kind of do just a solid page on that.
You know,
we were putting it together. I was looking through doing the editing, and I'm like, okay, we need one more page, and we're like, well, how about this? And it was just like maybe a plain header with a plain background. It's like, well, how about? And Sean was like, well, I was just gonna, what was it? You're gonna leave it blank or something? And it's like, I got an idea. Threw the logo up on top, a little bit of a silhouette around the edges, and just like, this can be an area where he can do a quick sketch for people when the book goes out. Or even if somebody, people like to do fan art, give somebody a page for fan art after they look through the book, they could do their own little fan art at the end of the book. But in the process, Sean didn't know how much.
You have no idea.
Sean was like, hey, I'm just gonna draw a quick sketch in every book that goes out. It's like, all right. Next thing I hear, it's like my hand. Man.
But you know what? I enjoyed doing that because doing it put me in like this like creative flow where like all my juices are running, and I just want to do a little extra. What can I do to maximize this? I only have these few colors, or like I'm only penciling and inking. What can I bring out of it? I drawing my regular character, my original characters, to drawing Kermit the Frog, and like and trying to mesh them together into Home and Worlds Beyond stuff. And as of late, like September, October was a very creative time for me. I'll try to get that rust off instead of like it's become fun again. What I'm really trying to say.
Well, good, man. It should always.
And then
be
I
fun.
had this crazy idea of making the comic. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, if you got this,
You know, sometimes, let's be honest. Sometimes it could be a little frustrating.
Oh yeah, yeah, we
And
know
then
that.
you find a million and one reasons why you love it so much.
Right. Well, that's the thing.
You know, like so with this these Inktober pieces. I'm sorry, Phil. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it still is work. It's just that it's work that we like. You know, that's what's the bonus. People are like, well, you like to do it. It's like, but it's work too.
Yeah.
It's both.
Yeah,
Okay.
you still need to put the effort in, regardless of
Yeah, it's still taking hours away. You know. So yeah, you got quite a bit done in that.
So yeah, like with with the Laura Croft or the Inktober.
So this was all stuff that was spurred on from the.
I just.
You just what?
Yeah, this is all Inktober stuff. And this is all Inktober stuff.
Well, that's cool. That's cool that it inspired you to dig deeper into it, man, than just the quick prompt, man. That's awesome.
Exactly. You know, but this wasn't really my original idea. So a bunch of people do this, and I was like, why not me?
Yeah.
And so one word would represent the whole page. And I'll mess around with Copic, so I'll cheat a little bit. Like, oh, you can't use Copic, so what? They're inked.
Yeah. That's cool.
Exactly,
I like
yeah.
that one.
But yeah.
That's awesome.
So are there like actual rules for Inktober? Because
There
I
we
just kind of assumed it was as long as you had like a drawing a day, or is it like you can only use certain tools or you can only use certain.
Sean, you want to field that one?
Yeah, so I ended up picking up the Inktober box set thing. They give you this book, and then they give you a bunch of supplies to go with it, and you're only supposed to use those things. They gave me some extra inks. I was like, you know what? It's no fun using those, and I want to use the Copics like I always do. So I threw in some gray tone Copics in the mix, and I gave myself a lot more work than I should have given myself. But either way, like it came out really nice, and now that's pretty much a thumbnail for the next book I'm writing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's. Well, we were saying earlier too. Sometimes inspiration just hits you, and sometimes you just get like a story. You get like a book.
And yeah, something clicks in your brain and throws you off on a tangent of thought, and there you go, man. What about you, Javi? Do you do the Inktober thing, man?
Go ahead, Sean. My bad.
No. Go ahead. I'm pretty funny.
So I started on the fish, and I got into it, and then I ended up getting really busy with the book, and I wanted to do it because it's 30 days. The premise of the idea for Inktober is really, really cool. I didn't know you could buy a package, so I would have probably bought that, and I probably would have done a lot more, but I was doing it digitally, and it was just getting me kind of like familiar with the setup that I've got and all that, and it was really, really good to just kind of like get the creative flows. They give you an idea, and it's so many words for 30 days, and you've got to draw, like I think one of them was the smoke or whatever, and the fish and all that, and it's really cool, the premise. But I didn't start it, but I did one page, and I don't know if I got the work up, but anyway, I got busy with the book, and I just like totally got out of it. So next year I'm going to be more prepared. I think I want to do the whole 30 days next year.
Oh, awesome! Yeah.
Now
they just need a color Vember or something, man.
Well, I heard the guy is a little
we'll send all our Inktober entries to Phil.
After October, they all go. Hey, that'd work perfect if people collaborated like that. Inktober, in October.
Now here's the thing.
And then in November, it's
NaNoWriMo
color
is-
month.
Here's the thing, like that's from NaNoWriMo is in November. So what you need to do, you need the writing thing in September, Inktober, Colorvember, and then like Letterember or something like that.
And what do you do any of that, Mike?
The letter.
The letter.
Yeah, the letter. Do you do any of that,
The
Mike?
letter.
Like any of the stuff, like the monthly, like or the once a year things, like what Chris is talking about? I've seen other writers doing it. The nano, no nano.
So I haven't been doing this long enough. Like I want to get into that sort of thing, and I'm trying to get into the freelance field of comic writing. So if anyone needs any scripts written, please hit me up.
Hey, can't
we're
beat that.
all trying to get that working.
What is your rate?
It depends on what your how many pages your story is. We can talk about that offline.
48, 300 stories.
48
48 pages, 300 books. You ready?
What, 300 books?
300 books. Get to me off. I mean, like,
wait, what?
If you're being legitimately serious and aren't just pulling my leg, I will actually talk to you about it.
There's a bear shit in the woods?
Yeah.
Oh, he's
All right.
definitely serious about stuff, Mike. He's got. You should.
Oh,
he's got
yeah.
all the
Javi,
He's got all the goodies there too, man. All kinds of press stuff.
Hit me up in the private. Hit me up on Facebook. If you're friends with Phil, you can find me pretty easily, and we'll discuss page rate offline. I'd like to think it's reasonable and what have you, but I'm willing to, especially with what you're offering, I'm willing to kind of work with you on that, because you've got very clearly a lot ahead of you.
Right now, Heather Gibbs is my editor. I'm working with Travis Gibbs, and Travis Gibbs is a writer as well. Also, I'm working with.
I am well aware of Travis. I'm very good friends with Chuck Pinot, and if you have any association with Chuck Pinot, you have association with Travis Gibbs.
Yeah, Travis was on a little bit earlier today. Travis is a good dude, man.
He is. He's a solid guy. I'm really looking forward to that Cthulhu Oz book. It looks like a good time.
Yeah, that looks amazing too.
Yeah, and right now I think they're like 4 away from 400 backers. There's 50 stores in there. Fixing to open up about 11 books for the thing. Yeah, Travis, I'm a Florida boy too, so Travis and Luke lives here in Jacksonville with me. So
Luke's a good friend of mine as well. He actually lettered our 0 issue, and I owe a lot of how well we did that first book to Luke, because he got me introduced to the right people. He's a good friend. I like Luke, and in fact, he and I are starting to kind of workshop something. So hopefully that'll come out sooner than later. But I mean, as I said, like, if we talk off air, I'll let you know what my kind of base things are, and yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Well, there you go. That's what's that's part of what we do as comic people, is networking. Always.
I was gonna say, I think we just did networking here. I think
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
We just did it networking.
Yeah, and
we're not under.
Yeah.
We're not under 2 labels. We're under one big label when it comes to indies.
I'm pretty sure.
Of course, like everybody has their own little publishing imprint, but like indie's indie at the end of the day.
One big impact. Dispatch.
Yeah.
What you guys just did is what CromCon and the comic-related madness is all about.
Yeah.
Networking, promoting, expanding the fan bases, bouncing them off each other. What you just did is my goal for you guys. Thank you.
Well, thank you for putting the platform out there.
Oh, geez, I gotta leave, guys. I gotta leave. I'll be right.
Okay.
Cool.
Holy crap!
Holy shit! I
Speak of
gotta
the
go.
devil, man.
we can't be having this. Me and Chuck on the same stream is fucking dangerous.
Oh,
Chuck,
no,
which one
man.
of your clones is this time? Everyone pay attention to the room behind him. Okay?
Put away the
'Cause
hot
we've already-
sauce. Keep the hot sauce out of Chuck's reach, man.
This is clone number 6. Can I be straight with you guys?
No.
Sure.
I got a message from Travis like hours ago, and he was like, and I've been dealing with fucking clients all day long. Just got off the phone with a client, and he had been like, "Oh, I'm gonna do this stream." He didn't tell me he was doing CromCon, just that he was doing a stream. I didn't know if the stream was done yet, so I was like, just in case someone's like chatting in the background or fucking whatever, I'll jump on and check it out. And then all of a sudden, I'm on in the middle of fucking CromCon on a Sunday night. So, not what I saw
the
happen.
Phil and Friends panel, man.
That's funny.
So what you're getting into, Mr. Chuck?
Dude, well, I'm just getting. Thank you so much, homie. Finishing up one campaign and still pushing 2 more. So, it's nice to sort of have the break, but it's obviously not a break if anybody knows me.
I was going to say only 2 more. I would have figured much more from you.
I have 4 that are on right now, but 2 that I'm pushing actively.
I know, I'm joking. You're just you're a busy man. You're a busy man.
and he's working with me on something.
Oh.
We announced. Well, to be fair, he's working with me. We will be launching our first Kickstarter together for Spearhead Soldier of Warcry sometime around March, and we revealed the cover of that on Veterans Day. Chuck, do you still have that? I know I sent it to you.
Yeah, but I don't have access to this.
Yeah,
to this stream.
Are you on your phone?
I am on my phone.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. I guess I can find it. I forget that your computer is kind of in the shitter right now.
No, actually, my computer is fine. I just don't know how to use it that way. So my phone is
Wait,
everything.
What?
Wait,
hold on. Everyone needs to go look very judgmentally at Chuck, because this man just said, I don't know how to use my computer that way for StreamYard, but he's doing everything on his phone, which is infinitely harder.
It's what I'm used to, dude. when
I can't really
you've got
judge
this
because
much-
I take my webcam to work on this. It's
When
like
you've
just
got this much-
imagine my face.
You cannot see my face, but I am glaring at Chuck right now.
You glare. And you know what? In some regards, I deserve it. But the problem is that I am so focused on certain elements that other things I choose to be ignorant on. And the computer is often one of those elements.
Oh, fair point, man. I'm
And-
just the opposite. I do everything on the computer and not on the phone. So,
And I
but I
respect
understand the same thing either way, back and forth. Yep.
Right? I respect it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
I'm not gonna lie though. I've started doing a bunch of stuff on Google just so I can use both. Be like, I can do this on my laptop, but what if I'm just like walking down the street and get an idea? It's like I need to write this scene.
Oh yeah. Great for a scratch pad like that. Just like me, I think I even keep for sketch ideas. I'll keep even if it's just a plain line notebook, something that I can just reach over real quick and sketch out a quick rough outline.
That's literally. I do nothing at work, so I literally just freehand. I write most of my scripts. I write my first few, 10 or so pages. I write in a notebook. Then I transcribe them.
Hold it,
onto
aren't you writers guys supposed to have those those oldie school typewriters that you covet so much?
Here's the thing. I know how many typos I make.
I'm not pretentious.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
fucking
saying,
good
I know how many
writers.
typos I make. I can't bother with getting like the whiteout and having to redo. I mean, there's a reason.
You
Phil,
have to
there's a
own
reason
stock.
autocorrect hates me so much. There is
You
a
have to
reason
own stock
autocorrect.
in the whiteout company.
That brings me to a
Oh.
very funny story. I want to show you something real quick.
While he's getting that, I'll just say this is the cover for Spearhead Soldier of Warcry. We'll be working with Ted Lehman and Farad Nurmaliza on this, and it's oh my god.
I'm ready.
Nice line work, man.
Oh wow.
I was watching Jim Lee using this stuff. It's amazing what you can do with this, and I never actually knew how to, because the pens and stuff like that. But
What is it? Let's see that better. What is that?
It's whiteout.
Okay.
It's whiteout pen. I went ahead
You
and bought
own
a case
stock
because I
in
knew how
them.
bad I was.
You need to get like a Batman utility belt just for whiteout.
Right?
Be like, oh, I'm sorry. I put E before I. Flip out like bat shark repellent.
I'm going to make a shirt that says "Whiteout is your friend."
I see Chuck talking.
Yeah, he got zoomed up on the thing there for a second. Yeah. Give us that face full of Chuck, that screen full of Chuck.
How is Cthulhu doing?
He's what we don't know is that he's coordinating with his several other clones that are on different streams right now.
All of them. We're busy.
We
You know how
know
many other
how
projects
you
we're
are,
talking
Chuck.
about?
We know how you are, Chuck. You got like you're on 3 streams all simultaneous right now, aren't you?
Dude, honestly, I was on this stream talking to my wife and dealing with my partner from Essence House all at the same time. So yeah, man, I don't know what doing one thing at a time fucking looks like right now. I am
Ultimate multitasker.
Also, you were getting Order 66. That's that's what's gonna happen.
Who said males can multitask?
I will. Thank you.
So yeah, Chuck, we didn't get a chance. I know most of the people out there know who you are, but we give everybody a chance that they've been on. Is tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what you do, man.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. What's going on, guys? I'm Chuck Pino, Pineau. I'm a freelance writer and editor. I work on such projects as Welcome to the Void, Belial 2, which just funded quite well on Kickstarter, Essence House, which just funded on Kickstarter and is still going strong for another 14 days. And I'm also working on Cthulhu Invades Oz, which is funding on Kickstarter and has about 10 or 9 days left. So I'm a busy dude who fucking loves comics and is just excited to be working.
Well, awesome
Oh,
as
yeah.
always. Yes, we always love to see the new stuff you're working on, man. For sure.
Thank you, homie.
Yeah.
So how about you? Here's something I ask everybody too. What are some of your influences when you're working on stuff? Do you try and keep away from influences, or do you watch or read or anything that's maybe in the genre you're working in, or any of that? What motivates you and influences you in some of your stories?
You know, so I try to. I like that. That's a really good question, actually. I think as a writer, I don't want to directly watch something that would influence me too much, so that I would steal from it. So I tend to want to focus on something that I think will strengthen maybe something that I'm weak in that particular project. So Essence House, let's say. It's a novel and it's very weird, and I tend not to be so weird. I tend to be very kind of analytical and logical with everything that's going on. So thank you, by the way, that's awesome. So I ended up going and watching Twin Peaks, which is fucking completely illogical and weird and still excellent storytelling. And so I allowed that to inspire me to heights of weirdness. And so each time I do new things, I try to enjoy something or
fuel my inspirational tank with something that couldn't necessarily directly influence what I'm doing, but help me with the weak spot.
So yeah, let it seep in a little bit and dissect it from there. Yeah.
Exactly, something I can learn from.
Well, yeah, it definitely shows because you are a busy man. Busy.
Kind of like doing a documentary. You gotta have all your proper places and people and times and all that stuff kind of lined up. The story's still yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Now, when you're writing, do you have a editorial staff with that, or do you basically take on the editorial, or do you have somebody that gives it a second look for you, or?
I've been a guy who has stood up and told everyone, you need a fucking editor, you need someone to look over your stuff, and that's never been just about me being your editor, but you finding someone that you can trust, who you will listen to objectively, and who will call you on your shit. And I believe it would be disingenuous and bullshit of me to wave that banner as hard as I've waved it and not do the same to me. So I always have an editor when I work on anything.
Right.
Often it's my wife, but I'll still take it to, like Sean edits my stuff and looks at my stuff when we're working on stories for Belial and shit, and he will call me on my shit. Eric calls me on my shit for Essence House. We have an editor for that novel, Katrina Roetz, who gladly calls me on my shit. I think she just likes to see if she can prove me wrong, which good luck, girl. But no, she's super smart and amazing at what she does. So we wanted one of the best proofers out there, and we definitely got it when we picked up hers. So
now, also on editorial, some people forget that also editors are also wrangling teams and guiding the process even through the art. Now, do you have separate editors like an AD? Like, I mean, I've worked in that field before where I'm overlooking the script, the art, and everything in line and making sure everything's lined up. Do you have somebody that's actually goes through the art also, or is it the same editors?
I mean, so for my stuff, because I tend to, I'm slowly learning art direction, but I'll always have like other artists on board usually who can help me kind of overlook things and see that everything makes sense and all that kind of stuff. I had a good buddy of mine who was a graphic designer, and so he would help me look over things early on, and now I do have people who take a look at it. But often, again, like if it's my project and I'm writing it, I end up kind of taking a stance on that and taking a look at everything and making sure that it all makes sense and everything. And if I'm working on someone else's project, I like to be that eye and to be able to help them and just be another point of view who could say, well, dude, why did he have a shoe in this panel, but suddenly he's missing one in that one? Like, what's going on there?
Why
And
has
so
he got 3 fingers there and 4 over there?
exactly,
Yeah.
man. Why is her hair suddenly blonde? What the fuck is that all about? All
Maybe
that
she's
kind
a Super Saiyan.
And that comes in after you've been working in it a while. Like I use Chris for that a lot of times, where I'll run some stuff past him when I'm working on stuff. Just even though it's mainly a writer, he's pretty versed in all the other areas. And always a second eye is always nice. And it gives you a little reassurance that you're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, and I think that it's really important often to have someone that you're paying to do that, because like if let's say you just bring like a friend in or whatever to edit and look over your stuff, they might feel a little beholden to you. But if I'm paid to do it, then you have already put skin in the game. You've already said, I am willing to pay you money to fucking attack my shit and make it as good as possible.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that's really important. It's important that we put that skin in the game, not just because I really want the paycheck, but also because it's you showing that you feel responsible, and that person now will feel responsible because they did cash your check. So, like, I did accept that money, and therefore I owe you the best version of your book that I can possibly get for you. Will it be perfect? Show me a perfect book. I'll prove that it's not perfect. There's no such fucking thing. That's not a thing in entertainment. But that's what's brilliant about it, is the flaws are often what makes it perfect.
Yeah.
I got a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So Chuck, as you I don't you don't know me, or I only know you through streams and stuff like that. But as
Chuck, Javi, Chuck.
Nice to meet you, Javi.
You don't know me, but I know you.
Right.
Also,
Sean, thing again.
Sean had to bail. Sean left a message. He had to bail. His connection was bad. Thanks for coming on, Sean, man.
Yeah.
We'll catch you later for sure. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry, Chuck.
See you, Sean. So as a new creator like me, I have no background in this. This is my first book. And I do have like Travis in my corner, and I've got Heather in my corner, and I've got other people through networking, and Pops and Phil and Pete. I mean, the community is great. But just a one-on-one while I got you here, and I appreciate this. What kind of advice would you give me as a new creator coming out?
How far into your book are you?
What do you mean?
How far into your? Have you scripted it, or is it just an outline? Is it already done?
Heather asked me the same question. I've got the script in here. I just haven't put it down to paper, and I'm running a formula, so I've got a formulaic type of system that I'm going to follow. But as far as like getting it to her within the next 2 or 3 days, I'll get that to her. But I'm not there yet. And
so
definitely script it out. I would say this. I've said this before on a project I was on. Have the script down.
I have my first book pretty much already scripted out on paper. I've got that. And I've got this is not, it's not going to be one book. It's 48 pages, 300 issues. That's my goal.
300 issues?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I know I need to put these in bite-sized pieces for 48 pages. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a long story. This is just not one thing. This is going to be a long living thing for me.
So I'm big on outlining. I feel like what an outline is it's a topographical map of where we're going and what the landscape looks like. So I would outline both your first issue. I would outline it fairly hard so you know what scenes are happening and all that kind of stuff, so that an editor can come in and look and go, well, why is that scene even in here? What is that going to help? And that way we can trim the fat before you even put it on the structure.
Yes.
Also, you're going to want to outline. Now, you're talking about 300 issues. Obviously, we can't outline that. But I would create arcs. And you're creating those arcs because at some point you're going to want to make trade paperbacks. And trades are so important to us because it allows you to sell the same product more than once with a new face.
Yeah, Travis was telling me about that, and I still want to stick with a 48 layout. That's something I'm in stone with.
48 per issue?
48 per issue.
Okay.
So
it's indie. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Like, yeah.
So we're talking about like maybe 3 issues per trade.
Yes, and that's what he was saying. Something like Cthulhu, because y'all are doing that right now with 160 pages. So I can do my trade at 3 books and have 160.
Yeah, you absolutely could. So what I would say is I would look and I would see, so what does that first 3-issue arc look like? What is going to be my theme, and what is going to, what are we going to work up to? And then because you know that, it means that you know what you're building up to. You know what stuff has to be included in 1, 2, and 3 to make that whole narrative. Because remember, you're writing issues, but you're also writing something grander.
Right.
And no, go ahead.
So now what you're saying is instead of me making a 3-act system for each individual 48, I can actually do 3 actual issues and write Act 1 in the first one, Act 2 in the second one, and Act 3. But this 48 pages, I still do a breakdown of Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 in the first book, Act 1 and Act 3. But you're making the story part as far as all 3 of those being that story arc for Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 to make the whole story kind of go together.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, it becomes like a 9-act play. But even still, like, I'm not always a huge fan of forcing yourself to have the 1-act, 2-act, 3-act. A lot of times it just comes out organically.
Right.
So I would just make sure that that issue can kind of, it's not that it needs to stand alone, but it needs to obviously have its beginning, its middle, its end.
Right.
Someone needs to be able to pick it up, read it, very nice, be able to pick it up, read it, and understand it enough that even if it's issue 2 or 3, they can go, okay, I know that I've missed something, but I get what's going on, and it makes me want to pick up either the previous issues or the ones that come afterwards.
And the one thing I'll say too is that a lot of buyers will wait for the trade as well too, especially with like Comixology, where you'll have sales every so often. You'll be like, okay, I can get this for $5 instead of 15. So not like you sell the same product twice, but you could sell it to somebody who might not be buying the single issues. You could get that, that new market.
It's not that often that I get to do this, but sometimes I get to do this.
Yeah, I was gonna say that nice foil cover. Look at that.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael.
Sorry, I flipped away there for a second.
I was going to tell because he's flashing
at
you
you
earlier.
there with that copy. Look at it.
We love
I
it.
bored him with all the editor talk.
Dude, fulfillment is everything.
Yeah.
Well, it's 40% at least, I'm telling you. This came to me the way it's supposed to. This thing's beautiful. I'm telling you, if you didn't get on board with what he's got going on, part 2, do it. I mean, part 1, I mean, you guys in your weird 0 number, man.
Pyramid Gambit. Just say Pyramid Gambit.
Pyramid Gambit, yeah. Exactly.
And I come up with cool fucking names for each one of them so that we don't even have to worry about the numbers anymore. I realized that I threw a monkey wrench in things by doing it. Apparently, doing a 0 issue as the prologue first apparently doesn't make sense in comic books.
I did it. Fuck them.
It's just one of those things that I found really funny. Is I had like a lot of people. So why are you doing a 0 issue first? Like generally in comics, they do 0 issues after a few. I'm like, because it doesn't make sense. You don't get like halfway through a book and it just goes, oh, now we're gonna do the prologue.
Yeah.
Like
OCD in it.
You need something to sell in Wizard magazine. That's the thing,
right? And at the end of the day,
up on the first issue thing. Our first issue was a 0, man.
At the end of the day, the answer is easy. I'm indie, motherfucker. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do.
I was gonna say, man.
I can do black and white, color. I can do 3 colors. I can do 16 pages. I can do 200. I can do 48 pages of 300 issues.
Do unconventional panels, layouts.
With only 3 colors. There can only be 3 colors in your entire comic book. It is your new challenge.
Black, white, and red. Wolverine is doing it right now, and it's supposedly fucking blowing everybody's brains.
That's the anthology series too. They bring back like Claremont and Miller and people like that
Well,
too.
that's Sin City did that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, you can't use black or white. 3 standard colors.
Oh, okay. 3 primaries. Yeah.
Oh, those are shades. We're sorry.
You can only use 3 primaries, no shades.
Well, it was a graphic novel based on this guy who was on Jeopardy. It's called Form of a Question, and the only colors are like blue and yellow, and like a little bit of like pink. That's the whole book. I mean, it's a great book.
Sure
too.
it can be done. It's just I like teasing Chuck because Chuck will go off and say outlandish shit sometimes. So I just feel like I'm calling you.
Nah,
that's
no
why
way.
we got like 60. That's why we got like 60 videos. People here. We're like, we can make this work. We got this.
I mean, do I want to do it? No, but you can do whatever the fuck you want. You're probably not gonna catch me doing a fucking 3-color book. I'm one of these guys. I either want none of them or all of them. So
I think I'm gonna make a book that's only 1 color.
I think you should.
It'll be like a Metallica Black Album.
Take this back to the 0 number. I want to take this back to the 0 number.
That just be a bunch of blank pages.
Yeah.
It's not just white.
Now look, how many first appearances? Okay, how many first issues have a lot of first appearances? Okay, number one. Okay, the title like Spider-Man #1. A whole bunch of first appearances in that book, right? You got Jonah and Peter Parker and Aunt May and Ben Parker, but then you come to Michael Oden's book, and all of his first appearances are in issue 0.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to say. As a collector, you mess us all up with that, because then we get issue #1, and there's only a couple first appearances in it.
That's because
there's a good chunk of first appearances in Pyramid Gambit. You get
Yeah,
Hades.
you know what I'm saying.
I blame it on the big two.
I
will tell
Big
you.
Two remember all the time.
Yeah, right.
I remember when Crisis happened. Well, I don't remember. I was like,
I
when
don't
Crisis happened? But when they had the cards afterwards too, and they had all the first appearances, it's like Superman first appeared in 1986. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's quite accurate. Mr. Mizia's Pitlick, you probably saw him in Superman number 14 in 1987. I've got a book from 1952 that says otherwise.
No.
Yeah.
Your 1952 comic doesn't exist, Chris.
Well, that's because this is like Earth 2 or
We don't
something. Is that the idea?
Exactly. I'm going to put your 1952 comic in the fire so my 1952 comic can make more money. I know the game.
Well, and I will say a lot of comic writers, especially in indie, when we're doing it for ourselves, we don't even fucking think about collectors. That's not our market because most of us aren't collectors. We're collectors of stories.
Yeah.
And
a
lot of I can't tell you how
buy
many
your books. We're the collectors.
Yeah, but
Right.
we don't see it from your point of view. Like, if you look at Belial 1, the Belial 1 campaign, and the Belial 2 campaign, the huge difference between those is that between those two campaigns, we realized we are missing out on collectors. We are not giving them what they want. And so the reason why in one campaign you can make $3,000 and in the other you can almost break 6 is because we went, oh shit, there's a collector's market that we have not considered, and we have to. And I think that's all about us leveling up and recognizing that our little fucking ecosystem that we've carved out of what is comfortable for us in comics
The creative
is
mindset.
not comics. And so you need to burst your fucking bubble and get out there and recognize what other shit is out there.
I know I've gone out on a couple rants on a couple of my streams, and it's like, you've lost touch with the fans, and you know, and I didn't mean the fans in general, but more like you said, like you just said, collector. Fans like, you know, and it's like, man, every time I pop open a Gemini and it's pristine, and I'm like, yeah, we ain't touching that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I just brought Michael's book out here. You know how hard it was for me to open this book and actually be like fingering it and touching it and reading it? I did not like doing that because this book is beautiful.
What, you don't have your white gloves for that, man?
Yes, I do, and I wore them. This is what I'm trying to say. But then the kids come down like in the middle of it, and I got these gloves on, and they're not my compression gloves, which I usually wear because I got messed up tendons. So I usually wear the ones you see me with the fingers free, you know. And it's like, man, when I have those ones on, they always giggle at me. Because they're like real soft, and you know, they don't have no oil on them or nothing. You know, I mean, it's the way it is. You got to do that.
See,
you know?
and I'm the exact opposite. I'm cracking that thing open. I'm smelling it. I'm feeling the fucking. I'm feeling the fucking spine bend a little bit. Like, I don't give a shit.
See how
here it is. It's right here. I fucking love this thing.
But see, I get that.
The blue tastes like blue.
I get to do that when I come home.
Salisbury's.
I get to do that when I come home from the LCS with the stack of books, and it's like they're not bagged or anything, and I get to bag them all, and you know, I mean,
So Chuck did a whole video on page turn and like the science of page turn, and he just straight up manhandled my comic. Like, it was almost uncomfortable to watch. Like, oh, could you at least be more delicate with that? Oh man. Like I mean, I was happy with it because like Chuck didn't even realize it was my book. I don't think initially.
No, I realized it was your book, but I didn't realize that you'd actually paid pretty good attention to the page turns, and I'm like, oh yeah, these are really good page turns. Like he's got it because it was the first book that was there, and I treated that book like I'm going to treat almost any book. Now, I have slabs up here, and those slabs are specifically because those things are things that I want to keep the history of. But no offense, if I want to keep the history of your book, I'm not buying one copy. I have to buy two.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so when I can afford to buy two, one of those motherfuckers is going to get read like dog-eared and everything. And then the other one is going to be slabbed and no air and taken care of.
Well, I know the purists might disagree with me, but I've said this before. It's like that's why I think digital copies are cool to go along with a print copy. Put your print copy away and read the digital, or read the print once, put it away, and you have the digital that you can just pull up anytime.
That's a very intelligent way to look at it. I agree with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I like about it too. Is like when people offer their PDF when you buy a physical copy. Not that I'm a fan of PDFs, but some books I don't want to touch. You know,
right?
Yeah.
At all.
You know why I don't like that method? Because it means you only have to buy one of my book. Buy two, you cheap fuck.
Yeah. But see, if I buy two, hold up though. If I buy two, I might not be able to buy Michael.
You need the one to read.
True. That's possible.
I'm a broke ass, Chuck. If I could buy everybody's books,
I know it.
If he could buy everybody's books, he could barely move in that room there, man.
and I respect it. I totally get it, and that's why I do think the digital definitely has its place. I have a hard time reading the digitals. Like I stare at fucking screens enough already, so I don't want to do it in my free time as well.
I sit in this chair enough, bro. I sit in this chair enough. When I go over there, and I sit back and I'm relaxed and I pick up the comic books or the novels. I actually read real books too.
Then we have to get you an Essence out.
Dude,
here's my
listening.
Here's my solution with the digital and reading it. I'm happy enough with it now, but I've used such a small screen in the past. But I have a monitor. Well, it's 27-inch, and it's also I can tilt that and I can make it lengthwise. My pages fit on there perfect. I can read them no problem. It doesn't bug my eyes. You know. So I think with digital, just make sure you have something good to view them on.
Like I have a tablet too that I read most of my stuff on, because if I try to read on my phone, I'm having to like read it panel by panel, and I like to kind of like look around too.
Yeah.
Not only that, but like I sit in this chair all day long promoting and sharing everybody's stuff and doing live streaming and whatever. I sit in this chair and I do that all day long. I don't want to sit in this chair and read comics. I want to kick back and be comfortable when I'm reading. You know, I sit in this chair. This was like the work area, and that's like the entertainment area. I sit over there. I play video games. I read books. You know.
Well, it won't be long that they have basically a screen that's going to be about a thickness of some plastic film. You're going to be able to take it where you want. It's not going to be heavy and cumbersome.
Now I'm waiting for the glasses that you put on. It's just got the
and it's right there on it,
know.
like Google Glass kind of thing.
I'm waiting for that. What show was that where the dude put on the glasses? Everything came up. It's like
They Live.
It's like, yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
You're waiting for the Roddy Piper glasses, man.
No, not the They Live glasses. The ones that
Phil brought the pro wrestling this time.
I can't remember the movie, but they put the glasses on, and the internet came up right there on the inner screen of the glasses. Like
Google Glass.
Yeah, so dude would just like talk to his glasses, and the screen would come up that he wanted to see. You know,
I think it was one of the Mission Impossible movies did something kind of like that, where they did the your mission should you choose to accept it. It's just like a pair of Tom Cruise sunglasses that
Yeah,
he
it's
like
kinda like that, but
dramatically
this-
throws away when they explode in slow motion.
Hey,
Yeah,
there's an
this looks
idea.
like dude's
I don't
work.
know
You-
if I don't know if I've seen it in comics or not, but
This looked
almost
like
like you do the colorblind test thing. A comic that reads one way. I'm thinking on the They Live end of it. You read it regular, but then you can put on a pair of glasses and you can see different shit on the pages you didn't see before.
You just came up with the next way we do the next spy comic book.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
The
Yeah, there you
code, without the glasses, you can't read the codes, man.
That's a neat idea.
And they
That
kind
is
of do
actually,
that.
yeah.
They were doing that with like augmented comics that they were working on there for a while, where you could put your phone
Yeah,
up to
that
the
was a
page,
thing
and there'd
for
be
a
like
bit.
something that like a 3D model of a character that'd pop up on your phone above the page and shit.
Hey, Odin, do you mind if I talk to them about that little thing we did for Warcry?
Yeah, no, we put that out there during the Veterans Day stream.
Okay, good.
Ooh,
So
we got the behind the scenes scoop here. You're hearing it
There
here
you go.
first, man.
it's kind of in that same sense. The thing is that what's cool about Mike Odin is that Mike Odin has been in the shit. He served our country. He served the country. He served the country. He went out there. Like he dealt with that. He knows how these guys speak, and he wrote how these guys speak. And when I read it, I was like, you can't really publish that shit. Like a lot of that, I respect the fact that you're saying this stuff, and that I know that this is all honestly how these guys would talk. But the average person should not necessarily be saying this shit. And he was like, well, yeah, but I want it to be authentic. And I said, okay, so what about this? What if we redacted the curse words, some of the profanity, some of the the spicier words, so to speak, and that way you have that redacted version, and then you can come out with a director's cut and have all that shit there. And he was like, fuck yes, I like that. So that's what we're doing with that.
You're like, that's the
so
problem.
we've got that going on.
Dude.
Oh, it's fucking rad.
why I love
Okay.
This is why I love these panels, man, because people's wheels start turning. When you guys start talking,
I will say though, there's a saying we have at the Renfest that we're history, but we're the nice parts of history. Because when you go to the Renaissance Festival, you don't want to see like folks dying of the plague in the streets.
You didn't get dysentery, did you?
You don't get dysentery. Yeah, you don't. You're not going to go sit in like a pile of feces to have your dinner.
Although anachronistically,
piles of bodies with festering boils, Chris.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I was going to say
I do want to see some people getting
anachronistic.
on horse, though.
As far as
Yeah, exactly.
anachronism goes, Chris, you got to admit though. You gotta admit, there's some stuff that goes that way.
Dude,
I mean, we do have wizards on site. Too.
Right,
We
right,
do-
and wood nymphs and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we do
pretty
have
awesome sword fights at Renfest.
yeah, we do have Vikings that kind of show up too sometimes. Like that's not technically the right era.
See, I don't go to those anymore because I went to one of those where they were super serious about it, and they burned my girlfriend as a witch. So I just decided, if I'm ever going to get pussy ever again, I can't go to one of these things. So I feel like they take it too seriously.
I'm Gary. Where do we go to do this now? Hold on.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't have Heretic Tuesdays anymore. I'm sorry. You know.
Yeah. No. Good. Yeah. Because that was traumatic, man. It was difficult to deal with.
It killed the word of mouth.
It's not a Salem Renfest. It's not a Renfest.
Where was
I
this
haven't been to
Renfest?
one
It was in
Massachusetts,
Roanoke,
I'm
by
sure.
the way.
It was in Roanoke.
Exactly.
Croatoa. Indeed.
Yes.
So half the people just disappeared overnight. It was great. Oh god.
Exactly.
No, but like
I mean, you know.
it was it was really fun working on that script with Chuck. He gives me too much credit. Like I served my time. I was an infantryman, but like I didn't do anything exciting. We got stationed in Qatar for a year, which consisted of us staring out into nothingness and desert for 11 months of our lives. It was fucking horrible. But
it's like living in Phoenix.
That's where
man.
you brewed up all those stories, man. You had all that time staring out into nothing. You're like, I'm sure these stories were forming then.
I lived in Phoenix for 35 years, man. I know all about staring out into the desert.
Not like Qatar. Dude, Qatar is. Oh boy, I could go ad nauseum. I don't think I have ever been that miserably hot in my life. Our first day in country. So the big thing about Qatar is it's a desert, but it's also near a gigantic body of water, and so it's not just a desert. It is humid as fuck. And so we got there, and it was my birthday too. I was pissed. Fucking, we get there. It is 116 degrees with 30% humidity.
Why does Chuck have Demon Phil?
Hold it, Demon Phil.
Okay.
Hi, Demon Phil.
So effectively, Chuck does a lot of helps Phil host a lot of shows.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a running gag where Chuck will disappear and then there'll be multiple Phils on Phil's show. But I mean, we'll just leave it at they have a thing.
And I'm the other Phil, man.
Well, this is Demon Phil's first appearance on CromCon since CromCon 1.
Oh God! It was really fun working with Chuck and coming up with all that stuff. Like, hey, so you do realize that Phil Locklear's still your
I told you I can't fucking change that.
You're just talking doing
How-
some bells over
How
there.
is it that I've explained to you motherfuckers that I don't know how to use StreamYard on my fucking computer, but you think that I can change this shit? Phil Locklear gave me his sign-in so that I can run his shows when he's not around. Because of that, I'm effectively logged in as fucking Phil Locklear, and I don't know how to change that. And they're like, well, you can log in and out. Yeah, that's a lot of work. I'm a busy man. I'll just be...
picture. You tap on the picture and then it brings you to your photo gallery.
But then when I do that, it means that when Phil logs in, he'll probably log in with my ugly mug on there.
I just thought you did a transformation spell,
That would
man.
be funny. Exactly. Yeah. Chuck is gone. It's Phil.
He's always on camera. He never goes off screen, so that's not even a worry for him.
No, that he does go up, especially during unscripted and shit. Yeah, definitely. But I think it would be great.
To really misbehave.
I should just have a picture of like my middle finger or something, so when I go up, when Phil goes up, it's just like.
This is my fuck off. I need to pee face.
Yeah, that's what happened there. I like I said, I've been working with clients since about 3 or 4 straight through, and then ended up here.
I'm in the 13th hour of CromCon, day 2. At some point, Facebook's going to kick us the hell off anyway. So.
I was going to say, man, it's been a cool panel, man. I really appreciate you all coming on tonight, for sure, man.
I'm like,
we ran, 3.5 hours for this panel. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
And I'm not telling you guys you got to quit. That's not by any means. I was just pointing out, it's like, it always seems like the later we get, the more fun we have, and I wish everybody that was
going until somebody tries
was watching now.
Until somebody what, Mike?
Pops will keep this party going until somebody tries to shut down his page.
Until we run on the 8-hour mark for the full long stream. I think that's when Facebook cuts you off, 8 hours.
Yeah, I believe so. It is 8 hours.
Yeah, that's why we cut off at 6 and then come back on so that we don't even have to worry about that. We give ourselves that leeway. And then, it's never, I don't think it only once went past 2 a.m. Eastern, where we had people that were just having so much fun that they didn't want to quit. And that's what I'm saying. You guys, it's when you guys call it. It's, I'm just out here so that when you guys are done, I can tell everybody thank you. And talk a little bit about what we're going to do in December. That's how I'm going to end this, So you guys just keep doing what you do till you're done doing it. I love having Michael out here. It's the first time he's ever been out here.
Yeah, I think I've been on one other prom, like very briefly.
Yeah, I think it was the Friday
Well, you were
night
on
before,
one day
like
because
the pre-show.
you couldn't make it, and we just went ahead and pulled up all the stuff. That was on Book Zero. Pulled up all the stuff and went through the crowdfunding.
We just did it for you because you weren't there.
So you're kind of there more than that.
I was in the spirit. It was a spiritual drive-by. It was great.
There you go. Exactly.
No, it's just one of those things where, like, as I said, like, I'm juggling all sorts of shit. So it is, and I don't have the luxury of Chuck, who's able to just clone himself.
Yeah.
So like, like I don't
the
have
cloning
that.
chambers. It's like down in the venture compound, There's multiple
what Chuck
tubes
hasn't
with
told
chucks
you is
growing.
that there were 6, but they're doing another 6 because Chuck's taken on 20 more projects.
Oh yeah, all I told you is that I'm number 6. I can't tell you. I'm 6 of none of your fucking business. I'm not telling you because the number never stops.
And there's one Chuck multiplicity Chuck out there somewhere. I like Keith Thief. I like Keith.
Which one is Chuck Prime? Oh my!
We don't even tell him. So like Chuck 1 is not Chuck 1. Like we don't even we fucked that up.
Ooh, it's number 1.
We change our numbers all the time.
I am not a number. I am a free man.
It's actually
you get a bunch of nerds together. Eventually, it's going to come to the prisoner. That's just rules.
Yeah, right.
The Chuck Prime is the messianic figure of the Chuck clone.
All hail Chuck Prime.
God, next thing you know, the next Chuck book, it's going to have a tier. It's going to have, for so much, you can also purchase a Chuck clone, man.
Dude.
So I got this comic on Kickstarter, and they sent me a vial of blood. I don't know what to do with it.
Fucking noobs.
Yeah, obviously not part of the indie community.
Right? Everybody, if they got a vial of blood, they'd be like, I know what's going on with this.
Yeah.
My only question is, do I drink it or inject it?
Oh God, there's another new indie idea. Got to do like Kiss did. Got to drain the creator's blood, mix it into the ink when it's printed, man.
You get a vial of blood and you do the thing with it, and you're like, oh man, I got another goat.
Oh wow!
It's like one of them little coin things, you know. You don't know what blood you're gonna get.
Yeah, I know. That's part of the surprise. It's like when those, oh god, it's like those cards you used to throw in that would turn to sponges or whatever.
Right.
I spent a lot of time at thrift stores laughing at like the weird toys they have there.
It's always cool seeing weird toys, man.
It is, yeah. Like the weird knockoffs too, where it's like, I can tell that's supposed to be Wolverine, but
weird knockoffs. That reminds me. I think what was that? Red Letter Media, I think. They're picking on Cyborg in Justice League. It's like the thrift store knockoff. That it's not even Cyborg. They have him looking like Cyborg Robot Dude, or whatever kind of off-brand name.
Cybot.
I just think it's hilarious that Cyborg was in the Justice League movie and they spent millions of dollars to make him look like a Transformer. But you watch Doom Patrol, and they basically just get some cardboard and spray it silver, and it's way better.
Doom Patrol is awesome.
Chris, you need to be careful here, because if you talk shit on Doom Patrol, there's going to be issues.
I
have no interest in talking shit on Doom Patrol. Doom Patrol's amazing.
That show rocks. I even told Chris that. It's like, dude, just watch the first 30 seconds of the first episode for Tudyk's narration, and you'll watch it, man.
Yeah,
That's all it takes.
and the second season completely outdid the first. When I finished the first season, I was like, I'm a little bit worried for season 2.
Yeah, where are they going to go with this? How can they outdo that? You know?
And then fucking season 2 happened, and I was just like, well, I'll be damned.
How can you beat out farting donkeys and talking cockroaches, man? Wow.
Not just you left out the most important thing about the talking cockroach. He's an evangelical talking cockroach.
Right. Yeah.
That is a part of a doomsday cult.
I've never seen more of a cool, twisted show than that, man. I highly recommend that show.
Fucking second season with Brendan Fraser's Robot Man as like a tiny version of himself, killing mouses and turning their pelts into.
Oh yeah, the mouses are against him because he accidentally killed one of the offspring in the earlier episodes. So then the local mouses are always after him, and yeah, that is crazy.
No, he killed the mother of the one.
Right,
So
yeah, that's how it started. That started the whole vendetta. Yeah.
And then all the mice hate him now.
Or when he was full size, they'd climb in and start messing with this circuitry, screwing with them. Then when he shrank, it was on. They were after him.
The moral of the story, audience, is go watch Doom Patrol.
Yeah. I still need to get through. I'm still like halfway through season 1 too. I haven't finished that yet, so I need to.
Oh man, I won't say anything then.
You're missing out, Chris. You're missing out.
I've been trying to catch up too. Like I've been catch up on both that and Harley before.
What have you gotten to Danny the Street yet?
Not yet. Okay. I know all about Danny the Street.
That's probably like my favorite episode in the first season.
In the first season. Yeah, and then what goes on with that later on through the second season, which will no spoilers.
All I'll say about the second season is holy shit. And they set the tone for that shit right off the gate too. They do not waste any time just beating you, just smashing your face in with awesome. It's just like. Yeah, this is where we're going. Just
with awesome, crazy, wild shit, man. Yeah.
It's just like, how the fuck do you guys think of this shit?
Oh, I know.
I dig those kind of stories. That anything that's super weird like that, man. That's a lot of creativity involved there, and I really dig that.
I know how they think of that shit. Trust me.
Oh, okay.
I know how Grant Morrison wrote the comic. That's Grant Morrison.
Even with that, some of this stuff, you're just like, man, I am glad you guys are making fucking comics and not coming up with creative ways to fuck people up.
Yeah, okay, no. Talk about diabolical mad science and shit.
Originate from, dude. Man, if I could get that dude in the room by himself, I'd do it. I'm gonna write a book about it.
You channeled that into something entertaining and not actually going and acting on it.
Yeah, those are definitely guys when they're writing. They're not. There's no box. It's not that they go outside the box. There is no box, man.
Well, I had that legal about dark comics, you know, and there is a spot for everybody. I like some dark comics. I like some light comics. I like some humor. I like some action. I like a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You guys know I have a pretty wide collection. But there's a market for that really dark stuff. There's people that that thrive on Essence houses.
Essence House isn't even that dark.
It's crazy how much range Chuck has, because you will read something like Belial, and it's also like you read something like Belial, and you're like, that's so fucking Chuck because you see Chuck in interviews and what have you. And then you read you listen to Essence House, the radio drama, and it's just like,
yes.
Why is my heart getting ripped out every 5 seconds? Why do I feel like I've been beaten to the why do I feel like my emotional state has been fucking thrown onto the ground and beaten to fucking high heaven?
It's so funny because
Chuck,
Travis
you send
and
us
I,
to therapy, man.
right? Well, I mean, I think we all need to end up there anyways. I'm just shortening the trip. But it's funny because Travis and I will talk all the time, and because Travis and I, again, we're so tight and we run in the same circles that, the thing is that we all, if you're being 100% honest, there's people in the industry who piss you off or moves they make that piss you off. And as much as I love the industry and I love all you guys and I love what's going on, I need to vent. We need to just say, fuck that guy or fuck this situation. We need to yell. And there's no point in yelling that stuff out into the open air because at the end of the day, it didn't need to be heard. It just needed to be said. And so Travis is great because I'll talk to Travis and I'll be like, this guy's a fucking idiot. I can't believe he did that. And I'll go on these long, angry rants. And he's like, how are you the indie darling when you fucking talk like this? And I was like, because nobody hears it. Because it doesn't get out there. I yell at you, and then you shut the fuck up, and it doesn't go anywhere. And he's like, oh,
One of
okay.
these days, Chuck, you're gonna find out that Travis has been recording. everything
if
you
he's
fucking
smart.
said. One of these days, you guys are gonna have a falling out, and then Travis is going to unleash the biggest fucking atomic bomb on you.
No, that's not what's gonna happen.
It'll be a per-tier level.
That's not what's going to happen. Travis is going to come to him about 20 years when he really just doesn't give a shit. And he's going to be, can I write a book about all this?
Yeah, right? Right? No, that's why I'll tell everyone, I love doing all these shows. These shows are fun. You know what's the best part about doing these shows? The after show, where all of us get to sit in the green room and just be like, hey, remember that story I couldn't fucking tell you? So anyway, this motherfucker, his name is blah. This is what he does. You know him. He did this, and this. I'm like, that's when we get to talk that shit. Everyone doesn't need to hear it. Come on, you guys have all been a part of those. 100%.
Shop talk, yeah.
Yeah. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, you guys.
Phil, we've never spoken like that.
No, never.
We have declared a state of neutrality on this issue, and we will clarify our position later.
In the after show, yeah, I'm sure, right in the fucking green room. That's where we'll clarify.
So I don't have to have a disclaimer up and shit.
That's the other wonderful thing about the madness. We don't never need disclaimers. Now, like you said, the after show, hey, but I mean, you guys know, I'll own it when I go out there and I vent and I say something and you're just like whatever, I'll own that. That's how I feel about it, and I hope people at least appreciate the fact that I'm freaking honest.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have to necessarily like my position on it, but I'm not candy coating it
or you can always pull us in a green room and we can let you get it all out, man.
But let's also be honest.
All right, you gotta say this.
I think a lot of the reasons why, and it's not just the fact that we don't want the public to hear or whatever, but I think it's also that we get scraps and pieces of information about shit, and I'm pissed off about that scrap. But I haven't seen the whole situation. So just let me bitch to my friends about that, which looks like a shitty thing to do or a shitty thing to say. And then when I have all the information, I might be able to go, okay, cool. But now I don't have to walk it back because I just said it with my friends who understand what was going on. So that's why I love the green room, because we're not being recorded. We can say the shit that we say, and you don't have to walk any of that crap back.
Yeah, it's like you get out of work, and everybody goes to the bar, and then they all talk about work and vent and talk about shop, man. Yeah.
I got a quick question on the green room though, because I'm a newbie here. So is this BYOB or is this open bar or what?
Well, it's
Until
COVID.
we
It's definitely
invent
BYOB.
It's got to be
I
BYOB.
was gonna say.
If you got the teleporter ready, Javi, man, you got all that. You got all that equipment. I'm sure you could piece together something, man.
And the green room, the real life green room of the comic book world, is those after con parties.
Yeah.
And in that one, it's not BYOB. There's an open bar, or people are buying each other's drinks or whatever. So that's a whole other fucking thing.
Yeah.
Just treat me like a newbie, a virgin. So I'm ease me into this. Now don't give it to me all at one time, man.
Occasionally, though, you'll go to a con.
We'll be gentle.
Yeah, occasionally you'll go to a con, though. You'll go to, like, a panel, and, like, the guests will be sitting there and talking shit, like, on stage before people actually get in.
Yeah.
And, like, oh, God, that dude smells like pot the whole time.
I do not.
This was like, I walked into it was a panel that a friend of mine was hosting, and they were just talking about some industry professionals that I shall not name.
Until
they're like, that's the weirdest dude. He smokes so much pot. Just right on stage on the mic.
Wow.
Oh, man.
I'm Native American. We don't call it pot.
Thank you.
It's medicine.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, what are you in the 1970s, Chris?
I hear those kids are smoking the marijuana.
Do they have a marijuana cigarette?
I heard he injected 2 marijuanas.
They call them
I heard they ground it up real good and snorted it.
Hello, friends. I was hoping we could get some marijuana cigarettes at the jazz club.
They call them left-handed cigarettes, don't they?
Not only are they not marijuana cigarettes, but I don't even know where the fuck you would find a jazz club, dude. What the fuck are you doing?
Okay,
Well,
dude, I live in Kansas City. We still have those.
We have jazz here, man. We have many musics, and jazz is one of them.
Yeah, no joke. We had this place up here called Prohibition Hall that was literally like an old speakeasy. They just reconverted.
That's awesome.
And
I love
yeah.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that place. I think that was actually on a TV show, one of the where they check out different bars and dives and stuff. And I loved the idea of that. That was fucking cool.
There's a
We even saw you doing your jazz hands there, Chuck. There you go.
It's amazing.
Like Guy Fieri's here all the time too. He's got a restaurant here. He's got like a bunch of friends up here too. So
Who's that?
Guy Fieri.
Oh yeah,
like Flavor Town. Guy Fieri.
Another one. And who? Emerald? Not Emerald. Who was that one?
Oh,
you worked on his show when he was there. In
Gordon
town.
Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay. Yeah. The time I met Gordon Ramsay.
That man's my fucking hero.
Chris got to work with him on one of the shows when they were in Kansas.
I did. I had a conversation with Gordon Ramsay that was him just coming in, asking where someplace was, and me just going, "That's the tech room."
And that was the extent of it.
That was the extent of my conversation with Gordon Ramsay, and me not even realizing it was Gordon Ramsay until like 5 minutes in. It's like, that guy's really tall. I wonder who he. Oh wow.
He like that's one of those things, man. I would fucking love to get a chance to meet him. I fucking I got really into Hell's Kitchen for a hot minute. I think one of my favorite things was in like the first or second season, some customers coming up to him to complain about the food, and it was in like one of the later stages. And so Gordon Ramsay literally just tells this woman to go fuck off. And her jaw just drops. Oh, you're my hero. I've worked food service, and I've wanted to say that to so many customers. Like, hi, I just didn't like this dish. It just, I didn't like it. It's like, that's not my problem. Go fuck off.
So the question is he like that behind the scenes, Chris?
What?
Is he like that behind the scenes?
I mean, not really. I mean, for the most part, he was pretty chill. Like, he was like, okay, where am I gonna stand? Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Oh, wow, it's really fucking cold out. He didn't really turn on the Gordon Ramsay unless, like, the cameras were on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a show that he goes around and travels to different countries and stuff like that and goes out to, like, personal people and does something. He's actually kind of a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
Like,
he cares.
That's the whole
I mean, I've
thing
seen
about Ramsay is that he's a dick in the kitchen because you need to get used to that. That's what a fucking kitchen is like.
Oh yeah, it's hell in a kitchen, man.
So I just finished in December. I worked at my last kitchen, and I left that job, and I've been comics ever since, full time. And I remember this was about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. I was working in the kitchen, and the guy before me had left me with completely nothing. And so I'm in there and I'm trying to work, and as soon as he's done, he goes out and he has his drinks and he's hanging out in the bar drinking, and I got fucking slammed, annihilated, and I'm having to prep while cooking, and I'm all over the place. And one of the bartenders came in and I said, hey, go get Rob, tell him to get in here right now. And she's like, okay. And I was the head cook. It was my job to kind of teach them. And so I brought him in and I said, this is what you fucking left me. This is what the fuck happened. I'm fucking prepping while I'm doing this shit because you couldn't do your fucking job. And he was like, I'm so sorry, Chuck. I really apologize. I'll get to it right now. I was like, no, you're gonna go out there. You're gonna fucking drink your stupid fucking drinks, and you're gonna watch nobody have to wait for food because I will prep this motherfucker and take care of the kitchen because I don't fucking need you. And then next time you're in here, you're gonna fucking make sure I'm prepped, or you're not gonna have a fucking job. And everyone can hear me outside. Everyone can hear me fucking yell this guy. He's like, oh, I'm like, go drink, you fucking asshole. And he went out and drank. And then I did what I was doing, and I walked out to bring someone their food, and this woman, she was a lawyer, and she walks up and she said, can we talk for a second? I was like, yeah, what's going on, hon? He's like, you can't talk to him like that. And I'm like, yeah, I just fucking did. And she's like, no, but you're his manager. You're not allowed to. I was like, oh, no. Have you noticed that my title isn't actually officially manager? Like, I'm in charge of it, but that's not my title. And she's like, oh, yeah, that's right. I'm like, yeah, that's so that I can talk to fucking assholes like that. Get the fuck up and enjoy your dinner. I walked out.
Oh yeah, I've been in that situation where waitress come back and server comes back. Hey, they can hear you out front. You might want to chill on the F-bombs.
I live in a small town. They all know how I talk. So I was just like, that's our boy.
Jeez.
Dude, it's when
it gets rough in the kitchen, man, for sure.
Oh yeah, when Ramsey's pulling that shit, certainly he has to turn it on and he probably cranks it up. But when we're really in that shit, that's a real fucking thing. Like, that's a real response. Because
especially during a dinner rush.
Oh, dude, you can't. Once you're in the weeds, there's no way out. Like, you can't. It's easy.
It's very hard to get out of it anyway.
Dude, but you can only get out of it one quick meal at a time. You know what I mean? Like, you have to get on and stay on and even cut corners and make things just a little bit quicker so that you can catch up and get there. It's tough.
Yeah.
Or people need to stop ordering fucking food, which would help so much.
I'll just take it bread for right now.
Yeah, right? Why don't you guys have drinks for half an hour? Let me get caught up.
There you go. When are we gonna get a waiting style comic out of you, Chuck?
Oh,
seen the movie Waiting?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Every single person. That is a silly question, Phil. Every single person that has worked food service at some point in their life has seen the movie Waiting.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I
Welcome-
haven't seen the movie just because everybody keeps telling me like, "Oh, you need to watch it. It's so true," and it's like, do I want to though? Do I really want to know what goes on in the kitchen?
No, you probably don't.
Denial.
Welcome to the Void was my first book, and it's about a dishwasher.
Oh yeah,
And
okay.
He's called the dish bitch. He's treated the way dishwashers are treated. Dude, dishes is the worst. It is
The
so
dish
bad.
dogs. Gotta get
It is,
up to
yeah,
them.
dish dogs. We call them dish bitches. And so
Yeah.
the thing is that when I'm at home, I don't do dishes, and it's because there's this like, I don't want to, necessarily say PTSD, but there's a certain fucking trauma because you'll go to a new kitchen, they don't know you, so the first thing they do is they throw you in the fucking dish pit.
Yeah.
You're considered the dish bitch until you impress them enough that they let you do garnish or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't have a fucking name in the dish pit. Your name doesn't matter. You're just the dish bitch. You do what I say because you are literally the bottom of the rung. Everyone looks down at you.
You're taking
Everyone.
out the garbage. You're picking up the cigarette butts in the parking lot. You're doing the toilet. You're doing all the, not just the dishes, y'all. You're doing all the shit jobs.
So you do not have a name. You earn that name, and it sucks.
And every day you drop another shitty responsibility on the guy who just started. It's like that first week, every day you go, oh, and you're supposed to do this too. Every day you have something new that you drop on him because you're trying to find out if dude's going to be here next Monday or not.
What's his breaking point?
Yeah. Can he handle this? Because he needs to be able to handle all this shit. Because this shit that we're giving him, it's nothing compared to what the customers are going to give
Do
him.
you have the fortitude for this or not? We're gonna test you.
And that first day, it's just dishes. You just got them working on the dishes, just trying to teach them dishes. And then next day is, oh yeah, you got garbage too. Come over here. We're gonna, and then the floors, and then it's like, oh, before you leave, you got to pull up all these mats, and you got to mop the floors and shit, put the mats back down, and you're like, wait a minute. I thought I was a dishwasher.
You are, and so much more.
Wait, and just wait. There's more. Tomorrow you're gonna be out in the parking lot picking up fucking cigarette butts as soon as you get here in the morning.
The cooks on the line are just pulling Darth Vader.
And that's about the time when that's about the time when you look up and you go, is there anything else you want to pile on me? Just get it all on me now because you're starting to piss me off.
And then eventually they're like, fuck it, I'm gonna go make comic books.
Yeah. Seen it.
Lived it.
I'm starting to really rethink my life choices right now.
Good. That we've done well.
That's what we're here for.
Hey man, you guys rock. I'm having a great time. Just like always. I've been in this chair for 13 hours and it's like till you're done, guys.
Oh god.
That's hard telling. I'm on vampire hours right now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my normal hours are 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. anyway, pretty much. That's pretty much my regular day.
What, that's when you sleep?
Yeah. 5 hours a night. That's ever since boot camp. I don't think I've ever needed more than 4 or 5 hours a night.
Yeah, I can't claim the same.
Now, when they wouldn't let you go to bed till midnight and they were throwing the damn trash can down the middle of the barracks at 5 a.m., it's like
we had a super fun thing. So when we were at basic, about a quarter of the way through the cycle, one of our guys, and we never found out who it was, one of our guys broke into the drill sergeant office and took medication from the medication cabinet. And so we were put through a special kind of hell. And the way that it worked is that by the time we were going through basic, the mandates were that we were supposed to have 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep, or some bullshit like that. It was like you had to have 8 hours of sleep, and so I was like, okay, we're gonna make sure you get your 8 hours, but we're gonna be fucking with you the entire time. And so effectively, what it was is, you had 50-50 fire guard all night. And so what that meant is fire guard is you have people up pulling watch, and so half of the barracks had to be up for fire guard every hour. Every hour would rotate, and so then at the top of the hour we had a formation in full battle rattle. Everyone had to be at where we'd get smoked for 20 minutes.
Rainmakers.
Ooh.
Oh, all sorts of shit. We like we were at Fort Benning, and anyone that's been through Benning school knows the fucking hell. And like they would have us run up that fucking thing, the HLZ, all fucking night, doing battle buddy carries across the rocks in fucking full battle. And we did this, and it was like until somebody would come forward and fucking fess up, we all had to go through this shit, and nobody did. Whoever it was just a piece of shit. But we had to do that pretty much every night, the entire fucking time. I think that they finally start to let up on us at the end because our senior drill just came out and was like, look, I'm not going to continue punishing you guys for this. Like, it's not fair to. There is one piece of absolute shit among you, and I wish I could weed them out, but like there is no point in us keeping doing this. We've been doing this pretty much your entire cycle, and this piece of human garbage has not come forward. And I'm not gonna. Like, we're coming towards the end, and you're going to be going through your most fucking grueling shit yet. You need all the energy you can get.
Hey, Mike, how long ago was that?
2011.
Okay, so 9 years ago. So I have a follow-up question. What would you do if somebody came up to you today and told you that it was them? What would you do to that person? He comes to you and he goes, I have a confession. I stole the pills.
I'd probably not talk to them again. I would tell them to fuck off. Like at this point, like if it had happened, like even just like 2 or 3 years after it, I'd probably fucking throw hands.
Right.
But at this point, it's been a fucking decade.
No.
No, like I wouldn't want to associate with that person ever again. So I'd tell them to piss off, and I don't want to talk to them. But
that's it.
Not worth fighting somebody over at this point. It's too far gone.
But like you said, even a couple years ago, you would still probably have kicked his ass.
No, what I meant was like if it had been like 2 or 3 years after the fact.
Oh, okay.
Like if it had been like 2 or 3 years after basic and somebody had come forward about it. If they came forward about it at the end of basic, I'd probably been really pissed. But I would like if they apologized and everything, I'd probably just be like, just fuck it. We're getting out of basic. I don't have to see you ever again.
Yeah, right.
And that would have been it. But like, if it had been like 2 or 3 years after basic and we were with our units and shit, like, just think about that. Some fucking piece of shit got to their unit and could have potentially been on a combat deployment with other people, and that's the kind of integrity that person had.
I was gonna say, like, what if that's one of your close dudes, that dude is watching your six? You know, like.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. Just it was a really, really shitty thing to do, and like we all fucking got destroyed by that, man. Like some of those smoke sessions would go in well into our next hour of sleep because you'd have guys that wouldn't be able to do the fucking exercises. They wouldn't stop until everybody did. Like it would be like you have to do X amount of exercises, like X amount of reps of this exercise. Everyone's got to do it before you guys can go back in. And so there'd be times where like most of us would be done, but there'd be onesies, twosies of guys like the really out of shape dudes
What
that would just be stuck.
I don't remember. How long was your basic in 2000? It was like 9 weeks, right?
Yeah.
9 weeks. See, you had it made, and here's what I'm going to tell you. I lived in Columbus. I was a bad kid when I was a kid, and my parents moved me to Columbus, which my cousin was a DI for the Army, Sergeant Arms. So you got him for 9 weeks.
My son is woken up.
Oh, I got his ass for a lot longer than that. But it made me the man I am today. So you was at Benning too, Columbus?
Boot camp sucked. That's all I got to say.
Weren't you in the Army too, Chuck?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm Canadian. We don't have one of those.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Chuck, were you a Mountie?
Well, I mounted, but I was not a Mountee.
But
Hey, dude woke up, man.
Hey, buddy. I'm sorry for my rude remark.
No, it's he woke up with a nightmare. Like normally I just put him back to sleep, but he was like openly weeping. So we'll bring him to hang out for a minute. I probably won't be able to stay on much longer because I gotta get him back to
I
bed.
got a bolt soon too. Yeah, I feel you.
But
So does anybody want to hear about my plans for CromCon 9?
Sure.
CromCon 9 is going to be a one-day elevator pitch event.
Ooh.
Where you guys are going to get like 10, 15 minutes. We're just going to do one after another. We're going to roll everybody out. Come out and give us your elevator pitch. Because it's December. Nobody's got a whole weekend to sit around and watch con and whatever, you know. So we're just going to do the CromCon, the elevator pitch event. And we'll get as many people out as we can on one day, either December 5th or 6th. There is a poll up in the announcements tab in the Madness. Go vote. Let me know which day you're more comfortable with if you want to be involved. And, you know, we're going to do it. But we're going to try to cram CromCon into one day.
That's going to be crazy.
Condensed version.
Yeah, it's like the Reader's Digest condensed version of CromCon.
You know what though? I like the pitches idea, but it wouldn't hurt to have to break it up with some panels here and there, but actually have them about certain subjects. I think the thing I love most about the conventions is the panels where we get to learn and we get to hear and voice our questions and stuff and really figure things out. So I think it wouldn't hurt to maybe have 2, 3, 4, however many kind of works in there, but a couple of educated panels where you guys pick the panel and who you think would be best on there or who you think would work best on that.
Well,
and
that's kind of what we did tonight, you know, before you hit up, like at the 9 o'clock spot. We were talking basically about the process, you know, what your processes are as a creative.
Yeah. And what the thing is once these gets going, you don't want to break them off. I don't want to cut you guys off at a certain time if you guys are on a roll. That's why I always try to save these for the end of the night. And we can do that at the end of the night.
What if you did
rotating panel?
What if you did a 30-minute slot still, but instead of doing one person at a time, you just do 6 and create panels as you go, and it's luck of the draw.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Well,
then, you know, you don't know who you're going to be in a panel with, but there's 6 of you. And it would introduce some creators to some other creators too.
That's interesting. I like that.
That would be something that I'd still want to do for like when we're doing a whole weekend though. Like I said, when you get to the panels, you don't want to stop them if they're on a roll. So you can't like schedule one every hour because What if you guys just started to get on a roll at the 55-minute mark, and I got to tell y'all to go away to bring in the next panel?
Well, I think if you give them a broke down 30 minutes, and they're knowing that and coming into it, that's not bad.
One person can come out here and talk for 10 or 15 minutes and be good with that. As soon as you have two people, this could turn into a discussion that you might not want to stop.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But that's also, like I said, why we do these panels at the end of the night. And like this one tonight was awesome. We rotated in some different people, and it's carried on, you know, and there's still actually a couple people watching.
Well, cool.
Who the hell's still up at 1 in the morning with me?
Hey guys, I gotta take him back and get him to bed.
Take care, little buddy.
Mike,
I know, Chuck's scary, isn't he?
I am. He's so very. Tell him to shave.
Hey, man, thanks again for coming out, Mike. It's great.
Hey man, it's my pleasure. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to get out here. And yeah, everyone, if you're looking for a solid book with some pretty badass heroes just beating the ever living shit out of each other, you know, Pyramid Gambit's where it's at. We got some pretty exciting stuff, and then Chuck and I are going to be doing Spearhead Soldier of Warcry, and that'll be coming you around March-ish is the plan.
And definitely get a hold of me, Mike, so we can catch up with some stuff.
Yeah, we got to. I was planning on doing that after this, but
okay,
you know, things change.
All right, well, just keep me posted.
We'll do
something change.
And get a hold of me, Odin, if you want to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Javi, send me a friend request after this, and we'll like what your series is and everything, and then I'll let you know what I like my general rate and everything. I have it kind of paced out between like how many pages and what have you. But all right, we'll catch you here in a bit, okay?
Take it easy, Michael.
All right, take it easy, Mike. Thanks, man.
Later, dude.
And then Noah 5.
So yeah, we'll probably keep like you know the 9 o'clock in the evening panel and stuff like that on that night. But for the most part, I just want to keep it one day and not tie too many people's holiday schedule up or make people have to choose between one day or the other and what's going to fit a schedule they're not sure about yet. You know, December is one of them months where people can't really make a plan because who knows, the in-laws might be in town that day, or you know what I mean.
Although it'd be nice for the viewer though, because they're like, I'm in the car waiting for them to get out of the store. Hey, CRoM's on, cool.
Yeah, and
I think there might not be any sports either.
What's that?
There might not be any sports either. So
yeah, that's possible.
Because of the COVID stuff, so that'll give them an opportunity to be entertained. Give them something else to watch.
You know, like I said, I just figure I'm probably, even myself, I'm not going to be able to commit to having 2 days all tied up in that month. There's just too much going on in December. So, you know, we'll do it one day, either the 5th or the 6th. We'll let the Madness members vote and decide which day it is, and then we'll, you know, I kind of like the idea though. I think it'll go fast. You know, for me, it'll be like really cool because every 10, 15 minutes I'll be talking to somebody different. Boom, 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 boom. Or Phil will be talking to somebody different, or whoever. You know, you never know. There might be co-hosts doing it for me again. This thing's taken on a life of its own, and I love it. And I love that people want to be involved, like Phil and William that did a segment as a co-host, and Doc Hosberg did a segment.
Frank.
You know, yeah, I mean, it was awesome, man. Everybody can come helping out and being part of it, and that just makes it way easier for me, guys. There's no doubt about that. Even that Phil guy helps.
Oh, that Phil guy, man. I don't know about him.
He's an issue.
God. Talk about
I hear he's trouble.
He is big trouble.
He's really good with the tech stuff.
The tech stuff.
The Texas.
Come on, at this point, you got to also add in co-host, man.
Yeah, seriously, man. That's what I mean. It's like the whole thing is kind of taking on a life of its own, and it's not just driven by me, and it's not what I'm doing anymore. It's what the group is doing, and that's what I love about it. You know, so everybody just keep doing what you're doing, so we got something to come out and talk about once a month. You know, and
Everybody else has some cool stuff to check out, man. Yeah.
And I was telling everybody else too, you know, when they do eventually open the tables back up for you guys and you can go do cons again, then I'm probably just going to dedicate myself more to launch parties and countdown parties for people's crowdfunding, you know.
And the live thing, you got to go out to some of the shows with a camera, man, or your phone.
Yeah, dude.
Well, that's you got to remember now. I'm the brokest guy in the room. If I can go to a con, it'd be like Grand Rapids probably, because that's probably the closest one. And
dude,
if they open that one up, I'll be there. You know.
Yeah.
You could easily get like a fucking press pass or anything like that. This is basically like a podcast, so you could easily get a press pass.
I'm working toward that credibility. I'm working there.
Yeah, so I wouldn't fucking shut yourself out. And you know what? There's also a lot of us who we're given multiple. You know, like we we get 2 passes or 6 passes or whatever, but we only need so many. I'm sure someone would be like, "Hey, I'll gladly give you a pass if you're going to be in the area," because
and you're looking at some of the most top guru people at Kickstarter and Indigo and crowdfunding and sourcing like that. I mean, you could put this up for a crowdsource funded or something like that, or Patreon to help you get to these things too.
See, one of my things though is COVID is what created CromCon, and it was to help you guys because there were no tables. It was never about me trying to monetize it or anything like that. Okay? And
you're not getting monetized. You're just paying.
No,
for
but
you
you
to
know what I mean. It
complete
was never about asking for money or anything. It was always about what I can do to help you guys without being that guy. You know, and it wasn't. Man, it grew into something. I never thought, for one thing, that we'd be doing CromCon 8. Okay, I figured this was gonna last for a couple months. Things would open back up, everything go back normal. We'd be all happy again, you know. And here we are. Now, since I've been doing this, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to tell you straight up. I would really love to do CromCon from the floor of a con and walk around and be able to interview all you guys live. You know, somewhere where everybody goes to, you know, and be able to go there and walk around with the camera and just talk to you guys like, you know, like this, but actually live, actually get to meet all you guys and do this. That is like something that has become like sort of a bucket list thing for me. But that's like a selfish thing for me. That's not a CromCon thing. You know what I mean? That's after the tables open back up and you guys are back to doing it. And then it would be like something I'd want to do for me. Like, you know what I mean? That would be like the ultimate for pop. Be able to do CromCon live from the floor of an actual con. And have that, like, people give me that kind of credibility. They'd be like, right on, you know, I made it.
And if you get the press pass, you'd be able to get to some other select interviews you wouldn't be able to hit otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, but now you're taking me outside of my indie bubble. No, seriously though, man. There's a lot, like, you know, last time I was at Grand Rapids Comic Con, I got to meet Mike Zeck, and I caught him at the perfect time. There was nobody there. I got to sit and talk to Mike Zeck for like 15, 20 minutes. It was awesome. And that's what I'm talking about. If I walked up to one of you guys at your table now that we've done this so much and we all gotten to know each other a little bit, it's like it wouldn't be, I'm here for a minute, get out the line, get out the way, the next guy's up, and be like, yo, Pops, and I'd be interviewing you and talking to the people at your book you're signing. Yeah, why you like this guy? You know, I'd be able to really get down with the fans and you guys at the same time.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. Being able to interact with both you and the people that are interested in what you're doing at the same time live on a podcast. the total interaction of the con experience for all, that's what I'm talking about. That would be so much fun for me, man. So, yeah. I heard C2E2 like December 2021.
Yeah, they bumped like a bunch of them back too. C2E2 and New York are both pushed back to the end of next year.
Yeah, and ECCC I think too.
ECC and C2E2. Yeah, they have. I take that back. They haven't announced New York yet.
Well, if he does what he's saying and locks down the country for 6 months, we're
That's the only reason I'm talking about this, because I didn't think CromCon was going to be something that lasted till next year. I thought this was going to be over with, guys.
Yeah.
And now I'm having to think of ways to keep it fresh and make it more fun each month.
Well, yeah, you just build on it. That's what we're saying with with all these ideas. Even if it hasn't been something that's been going on, always just build on it, man.
That's what I'm saying. Think about January, guys, because we got to come up with something that's 2021 that breaks the mold that makes.
Well, that's number 10. You got to go big with X.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm saying. We got 2021. When we come out in January with CromCon 10, it's got to be something big. It's got to be something different, something that that puts 2020 in the rearview mirror for good. So all these ideas, stew on them for a little bit. We'll go through the elevator pitch con, and then we'll do something. We'll do something big. We'll get we'll figure something out, man.
Oh yeah.
I like the ideas that you guys were coming up with, and so yeah, maybe we'll do a maybe an artist alley for a couple hours, and then a panel, and then some more people drawing, maybe some vendors even. Let's open it up. Chuck's falling asleep.
Yeah,
you can
I'm
never
exhausted.
tell. You can never tell about Phil.
I'm just working. I'm working, man, while I'm listening.
Javi's working. Phil's working. Chris is an enigma. You don't even
Just
know
hanging out.
You don't even know if he's paying attention or not. He could be watching football or something.
Hey, you want to talk about a pop culture encyclopedia? That's Chris, man.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I do try.
Chris, are you a member of the Comic Related Madness?
I am.
Good. Okay. Good. I just like
Yeah.
Sometimes when I meet somebody for the first time, I'm not sure if they're in the group. The group's way too big for me now to know everybody that's in it. It ain't like it used to be.
Sometimes I'll see somebody post and I'll be like, he's part of it too? Wow.
It's amazing. The first 100 people we had, like Monty Michael Moore and Brian Polito, and just a bunch of people jump in that amazed me that they wanted to be part of my little teeny tiny group that I just started like 2 days earlier or something. And all these really awesome people were jumping in, and then before you knew it, we had 400 or 500 people, and COVID hit. And that was when I was like, okay, I got this little platform. I'm gonna do what I can.
Yeah.
Now look at it. It's 1,900 people almost. Like, I was really hoping to get to 1,900 this weekend, but I'm happy. It seems like every time we do this, everything grows a little more. I'm almost to 100 YouTube subscribers.
Then you'll get to give it its own name.
Really? When you get to 100, you get to name it?
Yeah. When you get to 100, you get you get to change your URL.
Yeah, you can specify it and personalize it.
Yep.
I did not know that. Thank you, Chuck.
There you go.
All right, you guys need 7 more subscribers.
That's why you got to push for that. So the big ones to push for are 100 and 1,000.
All right.
100.
Know that.
So 100, you get to you get to personalize the URL. At 1,000, you get to go live.
Yeah, you can monetize off of it.
Well, that's, like I said, that was never that big of an issue for me. If I didn't love what I was doing, guys, I don't know if I'd do this for money. I'm doing this because I love to do this, man. You think I'm out here after 1 o'clock in the morning, after being out here all damn day, and I'm still like, yeah, I'm good. Let's do this. You know?
Because you're crazy.
No, it's because I really love the whole. I've loved comics all my life, man. I'm at 57 years old, Chuck. I finally have an opportunity to give something back to the people that have entertained me all my life. I get to give something back to these people. You know, like the people that were in some of the first cons, Keith Williams, people like that. I was Mark McKenna, Mike Barron. I've been reading these guys' stuff for ages. You know, and they were out there in my con. You know, I was like, wow, man. You know, that's what I'm talking about. I got to give back to some of these people that entertained me all my life.
Yeah.
And you know, come on. You don't. How often do you get to do that? You know, I mean, what how often you get put in a position where you really get to give back to people that have done something that's made you feel good for decades, and you get to, it's like giving something back to you. It's like being able to buy your mom and dad a house or something. You know, you're giving them back for decades of them taking care of you, and it's like you finally get to do something freaking awesome for mom and dad. And this is kind of the same thing for me. You know, it's like these people have been, the people that create comics have been part of my life for decades. And for me to be able to do something to help them, dude, that's awesome, man. Gave me a little bit of pride in myself, and I ain't lived a whole big old life you get to be proud of. I've definitely had my times, boy. So when I do something where my son's proud of what I'm doing, and I get to be proud of what I'm doing, it's like, yeah, I beam a little bit about it. I'm happy to be able to do this for everybody, man, and it's gonna go on whether I'm here or not. My grandson's gonna take this shit all over. I guarantee you. He is going to be admin in this group when he's old enough to Facebook. You watch.
The CRoM legacy.
Yeah, the madness, the group for sure. I don't know how long CRoM is going to exist. I hope it doesn't exist as long as projected. I hope you guys get an outlet to go and do your thing again publicly before that. I really do. I mean, I'd love to go just be able to go, Chuck's got a Kickstarter kicking off today. We're going to be doing a launch party today. Everybody come on out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I kind of want to do that now that I've got that little bit of bug. Like maybe that's what I want to do once this is over is do them launch parties and countdown parties. I watched Polito do his countdown parties. They're great. His launch parties are great.
We had a blast at the Belial launch party. It was tons of fun, man.
That's what I'm saying, and that seems like something that I would have fun doing, just like I did have fun doing this. I just don't want this to be needed. I don't want CRoMCon to be something that's needed. I want it to be something we can do when every now and then, like if I'm at a con on the floor, we can do it or whatever. But I don't want it to be something that's needed that people have, that there's just no outlets out there other than online cons,
Yeah.
If you get an opportunity though, and they do go back to cons and stuff like that, and you can't make a con, you could actually live stream with the people because you've got contacts now. Yeah. And then people like me, I'm not going to a con or the money either, so that would give them an opportunity to be able to see the con from there, and then you do the same setup where you can pitch them, they can sell their stuff from your con too, and they're kind of like double dipping at that point. So CRoMCon can still continue.
There is that. There are people that don't go to cons anyway, and maybe we'll still have a reason to do this. I don't know. That's the awesome thing about this right now is I'm not really sure where it's going to go. The reason I talk about it though is because Matt Knowles brought it up. He brought it up to me a couple weeks ago on a live stream. He said, "So what are you gonna do when you don't have to do CromCon anymore?" You know, and I was like, "Damn, what am I gonna do?"
The show must go on.
Well, like I said, I mean, I'm really intrigued by the thought of doing a CromCon from the floor of an actual con. That just sounds like a blast.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, that just sounds like a blast. And doing launch parties and stuff I already know that's fun because every time I watch one, it looks like they're all having a blast. So, you know.
And those interviews on the floor are always so much fun because they're so fucking impromptu. And you're just like, all right, let's do this. Like a minute ago, I was selling my book, and now here I am in front of your camera. And 2 minutes from now, I'll be right back over there selling more books. So
and this is and here's the thing: I might let you know I'm going to be at the con, but you don't know when I'm going to show up at your table.
Of course.
So that's the other thing about if I get to do one from the floor. It's going to be completely unscheduled and unscripted. That's going to be cool. You know? I mean, they're always unscripted, but it's going to be completely, nobody's going to know what time anybody. It's like, if you're at Grand Rapids Con, let me know because I'm going to be there and I'm going to come see you. And, you know, it's like, but who knows what time that'll be. You're just going to have to.
Yeah.
It'll be the segment Pop-Ins with Pops.
There you go. You'll just be dropping on people when they got lines and stuff. You know, when you got a line of people in front of you, so I can ask the people who are there what brought them to your table and all that. I'm gonna do a fan and, you know, I'm gonna get both sides of the table in those interviews. It's gonna be awesome, dude.
That's fun.
I got plans for that. I'm ready for that. We just got to get it where they open them up again, man.
We had one in Texas about a week or so ago, but I just my worry was that it wasn't in a major city, but more importantly, they dropped the attendance by 50%, and yet there were still the same number of vendors, and they were still charging us the same amount for a table. So I'm like, motherfucker, so I'm gonna spend $200 for my table, but you're telling me that you're capping the people who are coming in by half, and now I have to like, it's already bad and hard enough competing as an indie against all of these known brands, but now I'm having to compete with half the crowd. No, that's just stupid.
Yeah,
I'll wait and see.
Yeah.
It's an adapt and overcome thing, and I don't think anybody's figured out the formula yet. You know?
I get that, but I think, come on, man. Like, at that point, you're basically just trying to make money off of our backs, and that's not fair at all, man.
That's what bothers me about all the people last year that said, we're going to give you a table next year, but next year there ain't going to be no goddamn cons either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, what happens to all those people that put their money out last year and they got told, we're going to give you a table in 2021? Where?
It's gonna they're gonna try to extend it to 2022, and it's gonna be like, no, dude, just give me my fucking money.
And I'm pretty sure I remember posting about that way back when, going, no, screw that, get your money back from all these motherfuckers. You know, if they ain't putting on a show, get the money back. You know,
the thing is, a lot of us, we knew it was probably smarter for us to keep our money with them, because if we took our money back, we wouldn't have the fucking money to afford the tables the next year, because we will have gone an entire year without conventions, without being, without a stable way to make income. So it was almost smart to leave it in the bank with those cons.
That in the bank thing is great, except for they're the ones collecting the interest on it.
Oh yeah, that's tough. Yeah. But if it was in my bank, it would be spent.
I did that at the same time, though. 2021's looking kind of bleak.
Yeah.
And they didn't say we're going to hold your money till indefinitely.
Yeah.
Someday we'll have a con again, which is basically what they should have said. Someday we'll have a con again, and you got a table. Yeah. But they didn't say that. They were like, we're good till next year. You're good till next year. We got you. Well, there ain't no next year. Now what? We're going to tell the next year? There's no guarantee the next year either. And the thing that's bothering me the most is I'm hearing a lot of this. You're not going to be able to do this or go here or like get on a plane unless you can prove you've been vaccinated for COVID. You're not going to be able to go to like concerts, stuff like that, unless you can prove that you've been vaccinated. And as soon as they start doing that, there ain't going to be conventions unless you can prove you've been vaccinated as well. And we're going to go down a really dark road, because there's just too many people that.
I think that's a lot to assume at this point. We have no idea what
Oh, I
that
know.
looks like.
I mean, when you get to the speculation, but the longer
Yeah.
the longer they draw out that we're not going to have cons, the scarier it gets, because you're projecting now a whole nother year that we're not going to be able to do these things. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, because there's no vaccine. Is that the be all and end all of when we get back to normal? Because that's the way they're making it feel right now. I mean, both sides are making it feel like nothing's going to be normal until everybody can prove they've taken care of themselves as far as this vaccine. And that's kind of scary because, man,
Hey, I just got one thing quick to say. Don't accept the blankets, okay? Sorry, I just had to point that out, man.
No, that's
y'all.
sage advice, my friend. Sage advice.
Yes, this is exactly what I'm saying. It's getting scary right now, and when the media inflames everything rather than puts us at ease. It's like nobody's out there trying to investigate something to make us feel better. Everybody's out there trying to investigate shit to make us feel worse, man.
Yeah.
It's like, help.
Huh?
I said help.
Oh, I thought you said Phil. I'm sorry.
Phil?
I'm still sitting here working on stuff.
Yeah. Well, boys, I've been up all day. I think I'm going to get me some rest. So thank you for having me on the show.
Dude, thanks for coming
Nice
out.
to meet
Hey,
you.
thanks for stopping in, man.
Nice to meet you. Javi, feel free to add me, man. If you have any questions about editing or
meeting everyone.
anything. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Now you just know you opened up a floodgate, so just get ready.
Oh, dude, I honestly, man, it's what I do and it's what I love to do. If I can help in any way, I'm open. So.
Yeah, and congratulations on where you're at with Cthulhu Invasion. Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, homie.
Also, I want you to know I watched the numbers jump on Essence House during this show.
Yes, they did. Yeah, Mike Oden jumped on because he's awesome. I watched that. Yeah, I saw that happen.
I didn't know who it was, but I seen the numbers go. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I think Mike saw me and he went, "Oh shit, that's right. I didn't jump on Essenhouse." So, I love the dude. Thank you guys. I appreciate it a lot.
You bet. Hey, good seeing you again, Chuck.
Take care,
Always
guys.
Good seeing you, man.
Thanks.
See you later.
Yeah, when I first seen him in the backstage, I was like, "Oh, I got to get out the way." Chuck's here.
Yeah. Well, what you think we should probably about call this one, Pops?
Yeah, I'm good, man. It's 1:30 in the morning. The next day, I think we
It's
can
late.
talk.
I got to focus on this. I get too interested in conversation, and my flow slows down, man. I gotta get this page busted out. Dang it!
All right. Well, it was great, Phil. As always, man. Thank you for everything you do, man, to help us out, bro.
No problem. Thanks for keeping things rolling, man.
Javi, got to talk to you twice. It's got to talk to you twice.
Get to see my ugly mug.
Chris, got to
Yep,
meet
yep.
you for the first time.
Yep.
I love this. I love you guys. Everything that you guys do.
I assure you, I'm waving. I promise, I'm waving.
High five, Chris.
I'll put my hand on my screen.
That
Well,
wasn't
high
a
five you
jam.
through the internet.
All right, guys,
Yeah.
I'm taking off.
Go
You guys
team.
have a good one. Thanks, Pops. Thanks, Phil. Chris.
Hey, Avi, no problem. Thanks for
All right,
coming
thank you very
on,
much.
man. I'll catch up with you
Yeah.
here soon, man. We'll do another jam session, man.
There you go.
Cool.
Sweet. So yeah, man, I totally appreciate you guys. Everybody who watched this weekend, everybody who was a guest, everybody who was impromptu came out of nowhere to save my ass because somebody didn't show up or whatever. Appreciate all you people. Keep doing what you do, and I will keep doing what I do.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Chris, you never did say where can people find you if they need some scribe work going on, man.
Well, I'm on Twitter. I'm on the bad website at Sequel Writings. I'm on Facebook as well. I do write for a Multiversity Comics.
Multiversity, yeah.
Multiversity, general news articles. Usually, I'm at least writing the rundown once a week. So yeah, hit me up. Twitter, Facebook. I'm here.
Drop.
Cool. Now I know where to find you, man.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just so elusive.
Because I mean that's where this is only a once a month thing. The madness is an everyday thing.
Yeah.
Self promotion is king, bro. This is the time for it.
And also too,
post some of your comics articles from Multiversity over there, man.
Yep.
Yeah. And also too, hopefully in the next few days, Book of the Dead will be up on the Kansas City Renaissance Festival Facebook page. I just gotta go be like, Jill, come on, what are you doing?
Yeah, well, drop a link, man.
Definitely, yeah.
We'll find it.
Oh
dude.
wait, that's what I mean. It's like the madness. That's what it's for. Networking and promotion. Do not be afraid to drop links there and let us know what you got going on, man. That's what it's for.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely will. Well, thank you so much.
You bet, man. Appreciate you coming out, spending hours
coming on, dude.
Yeah, it was a blast.
So yeah, put together an elevator pitch for something next month.
I can do that. I say like, yeah, I've got a project. I was like, I've got all these projects where I'm just sitting here like at my desk playing with a sock I found on the floor. Just like, yeah, I'm really busy. I'm a prolific writer.
Yeah. Put down the video game controller and pick up the pen.
I will.
What time is it? 1:30?
Oh,
I got an hour and 20 minutes of Warframe coming up, baby.
I got a couple hours of page work. Maybe I'll sneak in a video game. I haven't had a chance for a minute. But then I still need to catch up on the last episode of The Mandalorian, so that's probably going to take precedence if I get any time.
There you go. See,
yeah, some words too.
It is the way.
I have to binge Mandalorian. I cannot watch one episode and wait a week for the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't do it. I'm waiting until I got like 5 or 6 of them on the DVR, and then I'm just gonna start binging it.
Well, I waited until there was 2, and now I'm stuck in the loop, and I got to catch the next one when they're on. Man.
I'm afraid to start it because I don't want to get stuck in that loop, dude.
Well, no, you know how it is. It's really good about being a more or less, that single arc story, with right. Basically still the ongoing arc of, get Baby Yoda somewhere.
Leave me, if I watch the ones I have, whatever 3 of them or whatever that I have, I'm afraid I'm gonna get to episode 3 and be, damn it, I want to watch episode 4.
Well, they haven't been at any. None of them have been at like the cliffhanger edge yet. Man. Okay. They've all been self-contained, so you can. I even watched 2 before I watched 1, and it was not a problem.
Shame on you.
Well, I did. I saw it was up. I was like, I'm watching it. It's like I still got to watch the first one though. So, yeah, like I said, they're self-contained enough that you don't have to watch them in order necessarily.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and shut her down. We got.
Sounds good.
7 hours and 36 minutes, and if I don't do it, Facebook's gonna do it soon anyway.
Thank you, everybody that came on the panel. I appreciate that. That was a good time, man.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
It was an awesome weekend, man. It really was. Gino Calistini Comics, for throwing up them gift cards this morning, first thing out of the gate. It was awesome. It's been a great weekend. So, I hope some people in the madness claim those gift cards. But if they didn't, I'm gonna go get me one of them. You watch.
Yeah, I still got to catch up on the afternoon's festivities, man.
Yeah, the first part one. The very first post is a link to another YouTube video showing how to collect one of those gift cards. I think he had 4 that he was throwing up for the first 4 people that hit it. But I don't know how many viewers caught that. We talked about it a couple times during the day. But if you watch the first episode, of today, part 1, right, the first post should be that link. So
Awesome.
I'm gonna go look. I don't know about you.
Cool. Well, there we go. We got the wrap up for number 8, man.
Woo!
Woo!
I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you, everybody. Peace.